I am attempting the impossible, beating hardcore classic WoW but with one brutal twist. I can only use gear that I craft myself. That means no auction house, no handouts, just me, the forge, and my bare hands. And it gets worse. I'm not doing this alone, I'm running 4 characters, each with their own professions, all relying on each other to survive. If even one of them dies, the entire challenge could collapse. This could take weeks, maybe months. One mistake could end it all. So, do we beat Ragnaros, or does hardcore break me first? The goal of this challenge is pretty straightforward. Craft Sulfuras, Hand of Ragnaros, but it's these rules that make the challenge way harder. Firstly, we cannot use the auction house at all. We can only wear the gear that we craft, we can buy items from vendors that only matter to our profession, and since we can't craft rings, necklaces, and trinkets, they can only be equipped at level 60. We start off on our warrior, good old Asmonbald, in the Elven Forest. As per the rules, we must first unequip all of the gear that we are wearing. Since it was not crafted, it is not ours to wear. We then get tasked with slaying 10 cobalt vermin and getting 8 tough wolf meat from the encroaching wolves. And my god, our damage is hideous, and our survivability is even worse, which would be very important as the challenge progresses. We finally get level 2, then after vendoring some much needed gear for some copper, we go to our warrior's trainer and get Battle Shout. This ability adds 15 attack power to our warrior, so even with our measly fists, we can still pump out better damage. The only caveat to it is that it'll last for 2 minutes, so I need to remember to constantly have it up when fighting mobs. Anyways, we turn into wolf meats and carry on with slaying the vermin. Our damage already felt much better than when we were fighting the wolves. After turning in that quest, we are tasked with slaying kobold workers and later kobold laborers. We deal with the threat, although not so swiftly, and since we reached level 4, it was time to learn Charge, the second ability that we can use without a melee weapon. We then carry on towards the vineyards, where the Defias started encroaching and we wanted their bandanas. Now these Defias thugs were hurting. I mean, they had a nice sharp dagger, whereas I had quite literally nothing. I then had my first close call. Yes, literally at level 4. See, there was this juicy looking chest. However, there were 3 Defias thugs close by. Thinking I wouldn't pull them if I was careful enough, I sneaked around and got to the chest. Once I started opening it, all 3 of them started going for me, and I had to make a quick getaway. This is exactly what I was talking about. If we stood around a bit longer, we would have been dead and had to restart. Now, restarting in the early levels is not that bad. Granted, with no gear, it is really slow and we don't do much damage, but it's not the end of the world. Now imagine dying right before fighting Ragnaros. That would be brutal. After clearing up more Defias and getting the rest of their bandanas, we then have to kill Garrick and pick up the graves that were left in the vineyards. We first went for Garrick, and he had a guard, so this was not going to be an easy battle. Fighting 2 mobs at once. Normally this would benefit us. The more mobs hit us, the more rage we have, the more abilities we can use. But having only Battle Shot and Charge, it meant it was just a loss of more HP with no benefit.
Health warning.
Thankfully though, we had 3 crits in a row, making the fight a little bit easier. We dropped to as low as 40 HP, but we got his head. I was playing at 4:30 AM, so not many players about, because they aren't complete degenerates as myself. However, there was this one paladin, appropriately named Femboy Pegger, who seemed to be on the same quest. His damage was way better than mine, so I kinda used that to my advantage. So as he was clearing mobs, I was grabbing the grapes like a cheeky little warrior. Thank you, Femboy Beggar. Without you, I doubt I would have been able to easily do that quest. Now at level 5, we turn in the rest of the quests, with the quest givers providing beautiful armor pieces and even a nice weapon, but we can't use it. Now with this in mind, we set towards Goldshire, where conveniently the Darkmoon Fair was taking place. And after our little dance session, we learn our first profession, blacksmithing. We then also learn first aid, which should be noted as one of the most important professions for survivability. Now why, you may ask? Well, because it allows us to heal mid-combat, and it doesn't share the same cooldown as a potion. If we level our first aid, we would have 2 possible OMFG heals. Why 2? Well, you have to stick around to find that out. We also considered training cooking right now, but with our gold pouch missing the gold part of it, we decided it's better to learn it later. After a small break in the Goldshire Inn, doing nothing in particular, we head towards Stormwinds. Absolutely beautiful this time of day. We were tired of having no gear, so it was time to change that. We accept and turn in a couple of quests the citizens of Stormwind ask of us, one of which I had personally never seen. It's crazy, this game has been out for over 20 years and I'm still finding new things. Anyways, after turning those quests in, we go to the Dwarven District, where we purchase a pickaxe and learn the mining profession. This makes 2 professions for our warrior. For those of you who don't play WoW, each character can have a maximum of 2 main professions. Characters can take up more professions, such as cooking and first aid, but those are considered secondary professions. And due to this restriction, a challenge like this becomes more tedious. Let's say I want to craft a weapon that requires thick leather. Well, tough luck, I have no way of obtaining it unless I drop 1 profession and pick up skinning. But what's worse is, when you relearn a profession, you start from level 1 again. Now, here's where all of our characters have to work together. Our priest will be clothier and enchanter. Now, because some of our crafted items will be bound to us when we craft them, we will allow ourselves to use the services of another enchanter so long as we grind all the mats ourselves and the recipe is unlocked on this character. Our priest can also craft us bags. Our rogue is the skinner and leather worker. This monstrosity will provide us with the leather he skins, and he's able to craft leather armor. Our druid is the herbalist and alchemist. They would have to gather herbs and craft potions for everybody to increase every character's chance of survival. And finally, our warrior, which, as you saw, is our miner and blacksmith. They can mine ore, craft bars, craft mail and plate armor. More importantly, they would also be able to craft weapons, which, as mentioned, are necessary for using abilities on melee characters, such as our rogue or warrior. Okay, now that that's explained, let's go back and check on our warrior. Exiting Stormwind, we start looking for copper veins. We need to get as many as possible in order to craft our very first pieces of armor and a weapon, because warriors need gear, and they depend on gear, and need lots of gear, you know? I mean, even a mangy wolf, a level 5 mob, got us down to half of our health. This had to change. So after walking, mining, turning more quests in that didn't require us to fight enemies, and more walking, we find ourselves right across the river from the gnolls. These mobs were level 9, and we were still level 5 and naked. But there was a copper vein. See, I hadn't found much copper. After 20 or so minutes, we only had 10 copper to our name. So I tried to grab that copper node, and with my level 5 aggro range, I pulled one of the gnolls. Thankfully, I was far away so he didn't catch me, but man, could he have actually ruined my day. After turning in another quest, we reached level 6, and after grabbing a bit more copper ore, we head back to Goldshire to smelt all our ore into bars. In total, we got 18 copper bars. However, we did not have a blacksmithing hammer. So I walked back to Stormwind, grabbed 2 more copper on the way, and went to the Dwarven District and purchased a hammer. We first craft sharpening stones. These let us sharpen our weapon. Now don't laugh, I know I only have my fists, but these also level up our blacksmithing. Pretty important to not waste what little copper we had. We then craft a rough copper vest, bracers, and pants. In order to craft our first weapon, we needed a minimum level of 15 in blacksmithing, so after crafting a couple more sharpening stones and then a spare pair of bracers, we reached level 15, but the mace required linen cloth and weak flux. Now, weak flux is completely fine, we can buy that from the vendor right next to us, selling it at 1 silver each, but we had no linen. We also had no copper, so our best choice was to farm kobolds. Why kobolds specifically? Well, because I have a quest that needs me to kill them for their candles and gold dusts, but more importantly, because they are humanoids, and humanoids drop cloth pretty frequently. So we walk back to Goldshire. By the way, all of this walking around Elven Forest is absolutely beautiful to me. It was 6:40 AM and I had my morning coffee, coupled with the sounds of Elven. It just felt incredibly peaceful. On the way though, we killed a Defias Cutpurse, which dropped us our first linen cloth. He's also a humanoid. And after some mining, we killed one single kobold, and then he dropped another piece of linen that we need. After which, I found out that there is a trade goods vendor right there in Goldshire, conveniently placed next to a carriage. I don't know how I didn't notice him before walking all the way to Stormwind, but I digress. Using 6 copper bars, 2 linen cloth, and 1 weak flux, we finally crafted our first weapon, the Copper Mace. It's just so beautiful. With our newfound power, aka being able to use her damn abilities, we braved the Fargo Deep Mine, known for being the deadliest place in all of Elven. Why, you may ask? Well, that's because it's a hyperspawn area, meaning when a certain number of mobs are dead, a lot more respawn in a short period of time, having unprepared adventurers killed in the process. Us, however, we were more than ready. After slaying all the kobolds, the boars were next. On the way back, I stopped by the Darkmoon Fair, and by mistake grabbed the spirit buff. I personally would have loved the damage buff, because in hardcore, you have to grab every advantage you can get. And after turning in some quests, vendoring some trash, we smelt the copper we grabbed along the way. After leveling our blacksmithing again, we are finally able to craft ourselves a nice little pair of boots. And with the linen we got from killing all those kobolds, we make some bandages. A choice I would later regret. These were the early foundations of our warrior. We then decided to go back to the Fargo Deep Mine to grab some more copper and linen. After leveling our blacksmithing a bit more, we learned the Copper Dagger and the Copper Claymore. The Copper Claymore is a two-handed weapon, which means that it does quite a bit more damage, pretty much double what our mace does. But in order to craft it, we needed 10 copper bars, 1 rough grinding stone, 2 weak flux, and 1 light leather. Which means it was time for our... Really quickly, if you're enjoying this video, please make sure to like and subscribe. Now back to the video. Yes, I know he looks ridiculous, but don't mind that for now. We start the same as our warrior, by stripping. Yes, every character starts naked. Every single one. Now you know how warriors have battle shout, and it's an early damage increase which makes killing mobs with our fists easier? Well, rogue has none of that. In fact, all of the rogue's damage relies on combat points. Sinister Strike is an ability that does some extra damage to an enemy and grants 1 combo point. Now you can use the combo points with the ability Eviscerate, which consumes all of your accumulated combo points on the target and deals pretty good damage. Now why am I explaining this? Well, that's because I can't show it. I literally could not use a single ability for the whole starting area. I did a total of 2 DPS on every mob. Now to add to the misery, Coldridge Valley is filled with kill quests, some having me kill 14 mobs for just 1 quest. And it's not like I could craft a dagger for my rogue at this point. I needed light leather, which was the whole point of my you talked about this in therapy, it's okay. You won't have to do it again, hopefully. Most people finish the starting area within 15 minutes, give or take. It took us almost 40 minutes, and that's with skipping the last quest, where we would have to go into the cave and fight a name mob, which usually do more damage. Now wanting to take that risk, and seeing as how I'm already level 5, I decided to finally leave the starting area. Now in order to continue, we had to clear out the Coldridge Pass, which took me 3.5 minutes. You may think that's not too bad, but keeping in mind that this can be done in about 30 seconds, it truly pains me. But nevertheless, we finally reached Dun Moreau, and after walking a moderate amount of time, we finally reached the inn. Hoping that there would be a skinning trainer around here, I searched around, and found... nothing. Well, either way, we had to accept the quests, so it wasn't all for nothing, but this meant we had to go to the dwarven city of Ironforge. We finally make it and go straight to the skinning trainer, where the leatherworking trainer was also right there. Now, this is one of the very few conveniences in the classic World of Warcraft for the personal computer. Heading out of Ironforge, we see a rabbit, and wondering if they give leather, I decide to kill it. And to my surprise, they actually do. It's just a level 1 critter, but yeah, they give ruined leather scraps, which we could use to craft light leather. We find some dead boars and bears around, so instead of having to kill mobs with a 2 DPS, I decide to take the more convenient route and have them skinned instead. And with 3 ruined leather scraps, we get 1 light leather. With 3 ruined leather scraps, we get 1 light leather. Add the light leather we got from skinning the mobs as well, that makes 2. This means we can now craft a claymore for our warrior and the dagger for our rogue. Finally! So after picking up the leather from our mailbox, we go straight to the forge, and after smelting all of our copper ore, we end up with 34 bars. We then go to the trade goods vendor this time and pick up 3 weak flux, which would allow us to craft the copper claymore, which we could not wield because apparently warriors do not know how to use 2-handed swords. No worries, I thought. I will at least craft the copper dagger for our rogue. We also craft a nice little copper belt for our warrior, so his stomach stops poking out of that armor. And my god, look at us. Strong as a mountain. We then send over the dagger to our rogue as a little thank you for all of his troubles. Logging into our rogue, we discovered that the dagger we crafted is only usable at level 6. So, to sum up the last 3 hours, I leveled the rogue to level 5, and got items which I couldn't even use. Absolutely amazing! Back on our warrior, we decided it's finally time to venture the Fargo deep mine for the last time. Or so I thought. And it was time to kill Goldtooth, one of Hardcore's greatest foes. To my surprise, there was someone else also on that quest, and they invited me to their group, so I decided to join them, as fighting for tags on a named mob is pretty pointless. After killing Goldtooth, we turn in even more quests, reaching level 8 in the process. We also keep farming copper because we need quite a bit of copper and rough stones to level up our blacksmithing. But there was a problem. Bag space. Bag space is really important in all levels of vanilla WoW, but it has a massive impact in the early levels. See, we only had 20 bag slots, which was simply not enough to carry the items from one expedition into the Fargo deep mine, let alone when we go into a dungeon in the future. So the next step was very obvious. Craft some goddamn bags, and who more well suited for the job than our spawn in, strip, very beautiful woman, I know. Accept quest, do quest. If the starting zone quest made me talk to a therapist on my rogue, the same quest on my priest realigned my chakras, opened my third eye, and fixed my back pain. It was absolutely beautiful. See, priests are actually able to use their abilities, and these enemies died in 3 to 4 smites. Since our priest had a very high spirit, it meant mana and health recovery was not as much of a problem as, let's say, mage. And what's even better is that at level 2 we get power word fortitude, basically more health for free. A random mage also gave us arcane intellect, which meant more mana, so now we had more health and more mana, which made clearing these early game quests really easy. And at level 4 we get shadow word pain, which is a nice little DPS increase. So far, Priest had the absolute best early game leveling. So good in fact that I even cleared the quest in the cave and killed Gricknir the Cold for Grellin's journal this time. Adding on to this blessed start, the Cold Ridge Pass was also cleared, which allowed us to pass straight through. We made a quick stop at the inn and went into Ironforge again, where we learned journeyman tailoring. Now to craft the linen bags, we needed a level 45 tailoring. Now, you remember how I used a bunch of linen on bandages? Yeah, I was really starting to regret that. But it wasn't all too bad though, because our warrior had 25 linen in his inventory already, and we sent them over to the priest. After turning them into bolts of linen cloth, we ended up at level 13, and we really quickly went to learn enchanting on our priest. Putting our priest on pause for a bit, we go back on our warrior. After crafting a couple of rough grinding stones, we finally reach level 45 blacksmithing, which allows us to craft the rough copper gauntlets and, more importantly, the ruined copper pants. These pants gave a massive +2 to stamina and +2 to strength. Getting these as early as level 8 would be insane. But there is always a catch. The ruined copper pants require 2 fine thread, which is a trade good. So we go to the trade goods vendor, right? Only he doesn't actually have this item on sale. So instead, we just craft the gauntlets for now. We keep looking more and more like a warrior. I am loving this. We then decide to walk back to Stormwind and pick up the fine thread at a vendor in the trade district. And here I was contemplating if I should use the forge in the Dwarven district or the one in Goldshire. I finally decide on the Dwarven district, and just my luck, the Onyxia world buff drops. World buffs are absolutely massive when leveling. They provide a 2-hour buff. This one in particular gives us 5% crit chance and 140 attack power, which is insane. Anyways, we finally craft our ruined copper pants, which means that we are now pretty well geared for our level. With the Onyxia buff, our brand new spanking pants, and along with our spirit buff from the Darkmoon Fair, it was grinding time. We went on an absolute tear, clearing kobold after kobold. Every linen earned, every item dropped due to bag space, and every node farmed, all necessary to continue on our journey. We head back to Goldshire to send our cloth to our priest, vendor some trash, and smelt our copper. After that, we level our blacksmithing to 60 by crafting some extra belts. Now, after all of that, we had only made around 20 linen cloth, which, after turning into bolts and crafting into a cloak and a bunch of shirts, puts us to level 33. We then get more coarse thread and craft more linen pants, a linen vest, and a belt. We now look like a regular citizen of Ironforge, which I found absolutely adorable. And after leveling up our tailoring a bit more, we finally reached level 45 and learned the linen bag. Now, one linen bag required 3 bolts of linen cloth and 3 coarse thread. 1 bolt is 2 cloth, so we need 6 cloth per bag. I wanted to craft as many bags as our warrior could hold, which meant I would need at least 24 cloth. So after sending our warrior a nice little shirt so we could match and a cloak, we head back to grinding kobolds in the mines. And I have never been more thankful for the world buffs. We were clearing these mines with ease. Granted, at this point we were level 9, so we do out-level the kobolds by a couple of levels. But this made it way easier to get the linen that we needed. And in just 14 minutes, we had more than enough linen. We sent it back to our priest, who was finally able to turn them into bags. At the end of it all, we were left with 5 linen bags. We sent over 4 to our warrior, and we kept the spare one for whichever character needed it more in the future. And now, witness the combined effort of our priest and warrior. After hours of grinding, we finally had it. Bag space. Now what was left is to level up our druid, and finally get some potions made for our warrior before he faces the biggest challenge yet, Princess. Logging in on our druid was stripped for no monetary gain, and you better keep your hands above the waist. I know it's a female night elf, but let's have some class, people. The druid leveling experience is honestly not the most fun. I mean, granted they can cast, so it is nice not having to use our fists all the time, but we go which is short for out of mana, very frequently. The quests in Shadowglen are actually quite fun, but also grindy like Coldridge Valley. Anyway, after clearing the starting quest, we ventured towards Dolanar. After picking up some quests and having no luck with finding an herbalist or an alchemist in this town, we decided to venture into Darnassus. It was quite a long walk, let me tell you, and it was unnerving. I mean, I had to walk down the road knowing that there are level 9 mobs walking about. We finally reached Darnassus, and I pick up alchemy and herbalism. All that was left now was to farm some Peacebloom, Silverleaf, and Earthroot. Peacebloom and Silverleaf were actually pretty easy, and we were able to grab a ton. But Earthroot, it had a minimum level of 15 in order to be able to be gathered. So after grinding more Peacebloom and Silverleaf, we finally reached level 15. And we were able to snag a couple of Earthroots. Coupled with the vials we bought earlier in Darnassus, we crafted 3 elixirs of Lion Strength, 2 minor defense potions, and 3 minor healing potions. We split the potions up between our rogue and warrior, and finally hopped back on our warrior, ready to face the challenge ahead. Currently we are level 9 with a couple of copper pieces, of which the most important are the pants, which give us +2 strength and stamina, and our weapon, the mace. We have also leveled up our first aid skill and pretty much maxed out journeyman mining and blacksmithing. This episode was all about building the foundations for our characters. Join us next time as we fight Princess, Hogger, and maybe even brave the Deadmines. We start off on our warrior. Last time we reached level 9 and we forgot to train our abilities, so that was first on the menu. We then smelt some ore and go to the Goldshire Inn to train cooking. I have read your comments and the answer is very clear. We cook our own food around these parts. Whilst we still had world buffs, I decided to first clear out the murlocs for our quest, and while I was at it, I mined some copper and killed some more wolves to get our first pieces of meat that we intend to cook up. Heading back to the inn, we cook up some of the meat into our first few meals, and then venture back out to scout out the Jasper Lode mine. And on our way, we kill some mobs and reach level 10. We also stop from time to time to kill some more wolves. Exiting the mine, we get invited to a guild. For now we joined, but in the future I plan on opening our own guild, once I get enough gold and sign the petitions of course. The guild will be on Soulseeker EU, so if anybody is playing on this server, make sure to join my Discord, which is linked in the description, as when the guild is formed you will be the first ones to know. This would also allow us to run dungeons and help each other as a community. Back at Goldshire, we vendor some of the trash courtesy of having more backspace, and we train some more of our abilities. Now that we reached level 10, and after turning in more quests, I finally head back to Stormwind, and we finally train two-handed swords. This allows us to finally wield the sword we crafted, which was the Copper Claymore, effectively doubling our damage output. I then finally also trained Journeyman Blacksmithing and Journeyman Mining. At this point, our cooking was not leveled at all, and neither was our two-handed sword skill, and in order to quickly level it so that we can stop using our level 1 food, we decided it's time to grind some boars, South Park style. After an ungodly amount of boar kills, we finally go back to the inn to cook it all up. Once it was all said and done, we were still only level 40. So, back to the farm we go! Okay, now, we finally reached level 50, and that's when we found out that we needed either clam meat or coyote steak for the next level of food, both of which we cannot obtain in Elven. So instead we do a couple more quests, this time to the Eastvale logging camp. And now that we didn't have any world buffs active, questing became way harder. Granted, this area is always painful on hardcore, or at least for me. So I embraced the slower questing and just kind of got immersed. Above the camp there is a quest that is usually very deadly. See, there are these piles of bones and flesh that you have to interact with. Easy peasy, right? Free XP. But here's the kicker. When you interact with them, you have murlocs spawn on top of you, and these murlocs are fast and they can heal themselves. This was going to be a problem, but just our luck, there was a level 13 rogue on that exact same quest, and since he interacted with the bones not too long ago, our interaction was basically free. Listen, I'll take any shortcut I can at this point, otherwise this challenge would be damn near impossible. After picking up more logs and then finishing off the prowlers and bears, we turn in the quests. We then head down to the Brackwell pumpkin patch and clear the Defias that decided to invade there. We also clear out this little ranch and get rewarded with a nice little chest. As you can see, we get a health potion from this, however, we destroy it. This is because, as a community, we have decided that we won't be using gear or finished consumables from chests. And since we have cleared out the Defias and gotten all their bandanas, it was finally time to face our biggest foe yet, pun included, Princess. We pick up her brass collar and we take our leave, stopping by the logging camp to turn in the bandanas and vendor some trash. Heading back to Stormwind, we pick up a couple of mild spices and then head to the inn, and finally cook up some spiced wolf meat. We then decide to finally go and do our warrior quest. We were level 11, with potions and battle shout up, and of course our lovely food, which gave us +2 stamina and spirit. And then we mug Bartleby for his mug. We then stop by the Dwarven district to smelt some more copper and level up our blacksmithing. We also finally pick up Journeyman Mining. Somebody also commented about me not having the Soul of Iron buff, so in order to show proof of authenticity, I decided to make the journey to Ironforge via the Deep Run tram. After chasing a couple of rats, we finally decide to head inside Ironforge, the home of our priest and our rogue. And we finally get our Soul of Iron buff. This buff does nothing beneficial. It's just kind of a statement that we never died on this character. It periodically turns us into stone, but it gives no beneficial stats. After everything, we head back to Stormwind, head for Goldshire, and go towards the Eastvale logging camp, where we are tasked with grabbing Marshal Haggard's badge. Sadly, this would have to be another 2v1, but we went for it anyways, no fear, right? At this point, we also unlocked Sunder Armor, which reduces the enemy's armor rating significantly. I was so pumped to use it that I completely forgot about Thunderstrike. And just a bit over 200 health left, we dispatch of his guard and start focusing our damage onto Jack. And whilst it was getting too close for comfort, with us dropping down to just over 100 health, we finally killed Jack, take his key, and grab Haggard's badge. We also had a quest to kill Murlocs for their fins, and this is where something insane happened. So you know how this is a craft-locked challenge? Well, one of these Murlocs was about to give me a surprise that even I didn't believe it wasn't scripted. The surprise in question? A recipe! And not just any recipe, it was the recipe for the Copper Chain Vest. This beautiful piece of armor would give us more armor rating and, more importantly, +1 strength. And we already had all the materials to craft it. And then we had our first close call. On this little piece of land surrounded by water, there are a lot of Murlocs. We cleared most of them without a problem, but there was a chest. I really don't know what draws me so much toward these stupid chests. I just tunnel vision onto them and then I think I have to get them. So I went for it, and this is exactly how it went. Yeah, that aggro range was insane. Thankfully, I was able to survive, go back, clear them out like a normal person with a brain, and get my reward. Which was 10 copper, a carpenter's mallet, a piece of tough jerky, and a goddamn potion that we couldn't even use. We go back and turn in the quest to Marshal Haggard, and we go back to Goldshire to craft our brand new piece of copper gear, the Copper Chain Vest. We are now using a couple of greens, and in order to get more upgrades, we need to level our warrior up in a new zone. However, you remember how we had 4 characters? Well, it was time to give them some attention too. And who better to start with than the character I hated leveling the most? Our rogue. Thanks to all of you guys' support, we have finally unlocked channel memberships. This allows you guys to support me in making more videos such as this one, and in exchange you get some really cool channel benefits. You can click the join button to find out all about the membership tiers. Thank you all again for supporting me. It has been an insane journey, and we are just getting started. Now back to the video. With a single tear rolling down my cheek, we log into our rogue. Last time we finished off at level 5, and we even crafted a weapon which we cannot use until level 6, so our first order of business was to get to level 6. If we check the time right now, it's 3:10 AM, which I wouldn't be surprised if this was around the time you're watching this video. If so, I hope you have sweet dreams. And in my sleep-deprived state, I decide that off-rip I should fight a level 6 boar. We end up using a defense potion, a strength potion, and it was still not enough, which at that point I used the 1 brain cell I had left and finally used my healing potion. This leaves us without any potions at all. We decide that it's better if we fight lower level mobs, so I give it a try with a level 5 boar. And it takes incredibly long to kill it. So the next idea was to head back to the Cold Ridge Pass, slaying some more boars along the way. Now, to circle back to the sleep deprivation, I even forgot to send over any food for our rogue. So after every fight, I was just walking around waiting for my health to go up before I could pull another mob. Yes, it was that bad. But with my upcoming move to another country, I just had to stick through and record. After all, I did promise you guys a new episode every Saturday. Now at the Cold Ridge Pass, we end up farming some Rockjaws. And thanks to all the rested XP we had, we leveled up really quickly, which finally allowed us to equip our beautiful dagger. In episode 1, I complained about combat points and not being able to use my abilities. This is exactly why. I mean, just look at the damage we're doing. It is absolutely insane. Granted, we still have buffs active, but with our druid making potions, we shouldn't be running out of buffs anytime soon. This also meant that we had to level up our dagger skill, especially before we fight any higher level mobs. So I spent some time fighting some leopards, boars, and bears, also skinning them for their leather. 2 birds in 1 stone. We are stacking our skills together very nicely. We also had to get boar ribs, so we focused on that for now. I mean, we're just absolutely stacking these objectives. While we were here, we also pick up some ammunition for our resident hunters. After turning that in, we head over to the Grizzled Den, where the Wendigos are. This is also a hyperspawn area, and venturing into the cave is simply not a good idea. Also, Blizzard, I thought that only beasts could be skinned. Why am I able to skin the Vendigos when they are humanoid? I mean, it's pretty metal, but I'm just wondering. Finally, we returned to the cozy inn. At this point, our character was starting to get colds, and I honestly felt pity for him. So after turning in even more quests and picking up some more abilities, we head outside of the inn, where we find a trade goods vendor. At the perfect time as well. We stand next to him as we turn our rugged leather scraps into light leather. And with the purchase of coarse thread, we are finally able to craft a hand-stitched leather vest, boots, bracers, and a cloak. We also craft light armor kits, which increase our armor by 8 permanently on that piece of gear. Now we are looking like a very weird little creature, but we got a dagger, so it's not too far to say that we look like a rogue. We also used the light armor kits on our boots and chests, bringing our armor to 239. So it was now time to turn in more quests, accept new ones, and set out towards Ironforge. On the way, we kill more wild animals for their leather, because we needed as much leather as we could possibly get. There is a couple of reasons why this is so important. Unlike blacksmithing, which you can level by crafting sharpening stones or grindstones from the stones you get from mining, leatherworking strictly requires leather to level up. I know, crazy. And turning rugged leather scraps into light leather can only carry you for so long, until you have to use a lot of leather to level up your skills. Now, at the leatherworking trainer, we learned how to make pants, and so we don't run around in our undies, we craft those as well. He looks stunning and he knows it! We also craft some light armor kits to level up our leatherworking, which allows us to learn the recipe for the belt. However, we can't craft it yet because we don't have enough light leather. With a plan forming, we go to the mailbox and log into our priest. So you remember that extra bag our priest crafted last episode? Well, it was time to put it to use. Our priest sends over the bag and our rogue equips it. And since our priest was really poor, we sent him some silver in order to get that nice matching shirt as well. Now we look like a little ragtag warband, and I felt like a proud mama hen. We step outside of the gates of Ironforge and venture into Dunmoreau, and after killing and skinning a couple of wild animals, we can finally craft the belt. But this was just the beginning. We head over to the Brumile village and we accept the quest from there. Apparently the wildlife started encroaching on these drink-loving dwarves. So we are tasked with handling the situation so they can get back to brewing. This was perfect! The whole time on our rogue we've been stacking and progressing multiple things at the same time. Since killing the mobs gave us XP, which progressed our level, it also counted towards the quest, which is another way to level up. And we were skinning, which leveled both our skinning and leatherworking from turning the rugged leather scraps into light leather. Hence the theme of this chapter. Stacking. As we keep killing and skinning, we find ourselves at the Frostbane Hold, and after clearing one single troll, we are faced with a problem. In front of the cave entrance there are 2 trolls. The headhunter likes to attack from range, and the other troll likes to get in close. There was no easy way in. By mistake we end up pulling them and we run away as fast as we can, deciding to put that on hold for now, and continue killing and skinning animals. Until, inevitably, 1 minute later, decide to go right back, but this time in stealth. We head inside the cave and we decide to fight this headhunter in front of us. Oh no, big mistake! We eventually kill him, but he was doing insane damage to us. Granted, they were 3 levels higher than us, but still, with our tail tucked between our legs, we get out of there. And after killing this leopard gnome, we reached level 8. We also tried fighting a level 10 leopard gnome, and that went about as well as you could expect. After turning in the quest and vendoring some more trash, it was time to head back. And on the way back, yes, kill more animals and skin them. At this point, we're in the 70s of skinning. We finally get back to the inn and we train our abilities, of which the most important is evasion. Now, as long as we faced the enemies in front of us, we had a high chance of dodging their attacks. This is the second ability that allows us to survive better on our rogue. The first being Gouge, which stuns the enemy in place for 4 seconds, which gives us ample time to run away from them before we go back to character creation. We also steal a keg, nothing too crazy, I just found it funny. We now decide to craft all of our rugged leather scraps into light leather, and spend all of our hard-earned leather crafting light armor kits, getting our leather working up to level 45. After some more skinning, we head back to our leatherworking trainer in Ironforge, where we finally learned the first piece of embossed leather gear, the chest piece, which is going to be our first green piece on our rogue, giving us a massive +2 to stamina. Just like Dark Souls, more stamina means hardcore becomes easier, but never easy. Having more health would only allow us to survive our mistakes longer, but if we keep making mistakes, it will eventually catch up with us. We head over to a mailbox and send our uncooked meat to our warrior, so he can cook it up and provide us with some food. Yes, it took me this long to get food on my rogue. And yes, I didn't use any food until this point. Also, for anyone questioning my decisions in the comments, we are on the same page. Rewatching this footage made me realize just how many bad decisions I do per hour. I've got to have broken some sort of world record by this point. Since we also sent some armor kits to our warrior, we decided to put those on for extra boost to our defenses. We then sent some healing potions, cooked wolf steaks for that +2 stamina and +2 spirit, level 1 food, 5 bandages, and 5 sharpening stones to our rogue. Because our rogue was about to go through something very similar our warrior went through. And that was boar farming. As we are farming these boars, I'd like to apologize for not having as much progression in this video. Between selling stuff, moving countries, and working full time, I tried my best to record and edit as much as I can. But the good news is that now that I'm mostly settled in, I can get back to progressing our characters, so for next Saturday, I am planning on dropping a longer episode with more progression, as my personal apology to the community. I also want to thank you guys so much for your support and for sticking around during this transitional period of my life. Okay, you can stop farming now, Mr. Rogue?
Are you sure? I don't think this will be enough.
Oh, don't worry, you will farm more. But first, I need you to go to that cave over there.
Just say you want to reroll Warlock.
We have a quest where we need to steal some meat from this big yeti called Old Icebeard. The way you're supposed to do this quest is by waiting for him to patrol. Once he is out of the cave, you can go in, steal the meat back, but you have to get away quickly, because he comes back running. Another quest that has unprepared adventurers killed early on in their journey. After even more killing and skinning, we decide to take a bit of time to finally complete this leopard gnome quest. Specifically targeting level 9 mobs, because level 10 mobs were still really scary. Also, now that we have bandages, we can do this neat little trick. If we pull more than one mob, we can kill one mob, gouge the other, and run away to bandage up before continuing the fight. This recovers not only our HP, but also our energy, so we can start stacking combo points on the other mob very quickly. We make a quick stop at the Brew Mob village again to vendor some trash, and back to grinding we went. We were also finally able to go inside the cave. Someone even cleared out the front for us, so it was just a matter of walking in, exploring it for the quest, and getting out in stealth. We also went up to Shimmer Ridge to clear more headhunters and pick up the Shimmer Wheat for our quest. This was actually not as bad as I thought. Even though we didn't have kick, we could still gouge the casters to stop their spells from dealing disgusting amounts of damage to us. We could also gouge to stop them from running away from us into more mobs. After getting all the Shimmer Wheat, we turned in the quest. However, we still need one more headhunter. And so we went back to the cave entrance, where we did our first 2v1 against 2 full HP mobs on our rogue. It was time to evade. And it wasn't even close. We still had over 150 HP left. What's more is that we finally got our last headhunter and we were done with Dun Moreau. Heading back to Karanos, we turn in another quest which makes us reach level 10. This means only one thing. Duo wheel with a 19% mischance, baby! Just as our overlords at Blizzard intended. We can now also use Slice and Dice, which makes us attack quicker, sap enemies in stealth, and we can sprint. Sprint and Gouge is an amazing escape combo. Heading back to Ironforge, we sent our warrior 3 light leathers. Logging back to our warrior, we craft our short friend another dagger. Now our rogue could use a dagger in each hand. And now it was time to craft the last few pieces of gear for this episode. The embossed leather gloves and boots, and coupled with our new chest piece, it was ready. He just looks so magnificent! That will be all for this episode. Our warrior is now at level 12 and our rogue is at level 10. We log in on our warrior, and our first order of business, due to popular demand, is fishing. I have personally never fished in World of Warcraft, like ever. Not in vanilla, not in TBC, not in Wrath, and definitely not in retail. And whilst it was calming, it's also pretty boring, so I am going to skip over a lot of the fishing in this video. After reaching level 34 in fishing, we decide to head to Stormwind, buy some recipes and a shiny bauble, which increases our fishing by 25, and we fished in Stormwind until level 52. After which we logged in on our druid, and made some more potions for our warrior, seeing as how we were completely out of potions. We also finally pick up the nice little sweater that our priest knitted. And now we are a complete warband. Back on our warrior, we pick up the 2 potions of minor defense and the 3 minor healing potions, and we set off. Heading over to the forest's edge, it was time to kill these gnolls for their armbands. The same gnolls that were way too high of a level in the first episode. It was time for revenge. Now that we had our food buff, our potions, our world buff, and our sword sharpened, I thought it was time to kill Hogger at level 12. So after clearing out the surrounding area from mobs, we pull him. We use Rend, Sunder Armor, and Thunderclap immediately, and we keep sundering and using our Heroic Strike. We then use Hamstring to try and gain some more distance from him and Bandage. We get off a single tick and we're back in the fight. We drop below 100 health and decide to use a healing potion, during which some other players decided to help me out. And honestly, I am very thankful to them. I think if it wasn't for them, I may have died right here, and that would have been the end. I definitely need to start being more careful. After thanking my heroes, we turn in all the quests in this area. Back at Goldshire, we vendor some trash and turn into Hoggerkill, getting us to level 13 and a green weapon, which we of course cannot use. After which we decide to head back to Stormwind. A couple of hours later, we log back in and head straight to Ironforge, where we pick up our first few blacksmith quests, which we will do eventually, but right now, we wanted to head on over to Loch Modan. The reason for this is because there's some really easy quests over there, and while we had our world buffs, it would be more beneficial to use this time for questing rather than fishing. One of the quests given to us had us go to the Iron Band compound to retrieve a piece of umbral ore, and after killing Captain Beld, we unlock the chest and get the ore. On our way to Loch Modan, we stop by Pilot Hammerfoot, whose comrade has been mauled by a bear named Mangleclaw. Close to his lair, there was a slain adventurer, so we had to be more careful. After killing Mangleclaw, we return to Pilot Hammerfoot and finally reach Loch Modan. We turn in the supplies to Mountaineer Stormpike and accept some quests. Heading down to the Stoutlager Inn, we accept and turn in even more quests. Long story short, we had to kill some boars, spiders, and bears. We also had to take care of the tunnel rats. This is also a cave, and the main rule of hardcore is to not go in caves. Hyperspawn, yada yada. I went in the cave. We started clearing some mobs, but as we mentioned, this is a hyperspawn area, and while we were clearing one mob, there were two more mobs on top of us. Since these mobs were casters and we couldn't interrupt them, we run out, dropping down to 96 health and using up another health potion just to get out alive. And since I do not learn from my mistakes, I went back in. Only this time, I took it slower, methodically cleared out the mobs, and most importantly, there was no one else in the cave messing up the spawn rates. After picking up all the Miner's League crates, we get the hell out of there and decide to finish off the rest of the ears that we needed outside of the cave. Thankfully, no more close calls for now, and we head over to the Stone Grout Dam, where I was 99% sure there are recipes for us to get, but sadly there was nothing here for us apart from a vendor to sell all of our trash to. We finally get the last ears that we needed, and with a full quest log, we head back to Stormpike, turning in a few of our quests and reaching level 14. Back at the inn, we turn in more quests and learn the recipe for blood sausages, and we take a griffin back to Ironforge to turn in more quests. Also taking the tram back to Stormwind and turning quests in there. I then take a griffin back to Telsamar to do a little bit more questing. This time it was trogs. We had to kill a bunch of them and grab their teeth. Thankfully, we still had the Onyxia buff at this point, so killing them was really easy. Man, the world buffs just ramp up the progression. Once we were done with those quests, we take our Hearthstone back to Stormwind where we meet up with... Together we set up a nice little campfire, cooked up some food, and started fishing. I have always loved the roleplay elements of World of Warcraft, and this little fishing stop we did reinvigorated me. In my opinion, interactions like this are the pillars of vanilla World of Warcraft.
Gimme an inspect.
Okay, holy crap, he was geared. Now, it's important to note that this man started this challenge about 2 weeks later than me, and he was already a higher level than me and more geared than me, which made me feel, iffy about my current progression. But overall, it was a great time spent, and it wouldn't be angler content without a fishing montage. Once we leveled our fishing to level 115, we decided it's time to venture off again, bidding farewell to our friend for now. We head on over to the bank to deposit some of the fish we gathered and free up some bag space, which, by the way, is starting to be a problem yet again. After which we level our blacksmithing a bit more by crafting some of the belts needed for the first blacksmithing quest, named Supplying the Front. We also sent over some linen cloth to our priest and some green items for disenchanting. Now back to blacksmithing quests. The first quest has us crafting 6 copper chain belts and 6 copper axes, so we shift our priority to gathering enough ore to complete both quests. The second quest, named Gearing Redridge, gives us a recipe for the Ironforge breastplate. This item gives us plus 3 stamina, plus 3 strength, and 198 armor. Absolutely insane. However, in order to wear it, we will need to be level 15. So far, we grinded some quests and reached level 14. We also grinded out fishing to level 115, and now it was time to grind ore to both level our blacksmithing and get us the recipe. Hence why this chapter is called The Endless Grind. At the end of it all, we ended up with 103 copper ore. Surely this would be enough to get everything done, right? We smelt all the copper ore into bars and craft 4 ruined copper belts for the quest. What completely escaped my mind was the fact that we also needed 6 copper axes for the first quest as well, which meant we would need to grind even more copper. So far, we had 6 copper chain belts, 6 copper axes, 4 ruined copper belts, and 3 copper mauls. We went out in the Elven Forest again, grabbed more copper, returned to Stormwind, smelted it, and crafted the last copper maul. Then I decided to walk all the way to Red Ridge and grab some more copper along the way. Finally reaching Red Ridge, we accept some quests, and finally turn in the gear requested from us. So we finally get the recipe for the Ironforge breastplate. We are halfway done. We then fly to Tel Samar to turn in other quests, and we harf back to Stormwind. Turning in a quest in Goldshire has us reach level 15. Finally. After which we grind even more copper. By now, I've been grinding copper for well over 3 hours, so I honestly could not wait to do something else. Which is when the opportunity presented itself. There was this rogue who was trying to kill Goldtooth, however, he was almost dead. Since I remembered how other people saved me when I was overconfident, I decided it's best to pay it forward. I jumped straight at Goldtooth, grabbing aggro from the rogue. He invites me to his group and I accept, and we end up killing Goldtooth, and also saving his life in the process. We chat a bit and he lets me know that there's a rare mob that spawned. So we decide to stay together in the group and search for this mob. And in the meantime, I just mine more copper. After a long time searching, we find Narg the Taskmaster. Killing him gets us doo-doo. Nevertheless, I was happy I was able to do something else other than just mining copper, because I ended up mining another 82 copper ore. Add that up with the previous copper grind and it tallies up to 185 copper ore in just this one session. We head back to Stormwind, smelt it all down again into bars, and craft some ruined copper belts to level our blacksmithing to level 95. We also learned a heavy copper broadsword, which for some ungodly, stupid, absurd reason requires medium leather. In order to get medium leather, we would need to skin at the very least level 21 mobs in Ashenvale. And seeing as how our rogue is level 10, this is simply not happening. This means that we would need to figure out a different weapon to craft, because our rusty copper claymore was starting to show cracks. But at least we craft some new bracers, and hey, an upgrade is an upgrade. Now at the Stormwind Bank, we clear up more of our backspace and head towards Westfall. It was time to clear up all the quests in this area. Just kidding, we must first fish! At this point I was still holding out hope that I could maybe get some medium leather from fishing, and luckily there was a floating debris right next to us. So we fish out 2 tightly sealed trunks. Opening them gets us everything but medium leather. We even get 5 light leather, which, while it was nice, it is not what we needed. I decided to fish a bit more and I ended up reaching level 121 in fishing, at which point I decided it's enough. We head to the Sentinel Hill and pick up some quests. We also took a griffin to Red Ridge to turn in a few quests and accept others. Anyone who has leveled in Westfall will remember this mailing questline. We go from Westfall to Lakeshire, then to Stormwind, and then finally back to Westfall. We kill flesh rippers, pick up bags of oats, kill harvest golems and harvest watchers, and of course the Defias, which leads us to the Furlbrow Pumpkin Farm, where Benny Blanco resides. In the wardrobe next to him is a pocket watch that we must retrieve. Notice how I do not have world buffs. I decide that I will be fine and I pull them together. I then very quickly realize the error in my ways and make a run for it. We will come back for them though. That pocket watch will be returned. And so, in the meantime, we decide to focus on the other quests, killing murlocs for their eyes. I am sure that it will be an absolutely amazing steal. Stopping from time to time to level our fishing and to just rest a little bit. Keep in mind that at this point I had been playing for over 6 hours straight. While we were here, it was a good opportunity to kill the gnolls for their paws. Man, this game is just seriously wicked. You kill murlocs and grab their eyes, you kill gnolls and cut off their paws. These are some next level Stormwind sponsored crimes. We are not the good guys, at least not in Westfall. And so we keep killing gnoll after gnoll until we get all of their paws. After which we shift our focus back to the Westfall stew ingredients, oats and the Defias. We also get a lot of green items, which will be absolutely massive when it comes time to level our priest. I will explain why this is so good later in the video. Heading back to Sentinel Hill, we turn in some quests and finally reach level 16, after which we again harf back to Stormwind. Here, we level up our cooking. We also meet up with our good friend Medic, who has been grinding. I mean, he is level 20 on his priest and he has absolutely amazing gear for that level. By the way, our cooking is now at level 88. which I was really happy with. Medic also shows off his warrior, which gave me an idea. See, I was still using the copper claymore, and seeing his warrior wield an axe piqued my interest. The axe I was referring to is the copper battle axe, which has more damage and gives +3 stamina. I will keep this in mind. We also learned the heavy linen bandage, which restores more health per tick. Also pretty important, as I mentioned, first aid is one of the most important skills to level up, if you want to stay alive in hardcore. Once everything was ready, Medic and I head back to Westfall for a good old 11:30 PM fishing session. World of Warcraft is an immersive, massively multiplayer online game and has nothing that breaks immersion. By the way, later on this happened to Medic. Personally, I would soil my underwear if this happened to me. Now at our fishing spot, I check my /played, and on my warrior alone, I was at 14 hours and 34 minutes. And our friend Medic over here is at 17 hours. Seeing the level difference between him and I made me realize how unoptimally I am playing this damn game. Anyways, back to Angler content. Until this little bastard decides to get insanely lucky, pulling a message in a bottle and a dented crate in about 2 minutes. I also realized that I didn't have a fishing enchant active, so I very quickly harped back to Stormwind and we purchased bright baubles. After fishing a bit more, we level our cooking up to level 108, and we now had level 5 edible food, which would restore our health way quicker than the level 1 food we were previously using. Medic and I take a little seat at the campfire, and he decides to open up his bottles and coffers. And he gets absolute doo-doo. I was so sad for him that my frown turned into the biggest smile that I have ever conjured. We continue fishing and talking. Honestly, it was one of the most enjoyable parts of the grind. Simply sitting there fishing and exchanging stories was 1,000,000% more fun than mining copper. We spent around 30 minutes just fishing and cooking, and while this was a break of sorts from grinding, I was still grinding. See, the whole point of these fishing trips was to level our fishing and cooking, both of which are very important when it comes to crafting food, and any special fish we catch can be turned into potions by our druid, further boosting our strength and foothold on this challenge. Bidding farewell again to our good friend Medic, we head back to Stormwind and cook up some more fish, getting our cooking up to level 116. We then smelt more copper, and with 12 copper bars, 2 weak flux, 2 malachite, 2 rough grinding stones, and 2 light leather, craft the copper battle axe. We then craft some more ruined copper belts, which teased us by getting our blacksmithing up to level 99. And then craft more heavy linen bandages, which got our first aid up to level 67. And since we don't know how to wield two-handed axes, we are forced to fly to Ironforge and learn axe wielding from Bullywith. And finally, we equip our axe. A strong warrior of the Alliance now wielding a very strong axe. Now, one thing about vanilla WoW is that you have to level every weapon skill starting from level 1. If you try to fight high level mobs with a level 1 weapon skill, you would only miss on the enemy and they would only dodge you. So our first order of business was to level the axe skill, and while we were at it, we mined even more copper. It honestly wasn't bad at all. It was actually quite fun. I could feel the power of this axe. And while we were out mining, we also opened more chests, hoping for some much needed resources. As we keep mining, make sure to like and subscribe if you have made it this far. It's what keeps me making these videos for you guys, and you can also become a channel member if you want to show some extra support for some benefits. Now at Redridge, we mine more copper, vendor some trash, and fly back to Stormwind, where we smelt all of the copper we have mined, get our blacksmithing to level 100, and finally learn the recipe for the Ironforge breastplate. And with 16 copper bars, 2 tiger's eye, and 3 rough grinding stones, we finally craft it. That stone effect kicked in at the perfect time, I know. Now for future upgrades, we would need to start mining silver ore, and we need bronze bars, which can be made with copper and tin bars. If you thought 300 copper ore was a lot of grinding, just wait until we need to craft our future upgrades. It's going to be painful, but god would it feel amazing once it's done. We also finally trained Journeyman First Aid, which would allow us to craft anti-venom and wool bandages. However, for that we would need to level our first aid to level 80. After crafting more linen bandages, we are only at level 69. Nice. Which meant we need to kill more humanites to level our first aid even more. Back in Westfall, we still had a lot of unfinished business. We still had to kill 16 Harvest Watchers, get that stupid pocket watch, get 11 more bandanas, and get 6 more Gortusk livers. At the Furlbrow Pumpkin Farm, we decided to try our luck again. We had a good amount of rage, and we sent it.
warning. Health warning.
64 HP left, no health potion, couldn't bandage, but the gods smiled upon us this evening. I was literally shaking, I felt my heart drop. But thankfully he de-aggroed at the last second, letting us live another day. Now with his guard down, he was really easy to kill. Barely got us down to 420 HP. He even dropped a bandana for our troubles, and we were finally able to get that stupid pocket watch. Never underestimate this quest. The rest of our questing experience here in Westfall was actually really nice. The Defias dropped their bandanas regularly, we got a couple more greens for our priest, and finished off the whole zone, apart from the Defias messenger, which is important later for the deadlines. We were even able to grab the compass relatively easily, which made me pretty happy. We then turn in all of our quests and finish off on our warrior at level 16, with just 1 bar of XP away from level 17. Now it was time to focus on our other characters, and I first wanted to focus on our priest. With all the greens we have acquired and all of the cloth that we have sent to her, she can craft a massive piece of gear that priests in general are very dependent on while leveling. On our warrior, we send over more green gear that we have acquired over to our priest. We also send over 10 silver, cause as previously mentioned, our priest is really poor. We pick up the first care package and head back to the tailoring trainer, where we disenchant the gear into strange dust, lesser magic essence and greater magic essence. We then pick up the rest of the gear and disenchant that as well, bringing our enchanting up to level 16, and stocking up our enchanting materials. The enchanting trainer has the lesser magic wand available for crafting now. Even though you can get it very early on, it is one of the strongest items you can craft on priest for now. So we craft a ruined copper rod, which is necessary for enchanting, and then craft the lesser magic wand. As they say, it's not about the size, it's about how you use it. We then craft our first green armor piece for our priest, the white linen robe. This robe gives us +1 to intellect and makes us look like a proper priest. Gone are the days of our stay in Ironforge as an ordinary citizen. It was now time to show to the world just how powerful we can be. We also craft a lot of bags. 10 in total actually. 4 for our priest, 4 for our druid, and 2 more for our rogue, making almost every character have 34 slots of bag space. This part felt especially good to me, because all of the grinding I had to go through was starting to pay off, making every character's life way easier. All of this also brought our tailoring up to level 64, which was really cool keeping in mind that we almost never left Ironforge. But it was now time to level up our priest, because in order to unlock Journeyman Tailoring, we would need to get to level 10. And let me tell you something now. If you played priest on hardcore and you complained about leveling, I am going to personally find your house and tell you why you are wrong. See, priest still has the easiest leveling experience out of like all the classes that I have played. Our rogue needed potions, bandages, gouge, and evasion to survive Dunmorrow. Meanwhile, this is how leveling on the priest looked like. You know what it felt like? It felt like Sisyphus had to carry a pebble instead of a boulder up that damn hill. It felt almost as good as crafting the Ironforge breastplate. All of that hard work paying off, making our lives easier on the other characters, I was on cloud 9. The only close call I had was at the cave. Literally 1 second away from grabbing aggro on this elite yeti. After turning in even more quests, we finally reach level 10, which unlocks Resurrection, a spell which we simply could never use, so we don't train it. Back at Ironforge, we learn Journeyman Tailoring and craft a linen bag and some brown linen robes to both level our tailoring and enchanting. The linen bag will go to our rogue, since he is the last character without a full set of linen bags. And the robe we send to our druid, mainly because it's got +1 spirit. This finishes off our priest for now, because in order to continue leveling our professions, we would need more cloth. During this whole time, on my Discord I asked you guys to give me suggestions for the name of our guild. And after we gathered all the suggestions, we made a poll for the community to vote on. It was really close, but we ended up with the name DIY or Die, which I was very happy with. There were honestly so many creative submissions, and I'd like to thank you all for participating. But now that the guild name was picked, all that was left is to actually create the guild. Logging in on our warrior, we purchased a guild charter, and a couple of people actually showed up. And it was hands down the coolest experience I have had on this game. We were all dancing in the town square, practically begging people to sign our guild charter. And after a very long time, we finally got it signed. And we then turned in our guild charter. That's how DIY or Die was born on the Soulseeker EU Anniversary realm. If anyone wants to join the guild, make sure to join my Discord and ask for an invite stating your in-game name and whether you are playing on EU or NA. Oh yeah, we also have an NA guild, made possible by another member of our community. So if you are playing on the NA server and want to chat and group with people from our community, make sure that you say that you are on the NA realm. On the Discord, you can also ask questions, hop on voice chat with people, and overall have a great time, so make sure to check it out. Thank you all so much for your help, we honestly have the best community. Now with the guild formed, it was time to level our druid to level 10 as well, which would be the final goal for this episode. In order to make the early level druid questing experience not as bad, we decide to first hop on our rogue, needing 31 light leather to craft a full set of gear for our druid. After a lot, and I mean a lot of grinding, we finally get enough rugged leather scraps and light leather to craft a full set of armor. The armor we decided to craft is the same as our rogue, and once completed, we sent it all over to our druid. We then hop on over to our warrior, and craft our druid a nice little dagger, the same daggers that our rogue is using. And yes, I know druid is not a rogue, but just let me cook for a little bit. Sending that over to our druid and some level 5 food, it was time to finally start playing that damn class. We log in and pick up all the mail from our mailbox, and we equip a couple of pieces that we can wear. I, again, forgot that I need to be level 6 to use the dagger, so the first order of business was to reach level 6. Now let me walk you through my personal hell that is the druid leveling experience. With the amount of damage that we did at level 5, getting to level 6 was not only slow, but also painful. Once we reach level 6, we can train Moonfire, rank 2 of Wrath, Thorns, and Rejuvenation. This spiked our damage significantly, and at this point I thought that getting to level 10 would be a breeze. I was incredibly wrong. Teldrassil as a zone I haven't explored much in vanilla WoW, but my god, it is by far the worst starting zone in the entire game, especially for Druid. The early quests are fine, it's not the worst. But there are so many quests where you have to go to a cave, kill a name mob that is guarded by 2 other mobs, which you don't know until you get there, wasting 10 minutes of your life. I literally could not complete that quest unless I wanted to spend 30 minutes somehow taking down each mob one by one, and then killing the name mob, but at that point I'm better off simply grinding mobs for 30 minutes. Everything is far away. Literally every quest has you travel for over 3 to 4 minutes just to even get to the quest area. Another cave quest, only this time with shamans that could heal themselves. Also, I'm very proud of this clip.
Health warning.
Yeah, I used a health pot to survive it, but still, pretty damn cool from my end. I go down the stairwell, only to discover that every place with a chest has group aggro mobs, so if I hit one of them, I will aggro all of them in that area. So I get out. But wait, the game decides to be funny. Because it took me so long to clear and get down into the cave, the mobs outside already respawned. So fun. Thanks, Blizzard. Granted, that quest is meant to be completed in a group, but at 3 AM, I was simply unable to find enough degenerates awake to complete this quest with me. So we go to Darnassus, turn in some quests. Even though the quests are at the opposite ends of the city, we then get a quest called Tumors, where we need to kill Timberlings for their tumors. Sounds easy, right? Only they are spaced so far away from each other, and we use up all of our mana to comfortably take down a single Timberling. Whoever is responsible for Teldrassil needs to go and visit a therapist, because that person clearly has experienced a lot of trauma throughout their life and decided that Night Elf players will have the absolute worst starting experience. And don't even get me started on the naked wetlands runs. So after running out of milk and sitting to restore mana a little bit quicker, I head back over to Darnassus and turn in the quest, getting me to level 9. I then get back to Dolinar and turn in another quest, and of course, the one NPC that I need to be closer decides to be at the end of their path. Simply put, this is where I decided that instead of leveling the druid, I should probably get to work on this video and level the druid next time. Now that all of our characters... But Saki, your druid isn't... Shut up, I said all of our characters are level 10, I think a little tier list wouldn't hurt. Coming in at F tier is druid. The only one at F tier, druid. Coming in at C tier is Rogue. From level 0 to 6, it is by far the worst experience. Thankfully, we had rested XP, so getting from 5 to 6 wasn't as bad, but I can imagine how bad it can be without it. At 8 tier, we have Warrior. The early levels aren't bad at all, especially with Battle Shout, and you are able to get a weapon pretty early on. What's more is that if you go Human, you would be near Stormwind, which is amazing because you can get the Onyxia buff every now and again. And at S tier, the last character that we have, our Priest. It is literally the most fun, easy, and painless class to level and play. You get extra health, really good spirit, a shield that you can activate every 15 seconds, and you can wand. In your talent tree, you also have wand specialization, which is just mwah, chef's kiss. That will be all for today, folks. Join us next week as we finally venture the Dead Mines, level our druid, and continue our journey to become the CraftedLocked legend, wielding the Hand of Ragnaros. This week we had a couple of goals. Reach level 20, level up our professions and our druid, and run the Dead Mines together with fellow guildies. We start off on our warrior, and first meet up with Medic, who has been grinding, shall we say. We also check our guild, and holy, we were currently at 42 members. Our guild chat was lively and it was a sight to see. Joining us at Stormwind is the big bad... We also get recognized by this level 35 druid, who sits with us at our campfire as Medic opens up his mithril trunks. Medic opens up all the trunks and gets some pieces of gear and some resources, but nothing extremely rare. Anyways, after showing us all 4 of his characters which were at level 20, we check out Fritz's rogue's gear, and goddamn, it is so cool to see so many more people getting into this challenge. And to think that this is his first time ever playing vanilla WoW, it was honestly beyond respectable. Hats off to you, Fritz. A couple of hours later, we hop back on our warrior and fly to Thelsamar, and once there, we log off at DN and log in on our druid. We finally reached Darnassus, and after checking the alchemy vendor, we see a great rage potion recipe for sale. So we quickly yoink that, and craft a couple of potions for our warrior. Since we had so much rested XP and the Onyxia buff, we were ready to grind some levels on this bad boy. Sending them over, we hop back on our warrior. Here's where my sleep deprivation kicks in. I decide that I could clear out the right side of Loch Madan, and after one fight, I quickly decide that this is not going to happen. But on the bright side, we ding level 17. And then I decide to try and walk to the wetlands.
Don't wetlands run and die?
Would you believe that I'm currently at the wetlands gate?
Oh poop. Need an escort.
Nah, I should be fine. If it looks sketchy, I'm just gonna Hearthstone out of there. Looks sketchy, I'm Hearthstoning out of there. Okay, so in retrospect, I feel like Medic has cameras set up all around Azeroth, cause the fact that he texted me right as I entered there is beyond crazy. However, I remain grateful. After meeting up with him in Stormwind and me begging for a portal, a mage decides to help me out, which I later found out it was through a monetary compensation from Medic's Salt. By the way, yes, this is his 5th character. Now, as I said, I can't take any handouts, but this was not necessarily a handout, so I will let it slide. Plus, I really need to quest in Darkshore. I was completely lost on what to do, please don't judge me. I decide to be scenic and take the boat to Darkshore and pick up every single quest there. I did not care if it was grey, I did not care if I was over leveled, I just wanted to quest. So we spent our time killing striders and crawlers, capturing rabid thistlebears, and setting the guild message of the day, which was really cool. After turning in some more quests, we head back out and kill some Blackwood Windtalkers and Pathfinders. We also get encouraging messages from fellow guildies, which makes us absolutely lock in. And after getting all of the kills necessary, we turn in the quests and restart the recording. Now this is something that I can only illustrate and prove with Discord messages sent in general chat. Around 1 hour of footage was corrupted. The following is a representation of what happened. We kept doing more quests and ended up in the northern part of Darkshore. We had to kill these crawlers for their meat, and they for some reason hit incredibly hard. We were also mining ores that we found around, because our next pieces of gear would need to be bronze gear. I decided to get the turtle remains and pull a murloc. I kited back, used demo shout, and... I have no clue what could have happened. I could have been dead, or maybe I was alive, I had no clue. Surely this wouldn't be the end, right? Surely all those hours grinding all those characters wouldn't be wasted into a power outage. I sat there, spiraling and spiraling. 30 minutes later, the power came back on, and we were dead. I'm just kidding, but I am not gonna lie, I was terrified. We log in on our warrior and we are completely fine. I was so shaky that I even forgot to turn on the recording at the beginning when I relogged. So that's why you see me on the road in this clip. And yes, in that 1 hour of footage, I also lost me dinging 18. The file is sadly fully corrupt and there is nothing I can do to bring the footage back, but I would much rather lose 1 hour of footage than 40 hours of gameplay. However, I was still terrified, so instead of continuing leveling on our warrior, I decided to level our druid for a bit. There were a lot of comments saying that druid is bad until level 10. But after that, it becomes much easier, especially once you get bear form. So that was our goal for today. Get the bear form and see if druid is actually that good. I also read in the comments that I should be using raft to pull and then moonfire and melee. So I decided to give it a try and my god, it's just so much better. I get that most of my mistakes come from my personal ignorance and your guys' helpful comments have been the only reason that I have made it this far. So thank you. We end up killing a bunch of harpies, turn in the quest in Darnassus and venture back out. I take a bit of a detour so I can also pick up some more herbs because leveling alchemy would be really important for the dead mines. Heading over to Denalen, we turn in some quests and finally reach level 10. This unlocks our class quest, which would eventually allow us to use bear form. And so I run straight to our druid trainer in Darnassus. After accepting the quest, we get an ability that allows us to teleport straight to Moonglade. Speaking with Dendrite Starblaze has us going to the Greater Bear Spirits. And this is exactly why I love vanilla World of Warcraft. These quests were made with love and with care. Having to go to Moonglade to speak with the bear spirit so you can unlock the bear form is peak game design, and you cannot tell me otherwise. It's really immersive and fits in really well with the whole theme of druids. We then fly back to Darnassus and speak with Mathringil, who gives us the quest Body and Heart, which sends us over to Darkshore at the Moonkin encampment. Usually going to complete this quest at level 10 can mean certain death, and has been the reasons why many druids died early on. Even though I'm majorly untalented, unskilled, and generally bad at this video game, I decide that my fate will be different. We can easily take care of the level 12 Moonkins, but there was a level 13 Moonkin holding the entrance of the cave where we were supposed to enter. The first attempt was, don't worry about it. The second attempt though, it was perfect. After inspecting the stone, Lunaclaw spawns in, and this name mob was literally easier than the level 13 Moonkin guarding the entrance. After talking with her spirit, we complete the quest and visit our druid trainer one last time, who finally teaches us how to use the bear form. I was honestly so proud of myself at this moment. Not only did I get to level 10, I did my bear quest at level 10 and managed to live to tell the tale. This also reminds me that since I'm now level 18 on the warrior, I would need to train some warrior abilities. So we fly back to Darnassus. We end up training Disarm, rank 2 of Thunderclap and Revenge. We skip Shield Block and Shield Slam because, well, we don't have a shield and we can't even craft one. As you can see, we also upgraded our add-ons thanks to Leve, who is a seasoned warrior main. We install Weapon Swing Timer, some weak auras, Classic Bestiary, and What's Training. Weapon Swing Timer shows us how long left until we swing our weapon and how long until the enemy swings their weapon. The weak aura reminds us to use Battle Shout. Classic Bestiary tells us what abilities enemy mobs have. This is especially important against mobs that have Execute or Thrash. And What's Training simply lets us know what we can train at which level and how much it costs. This helps us plan ahead. We also download Atlas Loot, which, unbeknownst to me, also shows recipes for every profession. Also really helpful for planning ahead. Now back on our druid, using the herbs that we gathered while leveling to level 10, we send over 2 minor defense potions, 2 strength potions, and 2 weak troll's blood potions. We hop back on, pick up our little supply crate, and venture back into Darkshore, where, while on call with Leve, I try some warrior tech. This one in particular is called Hamstring Kiting, and I suck at it, I hate it, I don't get it. We then dive underwater and kill some murlocs in order to open the Silver Dawning's lockbox, after which we get taught some more vanilla spaghetti code tech. Did you know, if you tick Enable Interact key and set a keybind, and after spending 5 to 10 minutes looking for the right spot, you can loot the chest outside of the ship? Neither did I. Thank you, Leve. You are an absolute Chad. I know you guys haven't met him yet, but I haven't seen him in-game. He has died on 2 hunters so far and he was leveling his 3rd while I was doing this. Anyways, we head back to where I previously had the power outage and loot the goddamn turtle remains. This time, without any issues. I also very swiftly decide that I will not be doing the Den Mother quest because the cubs around her can stun lock you and you can die very quickly. Now, with a relatively full quest log, we head back to Aberdeen and turn in some more quests. We are so close to 19. Venturing back out, we are greeted with a rare mob named Flagelmerk the Cruel, who gives us a nice little tunic that we will eventually disenchant. More total remains, we skip Murtkeep. It's 3 AM, there's no one clearing ads, I don't wanna die. Kill Moonstalker sires for their pelts, and finally turn in the absent-minded prospector and reach level 19. This is my talent tree so far, by the way, for whoever asked for it. More turtle remains. And that was the last one, because these ones look impossible to me, and I'd rather not risk it with the water. But we head back to grinding Moonstalkers, and without paying attention I pull a Matriarch, which has her own little pup, meaning that every Matriarch would be a chain pull and a 2v1. Without any world buzz, this is basically impossible on Warrior, even with the huge level gap. So instead, we keep killing sires and finally get the last pelt that we need. Back at Aberdeen, we turn in the quest and we were now level 19 with 4.5 bars of XP already completed. We wait for the boat to the wetlands, grab the flight path and use our Hearthstone to go back to Stormwind. If you're enjoying this video so far, make sure to like and subscribe, it means the world to me. Now back to the video. The following day we logged back in. We had a lot of goals for this week because we wanted to reach level 20, we wanted to craft our first pieces of bronze gear, and we also wanted to complete the dead mines. So we head on over to the Dwarven district and craft 4 silver rods. One of these will be sent over to our priest since our priest needs these rods for enchanting. We then smelt all of our copper into bars and all of our tin into tin bars, totaling 22 bronze bars. With this, the first upgrade I wanted to craft was the rough bronze leggings. These leggings give plus 5 stamina and plus 4 spirit, whereas our ruined copper pants gave plus 2 strength and plus 2 stamina. Spirit is an amazing stat for warriors, and no, I am not joking. Spirit has you regen health way quicker, which helps you immensely when you spend 2/3 of your questing time sitting. After depositing some items into our bank and freeing up some backspace, we pick up all the quests for the dead mines and fly to Lakeshire and start questing. The first quest being finding Hillary's necklace. And after a while of searching around, we finally find it and give it back to her. Next up was Foreman Oslo's tools, and here's how that went. Why are they hitting that hard, Blizzard? Just why? This is actually one of the perfect examples on why I hate Redridge as a zone. The mobs here hit really hard, and even with all the potions and battle shout, we still barely survived. And this isn't just with the Murlocs, gnolls can ruin your day too. Every mob here can ruin your day. Not to mention the big boar roaming around as well. Anyways, we get out and kill some gore tusks, gnolls, whelps and tarantulas for an incredibly long time. Considering that every fight we are at half health, the downtime between mob pulls was starting to get to me. But we persevered, and after turning in those quests, we were over halfway done with level 19, bringing us even closer to level 20. Heading back out, we had to kill a couple more gnolls and then focus our efforts on condors. We even tried our hands at taking care of the Blackrock grunts, however, looking at my damage and the damage I was taking, I decided to leave this for later. And no, I am not doing the Murloc Thing quest. I will never do that quest on a warrior, especially not when they hyperspawn constantly. I would honestly rather grind boars and elven again than fight the Murlocs of Redridge. I learned my lessons from the first one. After killing more condors, gnolls and whelps, we harfed back to Stormwind again. After a very tasty burger in real life, we log back in and sell all of our render trash to the innkeeper, quickly stopping by the bank to make a withdrawal of some fish. Yes, the same fish we fished up ages ago. And we flew right back to Lakeshire and straight back at the condors, because tough condor meat has a very rewarding drop rate. We also finally killed the last mongrel that we needed for our quest, and after turning in all of the quests, we finally reach level 20. And we also get the recipe for the Redridge goulash. Here I should note that Medic's alt, who was a warlock, died the day before. And this man powered by nothing but sheer will, grinded his brand new warlock up to level 20 before I got level 20. Needless to say, this is why I will never, ever in my life make a bet with Medic, because this guy is on something else. But also, I did have a shit-eating grin when I woke up that morning and found out his warlock died. That smile wiped right off my face when I saw him at level 19 when I logged in, but that's besides the point. I then decided it would be best to walk down to Darkshire to pick up the flight path and turn in another quest. Lucky for us, the abomination was not present in Darkshire to ruin our day, so overall the trip was really smooth and we were able to get back to Lakeshire safely. Turning this quest in, we decided it's finally time to find the Westfall Messenger. Let me take y'all back, man! Do you remember when Classic Hardcore was at the peak of its hype? All of Moonbrook was constantly cleared, and the horde of players standing around waiting for him to respawn so they can tag him? Man, I miss seeing that. I also miss it because why am I running around Westfall at 6 PM and not a single person is in sight? What's more, I couldn't even find him. Like, anywhere. I went up inside the cave in the north, however, he wasn't even there. I finally go back to his spawn point and literally 2 minutes later, he spawned right there and I was able to grab the letter from his dead body. Heading back to Sentinel Hill, I decided to try the escort. I previously saw some players in Moonbrook, so I thought maybe they'd stick around and keep clearing the Defias for their quest. Oh, how wrong I was. As we enter Moonbrook, 2 mobs get aggroed because of him. I grab aggro from him before they attack him, and this man keeps walking. He keeps walking straight into another Defias looter and a pillager, at which point I decide I will leave this quest for a later date. Before heading back to Stormwind, we decide to grab some more copper ore because we needed to level our blacksmithing in order to craft some more gear. And the piece of gear that we decide to craft right now is the rough bronze boots. Back at the bank, we deposit more items and clear up more of our bag space. To think that every piece of gear we are wearing came from our own hands is absolutely crazy to me. I honestly think that this is by far the best way to immerse yourself in vanilla World of Warcraft. I personally love it. I then head back over to Redridge, where I wanted to mine some more tin in order to craft more bronze bars for better gear. However, we did not have the power to do this just yet. So I decided to head back to Stormwind because a guildie let me know that the Onyxia buff would drop at 7:45 server time. So in the meantime, I decided to go back on my druid. I had 2 goals for my druid at this time. One was to fully finish Teldrassil, especially the cave quest that I skipped before I got the bear form. And secondly was to get an ungodly amounts of herbs. This would be a necessary preparation step for our guild Dead Mines run. After crafting a couple of potions, we venture back out and get over to Dolanar. We take the more inconvenient route so we can test out bear form damage and survivability, and also to get more herbs. And to every person that commented that bear druid is where it gets really good, you guys were so right. I had such a hard time convincing myself not to continue playing that I even missed the world buff. Now back at Dolanar, we finally pick the quests back up and head over to the first cave close by. And it was so much easier. Granted, the beginning of the cave was cleared out, but even the name mob was really easy to kill. We dropped down to 109 health, but with rejuvenation and healing touch, we were back up to max health and easily finished the ad. After turning in that quest, we head to the Banathil Barrow Den, and thankfully some other players were there as well, meaning that clearing this out would be an absolute breeze. 20 whole minutes later, we were finally able to get out of the cave with all of the quests completed. At this point another Onyxia buff was dropping, so I quickly relogged back to my warrior and went straight back to the druid. I legitimately cannot explain how good druid felt. I see why Soda Poppin mains this. I haven't even unlocked Feral and I'm enjoying myself way more. We ended up completing every single quest that we could in Darnassus, and back at Darnassus, we turn in another quest and reach level 12. I then head on over to the alchemy trainer and check the vendor. And to my surprise, there was a free action potion, or FAP for short, for sale, and at just 18 silver. I instantly bought that, and then spent some time leveling up our alchemy and crafting some potions for our warrior's upcoming dungeon run. We reached level 80 in alchemy, and then log in on our warrior to transfer over some of the materials and silver to our druid. From fishing, we got quite a few oily blackmouths, which we turned into blackmouth oil. However, what we really wanted to get was lesser healing potions. These potions restore way more health compared to the health plus that we were using before, and would be very necessary in case our healer goes or we need a quick OMFG heal. However, they require Briarthorn, an herb that is not found in Teldrassil but rather in Darkshore. Sadly, during my quick relogs, one of our members, Carr, passed away on their druid. F for Carr. Apparently he was trying to do the druid quest, yes, the same one that I was doing to get my bear form. However, he sadly succumbed to the higher level mobs. Now at Darkshore, I don't pick up a single quest so that I can mentally stop myself from playing more Druid, and just focus on Briarthorn. After it was all said and done, we were able to grab 6 whole Briarthorns, and decide that this would be enough. Back at Darnassus, we send our warrior 5 lesser healing potions, 5 elixirs of lion strength, 5 minor defense potions, 4 weak troll's bloods, and finally 5 elixirs of minor fortitude. Now at this point, the only food that I had unlocked that would give me plus 6 stamina and plus 6 spirit is the Red Ridge Goulash, for which we need crisp spider meat and condor meat. The condor meat drop rates were as rewarding as ever, taking me over 15 minutes to get just 4 pieces. Granted, this area was contested by hunters who I imagine had to kill the condors for the quest as well. And after another 15 minutes, we grabbed 4 pieces of crisp spider meat and harfed back to Stormwind. We cook up the goulash and we end up with 4, meaning that for 1 whole hour, we are set on really good food buffs. We also craft some anti-venom and a lot of wool bandages. We were now fully prepared for the dead mines. We had our sharpening stone, our normal food, our food buff, all of our potions, bandages, and even anti-venom. This is basically as prepared as we can be for level 20. The following day we log back in. Medic tells us that the Spirit of Zandalar world buff is dropping. This world buff grants plus 10% movement speed and increases all of our stats by 15% for 2 hours. This buff is also commonly referred to as the ZG buff, so that's why we'll be calling it from now on. After accepting a summon from his alt summoning aid, we are in Booty Bay. Now as I said, I don't take any handouts, but when the lives of 3 other CraftedLocked characters are at stake, we have to be as prepared as possible as a guild. While I was here, I also picked up the flight path, and in the crowd I noticed something reminiscent of a Stormwind guard. And that's when I saw it. The Imperial plate set. This would 100% be the set that I would love to craft in the future. It actually looks insanely cool. After we grab ZG, we hop back to Stormwind where the same guild dropped the Onyxia buff. So we are now full on world buffs and ready to rip and tear through the dead mines. We also really quickly clear out our bags and make sure that we have enough space to get all of that juicy loot. As a celebration for reaching 5,000 subscribers on this channel, I want to do something special with you guys. These videos and this channel would not exist without you. So on the 9th of October, at 12 EST, 18 CEST, we will be doing a level 1 Hogger raid, where we create fresh new tunes and march down to Hogger, doing our best to take him down. This event will take place on the Hardcore Anniversary Soulseeker realm. If you can't make it to the event, don't worry, because I will be live streaming the whole event here on YouTube, so make sure to tune in. I honestly don't know what to say apart from thank you for all of the support you guys have shown me. I love you guys. Meet the group. Leve, our warrior main tank. He has a lot of experience tanking in vanilla WoW and had just spent all night getting to level 20 and crafting his gear. Keep this in mind. Medic, our priest healer. What more can I say about Medic that I haven't yet said? This man has had his priest at level 20 for a whole week waiting for all of us to catch up to him. He was also really geared and brought a lot of consumables. Ostane, our paladin DPS. This should be noted as Fritz's paladin, since his rogue died tragically the same day we met. I am honestly an omen of bad luck. He was supposed to be the tank for our group in case Leve was not able to reach level 20. However, he ended up as a DPS. A paladin in your group is always good. They bring great buffs, they can off-heal, and they have Hammer of Justice, which we would be utilizing in our run to make our lives way easier. Mage YOLO, our DPS mage. It should be noted that this is the only non-CraftedLocked toon in our group, meaning that he would not need any recipes. Mages bring amazing utility to dungeon runs, both with their Frost Novas and their Sheeps. Since he was level 20, he can also decurse us. This would be very important for the undead part of the Defias hideout, where you can get cursed for 200 damage. And then Saki SSF, me, the DPS warrior. My job wasn't just to pump, it was also to pick up any mobs that Leve would not be able to, so essentially I was a DPS half tank. Everyone was ready, all with high hopes and in great spirits. We fly over to the Sentinel Hill. Now with my fellow guildies, this was way easier and we could actually get the run started. It should be noted that we were all in voice chat, making sure to communicate our efforts really well. Also cracking jokes for like pretty much 90% of the time. We entered the Defias hideout and slowly start clearing. We cleared all the way to the undead side, and sadly at that time there was another group doing the same quests as us. And in order to not die to hyperspawns, we decided it's best to first do the dungeon and then grab this quest after we were done. That is, if we survive. I also grab a tin vein. All it took was a full dungeon group. We finally entered the Dead Mines. Oh, how I've missed this dungeon. We pull well, applying Demo Shout and Thunderclap to the packs. Sadly, Leve did not have the Onyxia buff, so me ripping Threat would be pretty likely. We also previously discussed loot, so it would go round robin, and for veins, only people who could hit the vein would hit it round robin as well. We methodically clear out all of the bags leading to Rock Zor, and after waiting for him to path to the front, we face pull him. Hehehe, I'm second on DPS. And no, we're not counting the mage, he's using fire spells, it's not fair. Now we decide to head back and clear the patrol. After every boss you kill, you will have a new patrol spawning behind you, which will eventually catch up to your group and ruin your day. So it is imperative that we do not forget about them. Clearing further into the dungeon, we reach the Master Room. This room can be pretty hard if you are not careful. These goblins throw axes which make you fall on the ground, and there's a few of them that patrol around the room. After clearing out the whole room, it was time to fight Sneed and his Shredder. Safe to say we absolutely shred him, and Medic didn't even use up much of his mana either. Since we are CraftedLocked characters, we don't really have any real use for the items dropped, apart from this enchanting and selling it for silver. But what is really important is the XP you can get from the quests and from the dungeon itself, which is the main reason why we are all here. Reaching the Goblin Foundry, we take it slower. See, the engineers can spawn adds and the craftsmen can melt our armor, making us take even more damage. Even though I was warned about this repeatedly by Medic, I kept forgetting to move away from their cast. I have to say, this is like a pre-stuff, like this is not even my fault. After clearing out the trash bags, we finally reach Gilnid, and after killing him, I reached level 21. And honestly, I have to take a moment. This has been the single most well-ran instance of Dead Mines that I have ever been a part of. Leve and me kept up aggro on us, picking up mobs that the other was not able to pick up. Medic never let us go down to low health. Mage Yolo almost never ripped threat from us, and Fritz kept our buffs up, did good damage, and off-healed whenever it was necessary. Overall, it was the absolute best run I have ever done, and I wanted to take this moment to thank everybody involved. Going back for patrol. 10. Clearing trash. Here we had a pretty big pull. We somehow ended up pulling 4 pirates. YOLO Mage instantly went for a sheep on the furthest pirate, and Leve and I grabbed aggro on these mobs, focusing the pirates first. The next bag drops a recipe for the Hillman's belt. Now this is an insane belt, and since we cannot craft any new belts, I think in the future, we will craft this belt for our warrior as well as our rogue and druid. We then wait a little bit for everybody to get back on mana, and everyone started fishing apart from me, because I put my fishing rod in the bank. Joke's on them though, they only got butt snappers, so ha! Anyways, it was finally time to pull Mr. Smite. After dealing with the Defias Black Guards, we focus our damage on Mr. Smite himself. And you know how I mentioned Hammer of Justice is something we would utilize? Well, if you use it on Mr. Smite before he drops below 55% health, you skip the stun phase and you are able to keep DPSing while he still goes for the chest, making the fight even easier. Man, I love Vanilla Spaghetti Code and the fact that the vanilla community has found these small things that boost our quality of life. With Mr. Smite down, we head on over to Cookie. We quickly dispose of him and then continue clearing, where this happened. I could shed a tear with how well we handled the situation, and with how well everybody played their role to perfection. It was now time to deal with Captain Greenskin, and this was an easy slapfest. Sheep ad, kill other ad, kill sheep ad, and then kill the captain. Now it was time for the main event. Edwin Van Cleave himself. Here we immediately focus down the ads, and you can use the Hammer of Justice tech on this boss as well, which stops his ad summoning, making it a 5v1 for the rest of the fight. With the well-timed Hodge from Fritz, we slay Edwin Van Cleave and have a nice rest by the campfire, clearing the Dead Mines once and for all. We then head back to the Sentinel Hill to vendor some trash, and now it was time to lock in and grind these undead. Okay, so maybe we didn't fully lock in, but we got all of our quests done and we were able to get out of the dungeon alive. Heading back to Sentinel Hill, we finally turn in all of our quests, and we reach level 22 with half a bar of XP away from a level up. 5 hours after completing the dead mines, I hopped on a call with Leve, who was still up grinding, trying to get some quests done. He then decided to grab a tin vein that was in the Blackrock encampment. However, this turned out to be the biggest mistake he could do. He got netted in place by a netter, and then a patrol came upon him. As he was about to get away, he got netted again, ensuring his death. What is even worse is that before this, he had 2 hunters that died, and now his highest level character, his warrior, passed away. So we decided to start brand new characters together for a bit. Since from this, I learned just how important engineering really could be, with bombs, dummies, and much more utility that the warrior would desperately need. What's more is that in the future we can either choose armorsmith or weaponsmith, and so I decided. Say hello to Saki Pala, my paladin. This paladin will be our miner and armorsmith, meaning that we would drop our mining skill on our warrior and pick up engineering instead, to improve our survivability on our least survivable class. You can catch this, more dungeons, and much more on next Saturday's episode. At the end of last week's video, I mentioned how Leve got really unlucky and had to restart on his warrior again. This also opened my eyes on how powerful engineering actually is, and as such we decided to create a paladin and level a little bit together with Leve. There are multiple reasons for this. Firstly, in the future, we can choose to either become an armorsmith or a weaponsmith. And since our goal is to craft Sulfuras on our warrior, he will be the weaponsmith. This would allow our paladin to become the armorsmith. We will also drop mining from our warrior in the future and pick up engineering instead, mixing up the professions a little bit. So our paladin will train blacksmithing and mining, and our warrior will train blacksmithing and engineering. After creating our character and meeting up with Leve, we get straight to work. After rendering some starting items, I go straight to the paladin trainer and learn Devotion Aura, increasing both of our armor rating. And Leve trained Battle Shout, increasing both of our damage. Honestly, duo questing as Paladin and Warrior felt absolutely amazing. We both did really good damage even though neither of us had any gear. And at level 4, we learned Judgment and Blessing of Might, boosting our damage even further. We spent an ungodly amount of time clearing the Defias thugs until we finally reached level 6 by turning in a quest in Goldshire. We also train our new spells as well. Now this is where having alts really helps us out. We log in on our warrior and prepare a supply crate for our paladin, sending her all kinds of potions and materials necessary to level up faster and to level up blacksmithing. Then we hop on our priest, and we craft 4 linen bags for our paladin as well. We pick up the bags and head straight to the blacksmithing trainer and start crafting sharpening stones, which allowed us to craft the copper bracers and the copper mace. We sadly did not get enough levels from this, which meant that now we had to mine more copper. Ha ha ha, fun, ha ha ha. Anyways, we head to Stormwind, pick up mining and a pickaxe and hit some nodes, sending our spoils back to our warrior so that he can craft the copper chain vest, since this was a recipe we did not have unlocked over on our paladin. Picking the chest piece up, we decided to level up a little bit first. So we went out killing spiders, kobolds, bears, and even more kobolds, while also mining copper whenever we find any. And I gotta say, paladin leveling is so easy. I feel like it almost matches priest in terms of speed and ease of clearing. For example, we clear out the whole cave, pulled 2 mobs almost consistently, and we still make it out alive. Granted, yes, I do have potions active, but still, this was really fun for me. After clearing Goldtooth and getting Bernice's necklace, we spend some more time mining and return a few quests in. Now at Stormwind, we turn in even more quests and we finally reach level 8. We head on over to our paladin trainer and learn some spells again. And at the Dwarven District, we craft the copper chain pants and the copper gauntlets, finally covering our butt. We then venture out, mining more copper, clearing murlocs and scouting out the Jasper Lode mine. Meeting up with Guard Thomas, we accept more quests, and at level 8, I decide to give Princess a try. But first, we fight a Defias bandit, and they actually dropped the Furbro's deed. Literally the first one I fight, and I didn't even have the red linen bandana quest. This character was 100% blessed. Now here's how the princess fight went. Yes, this class is very strong and very self-sustainable. And also, yes, I have never played Paladin either. I legitimately have only played Rogue and Mage up to level 60 and quite literally nothing else. But anyways, we keep mining, clearing prowlers, murlocs, taking the medallion without any issues again, picking up logs and clearing the bears. Now we head back to the Brackwell pumpkin patch and clear the Defias, also helping out our friend Leve with Princess, cause he can't solo her. After a very long time of slaying the Defias, we finally have a full quest log, and we go to turn in every quest, not without stopping to mine some copper ore of course. After turning in this quest, we reach level 10, and we decide to go towards Westfall, accepting all the quests there and flying back to Stormwind. This ends our Paladin's arc for the time being. And a couple of days later, we hop on our priest. Make sure to like and subscribe, it helps out more than you could ever imagine, and I have a special event planned for 10k subs. Now back to the video. Our priest had a lot of mail sent to her. This was mostly green items that we needed to disenchant for enchanting materials. And what's more, Nax was releasing around this time, so that's why you will see the floating ziggurats in front of all major cities. Now for our priest, we had a couple of goals. The main goal, however, was to reach level 20 so we can run dead mines and grind woolen cloth for both gear and bags for all of our characters. The woolen bag is an 8-slot bag. It's only got 2 more slots than our linen bags, but how could I say no to 8 extra slots on every character? The first thing I wanted to do on my priest for now was to slay Vagash. This is an elite mob, however, there is a little trick to this. Listen, it's not glamorous, and neither is it heroic, but we get a green item for disenchanting, so it was 100% worth it. We then head over to the Gold Bolar Quarry, and after clearing the rock jaws and turning in the quest, we reach level 11, completely ready for Loch Madan. Quick stop at the pilot, slay Mangleclaw, turn in quest, you know the drill. Finally reaching Loch Madan, we grab a couple of quests and fly to Ironforge. Now at the tailoring trader, we craft a couple of upgrades. The reinforced linen cape, the heavy linen gloves, soft linen boots, the barbaric linen vest, and the hand-stitched linen breeches. And also finally the green linen bracers. Now in the deep run tram, we chase some rats and head on over to Stormwind, where we pick up the delivery for Stonepike and do our priest quest. Now back at Ironforge, we take a griffin and fly back to Thelsamar. By the way, I quite literally had to move the guild chat to a different tab because I could not focus on leveling. We also reached level 12, which, silly old me, thought that level 12 is the required level for the Greater Magic Wand. So I harp right back to the inn and walk up to Ironforge. And after a lot of leveling, and finally getting our enchanting up to level 70, we finally crafted the Greater Magic Wand, which we couldn't even equip right now. I really need to stop playing at 5 AM because what the hell was I actually thinking? On the bright side, whenever we reach level 13, we can now instantly equip the wand, so I guess it wasn't all for nothing. And so, we fly back to Thelsamar. We hop back on and we spend an actual insane amount of time just trying to farm the items needed for the Thelsamar Blood Sausages quest. After which, it was time to kill the vermin inside the cave for their ears and pick up their mining supplies. This also took us a very long time, but thankfully, halfway through the whole grind, we reached level 13, allowing us to use the better wand instead. And that is how I spent over 40 minutes just getting these 3 quests done. God, I love vanilla. Then I went down south to the Stone Splinter Valley, where after I clear out a couple of gnolls, I get another power outage. It was starting to become very frustrating. Thankfully, we logged back in and everything was fine. We finished off the Trog quest and headed back to Ironforge. Here is where, chronologically, the Hogger raid would be. But it was such a special event with such a great show of support that I will be dropping a completely separate video just for that event. So expect a midweek video this week, kind of like an apology for this video being shorter as well. Now on our priest, we take the deep run tram to Stormwind, deposit some items in the bank and vendor some trash. Heading over to the tailoring trainer, we are now even able to craft the soft-soled woolen boots and of course our first woolen bag. We also craft the heavy woolen gloves. The crafted gearing process will never not make me feel proud. It's honestly amazing. After which we take a long trek to the Westbrook Garrison and decide to also 1v1 Hogger at level 13. Yeah, Hogger on Priest is just easy mode. We didn't even need help from other people this time, and we didn't even have any potions active. After turning in the quest, we head on over to Westfall. After killing a single Rusty Harvest Golem, we ding level 14. I have already showed off the Westfall questing experience on my warrior, so I will skip past the tedious grind that I had to do. Here, I actually used the forbidden technique of looting through the wall. I am not going to fight Benny again, because I heard he hits hard. All you would need to know is that we were getting so unlucky with the drop rates that it literally took us over an hour and a half to complete Westfall. And that is without the Defias Messenger quest. However, we at least reached level 15, and we are very close to level 16. We head on over to Red Ridge and turn in a few quests, and we are like literally 1 XP away from a level up. So we fly back to Stormwind, turn in the quest, and boom! Level 16. This week's goals for our priest were pretty big. Reach level 20, craft brand new gear, craft our first set of woolen bags, and run the dead mines as a healer. It should be noted that I have never healed before in any video game, so I was a bit anxious. And we will also focus a bit on our rogue as well. So we start off at Stormwind. Now that we were level 16, we get access to the new and improved spells. Coupled with our level 13 wand, we are now very strong. Flying to Westfall, we turn in and accept the Defias Brotherhood. This is the same flying quest that our warrior already did, where you fly to Stormwind, then back to Sentinel Hill, and then over to Lakeshire. Now at Lakeshire, we accept a couple of quests and go for a little swim, grabbing Hillary's necklace and even Oslo's toolbox. We bring the packed lunch over to guard Parker and turn in a couple more quests at Lakeshire. After that, we turn in the price of shoes in Goldshire and go to Stormwind, so we can take the flight path back to Sentinel Hill. Returning to Lakeshire and reaching level 16 and a half. Now last time on our warrior, when we were at level 16, we got a mage portal to Darnassus, courtesy of Medic, but this time, it was time to do it ourselves. And no, I don't mean that I will be begging for a portal again. No, dear viewers. This time, we will do the wetland skip run from Ironforge. Back when we were on our warrior, I actually completely forgot about this run. I used to do it all the time back when we didn't even have the hardcore servers and we were playing on the RP servers. After clearing up our bags in Ironforge, we start our journey, and on our way to the skip spot, we meet a gnome warlock, on their way to do the same as us. At the skip spot, there was also a warrior trying to jump. I know, I have no clue why I was having such a hard time with this jump, but eventually we get it and we keep moving forward. Until... I even rebound my jump key and this still took an uncomfortably long time. Nevertheless, we make this jump too, and from here on out it was smooth sailing until you reach the water. On our left there were murlocs, and in the water there are crocolisks. So we spent a bit of time trying to find them in the water, and once we thought it was clear, we went for it. Come on, just a bit more! Get away, you damn crocolisks! Come on, we're almost there! Easy, solved, bastard 20-year-old game, this wasn't even scary. All jokes aside, I was terrified that I would mess this up somehow, but thankfully we didn't. We then grabbed the flight point and then the boat to Darkshore. Now at Darkshore, we pick up a few quests. Also, our guild chat was extremely lively. It seems that more and more of you are trying this challenge out, and I am all for it. Just 3 weeks ago, we were at Stormwind begging for people to sign our petition, and now we are over 180 strong. Thank you all so much. Anyways, back to questing. We kill moonkins, then we check out a glowing red crystal.
Wow, red crystal.
Slay some vile sprites, which must have been out of date. I'm very sorry for that terrible joke. Wild grells and eventually satyrs. And reach level 17 after fighting the wailing highborns. Reading a couple of inscriptions and collecting relics. Just look at that quest log. It's enough to make a grown man cry. We then really quickly hop on our rogue because Levi said he had something to show us. And right in front of our eyes, at the Great Forge, he crafts the Solid Iron Maul, which is honestly a very sick weapon that we will eventually try to get on our warrior. Anyways, here's a screenshot of his dead warrior. Now back to our priest, we turn in the quest we just finished up, and we went out again to slay Blackwood Windstalkers and Pathfinders. I know I'm a bit over-leveled for these quests, but either way, priest felt amazing at this time. I quickly go back to Ametharon to check for Anaya, and to my surprise she was actually there. So we quickly grab her pendant and scurry out of there. Now it was time for the 20 goddamn bears. And in between I decided to try and do the Absent-Minded Prospector, which is an escort quest. I also finally got a weak aura so I know how much HP I have left on my shield. Anyways, here's how the escort went. Damn it, how the hell am I gonna heal the dead mines? Still got a chest though, so I think this was a very good trade between the behemoths and I. Back to Thistle Bears. We also kill a few reef crawlers for their fine chunks, and noticed that Murk Deep was far away from the Murloc camp, so we pull them. And it was easy as 1, 2, and... Damn it! 3. More crab chunks and thistle bears, and after turning in the quest at Aberdeen, we reach level 18. Loot through walls, twice. More crab chunks, river sample, and back to Aberdeen. Now vendoring some more trash, turning in a few more quests and abandoning every other quest, putting us comfortably at level 18 and a half. Grabbing the boat back to Menethil Harbor, we take a flight path to Lakeshire. The following day, since I was level 18, I decide to fly back to Stormwind and train my spells. Man, I can't explain how good it felt to play at a reasonable time. It was 8:30 AM when I started, and seeing the sun in-game felt amazing. Now it was time to clear as many quests as we could in Redridge, so we started off with the boars, whelps, and tarantulas. Do you know what's the best part about leveling a priest? You don't need food, so that means that I don't need to farm food on my warrior today. We then put our efforts on squashing the Redridge gnolls and then focused on the condors for their meat. Of course the whelps for their scales too. Back at Lakeshire, we check the vendors and find the black whelp tunic, which is an insane recipe for our rogue and our druid, so we quickly purchase it before it runs out of stock. Vendoring some trash and turning in the quests has us reach level 19. But before we continue, make sure to like and subscribe, it helps me out a ton, and I have a special event planned for 10,000 subscribers. Thank you very much, and we can get back to the video now. Now that we were level 19, I wanted to grind some woolen cloth. And at first I thought I would fight the gnolls above Redridge, since I thought they had a decent chance of dropping wool cloth. After completing the quest, we get a grand total of 13 wool cloth. And while on the questing grind, I decided it's best to walk down to Duskwood and turn in the quest there and grab the flight point. Again, smooth run, no abomination, we grab the flight point and fly back to Lakeshire. And after turning in another quest, we fly back to Stormwind. Withdrawing all of our resources from the bank, we head over to the tailoring trainer and start crafting as many bolts of linen cloth as we can. The best way to get our tailoring leveled up is by crafting simple kilts. This is the least expensive way to level ourselves up to level 110. We also craft our first woolen bag, and as our first upgrade of the week, we craft the heavy woolen pants, using 5 bolts of woolen cloth and 2 fine thread. These pants are absolutely massive, giving us +3 intellect and +6 to spirit. We are looking hella fresh. As they say, dress for the job you want, not the job you have. And this is precisely where the grind gets ugly, long, tedious, and monotonous. We deposit all the extra mats to our bank and fly to Lakeshire, purchase some melon juice, and set our hearthstone at the inn. Let me walk you through the troubles that I had with grinding wool cloth. I first head down to Render's Valley, hoping to kill some of the Blackrock orcs for both the quest and for wool cloth. And after a total of 0 quest items and wool cloth, I decide to give the Blackrock orcs in the north a try. And whilst I was getting quest items, this time I got a total of 2 wool cloth. And the area seemed very contested, so I decided to try something else. On the way back to Lakeshire, we kill some grunts and end up getting 1 more piece of wool cloth. Now, after 30 minutes, we only have 1 bolt of woolen cloth. Instead of wasting more time around Redridge, I decide to fly to Menethil Harbor, arrive in Darkshore, accept the Sleeping Druid quest, and start escorting him. I very quickly failed that escort as well. How will I heal the Deadmines? Walk all the way down to Ashenvale and go to Batharon's Haunt, where we were hoping to get more wool cloth. While we were here, we saw Druid Yolo. This is Vigo's Druid, and this is the last time we would see them, as they later died just 1 bar of XP away from level 34. 07 Vigo. We also finally reached level 20 on our priest, so that crosses off one of the goals from our list. Now after 1 whole hour, we had 4 bolts of woolen cloth. Yes, I am having a great time. This is very fun. Great job, Zaki. Amazing. Anyways, after speaking with some of my members... Anyways, after speaking with some of our Discord members, we are told that the Stone Talon Mountains could potentially yield more wool cloth than Ashenvale. So after vendoring some trash, we set out. And they were completely right. We were actually getting significantly more wool cloth here. And the mob density made it way easier to grind mobs too. We even accept the quest for the Super Reaper 6000 blueprints, actually get them, and forget to turn it in. And after 1 hour, this time we had 19 bolts of woolen cloth. Flying back to Stormwind, we grab our resources from the bank and log in on our warrior, sending over our only small lustrous pearl that we have. Even getting a message from Medic saying,
"Hello, Saki. I have almost reached level 30. I shall wait for you and the others to catch up. Remain careful as you level your way up. Do not get yourself killed trying to rush your levels. Do not befall the same fate as Yasuma did. I will see you in Scarlet Monastery."
I am so sorry, Medic. For those who don't know, Yazuma was his druid who died at level 26, 07 for Yazuma as well. Now on our priest, we grab the pearl and craft the pearl clasped cloak, woolen boots, and double stitched woolen shoulders, as well as 3 more woolen bags. We also accept all the quests for the dead mines that we can, train some new spells, and finish off our priest quest in Stormwind. After which, we flew over to the Sentinel Hill, found some people doing the mysterious messenger quest, and finished that off too, reaching level 21 in the process. We were now properly geared and ready to face the dead mines. With the anxiety of 4 other lives in our hands, it was hard to sleep that night. So instead, I decide to progress a little bit on our rogue. We hop on our warrior and send over some potions to our rogue, and some food, making sure that he will have an easier time questing. Picking up the care package on our rogue, we go forth to victory. First, we go to Ironforge and speak to the leatherworking trainer. Now, in order to get medium leather, which would be necessary for a future upgrade, we will need to reach level 100 leatherworking. So we had quite a bit of a grind ahead of us. We then head towards the outskirts of Namerigan and complete our rogue quest, taunting us with a green dagger, which would have been amazing to have right now. Also, I should probably mention that I am putting my skill points into a dagger rogue build, since the one-handed swords that we can craft early on are actually worse than the daggers that we can craft now. So, for the time being, we will be going for the ambush build. At the Golbolar quarry, we slayed the Skull Thumpers and Bone Snappers, and we had a bit of a close call.
Nazareth's trials where dangers reside, a CraftedLocked legion with
Thankfully, we survived and turned in the quests, reaching level 12. It's also been a pretty long time since I played on the rogue, so I had a ton of rested XP, which would no doubt be very helpful for our leveling. Turn in Stout, meet Pilot, slay Mangleclaw, turn in quest, lock Madan! Again, we access some quests and fly to Ironforge, catch some rats and arrive at Stormwind, turning in more quests and accepting others. We've already burned through all of this, so I'll skip ahead a little bit. We get back to Telsamar and it was time to hit the nastiest grinding session. We kill forest lurkers and boars. We also skin any dead animals we find along the path, because we will be needing a lot of light leather to level up our leatherworking. We also really quickly hop on our warrior to send over some sharpening stones and food to our rogue. Plus 2 damage on each dagger is absolutely massive. Anyways, bears, boars, more skinning, and we reach level 13. Then it was time to get the cobalt ears and the mining equipment. And this is where nothing happened. The whole cave was cleared out apart from one mob, and we were able to grab all the equipment without being contested. We then spent some more time gathering all of the ears and the spider eye cores, while also skinning even more. Primetime Lock Madan is the highest light letter per hour. You cannot change my mind. We then turn in the quest to Stormpike and at the end, putting us very close to level 14. At this point, it was nearing dungeon time for our priest, so we hop on our druid and we craft some potions to aid our priest. And while on our priest, we clear out the bags again to hold as much loot as we possibly could. For the dungeon, I also downloaded a threat meter and grid 2. The threat meter helps us keep track how high on the threat we are, which was ultimately useless and you will see why in the future. And Grid 2 just helped us heal better. After waiting for over 25 minutes on Medic to show up, we finally entered the dead mines. The dungeon group consists of Civics, our warrior tank, which should be noted as Medic's alt. Sneaky Fritz, our rogue DPS. You guys remember Fritz from the last dead mines we ran? He was the paladin. This is his rogue alt. Corbett, our hunter DPS. He is an absolute Chad who 100% isn't a stereotypical hunter. Mive, another hunter DPS. This is Levi's hunter, who kept multi-shotting. Also, totally not a stereotypical hunter. And Saki Priest, our priest healer. This is me, and it is literally my first ever time healing, so I was really feeling the pressure on this one. Now, since we didn't have a mage who could decurse, we kinda decided to just skip the undead miners because they can curse us for over 200 damage, and you can have multiple curses at once. What's more is that there was already a group clearing them, so we just went for the dead mines only. Also, for this run, we opted to not get world buffs. I got an Anexia buff by just AFKing in Stormwind, but we decided to just send it raw with what power our characters had. So this was going to be a really fun time. Clearing the caves before the dungeon was actually pretty easy, and it wasn't bad at all. Once we walked into the dead mines, this is where not being on our main characters started to show. Civics could not hold aggro. At all. I kept panicking on hailing. Mive kept multi-shotting. Fritz kept missing his kick and gouge timings. And Corbett, Corbett was a special case during this dungeon run. To make matters worse, my grid add-on was not showing the pets of the hunters, so I was not able to heal them even though they held aggro better than Civics. However, we still proceeded. Rank Zor was an easy fight, and so were Sneed and his Shredder. The actual scary part was the patrol. If it wasn't for the pets, I think I may have been cooked here. To add even more to this catastrophical dungeon run, I also somehow lose connection to the game, but still was able to talk to my fellow guildies on Discord. And we still decided to keep going. I restart my game and it all appears to be completely fine. Now at the Goblin Foundry, Corbett did something special again. And then my Bagnon glitched out, so I had to disable it as well. That's why you will see me using the vanilla WoW bag skin. This is by far the most cursed run I had ever been a part of. The strengths of the first dungeon run we did paled in comparison to the weaknesses of the second run. I mean, the first run was like a well-oiled machine, whereas this run was like a machine being held together with duct tape and terrible glue. And then, with 2 hunters and a priest at our disposal, we somehow don't kill this mob before we pull the boss.
This is fun.
Anyways, we clear Glinnet and we keep going forward. Now at Mr. Smite, apparently you can do the same Hodge tech on Rogue using Gouge. Looking back at the footage, we never timed it properly. But it's okay, the vibes were good, we were clearing methodically at this point and no major issues happened. We killed Cookie easily, and then we had a bit of a close call at Captain Greenskin, but we prevailed. And now it was time for the main event, which I was the most terrified of, Van Cleef. The fight starts off decent, but turns sour quickly. Civix was taking a lot of damage and kept getting critted, which meant I had to spend way more mana than normal. Then the second round of ad spawn and I instantly have aggro. Thankfully, we were able to stay calm, play our roles well-ish, and we finally cleared the dead mines. I honestly can't tell you how glad I was for it to be over already. The whole time I felt like I was playing horribly, and having the fate of everyone else in my hands was just too much pressure for someone who has never healed before. Anyways, we get out of the dead mines, render some trash, go to the undead side of it, and notice that there were still people clearing it. And since we were all tired and we wanted to take a little break, we decided that we simply won't do the undead part of the caves. What's more is that ZG and Onyxia would be dropping now, so I quickly log out and log back in on my rogue. With Summoning Aid's help, we find ourselves at Booty Bay, ready for the ZG buff. After grabbing ZG, a nice mage ports us back to Stormwind since our Hearthstone was still set in Ironforge, and we grab the Onyxia buff. Now you may ask, why am I doing all of this? Well, that's because I had some goals for my rogue too. Reach level 15, reach level 100 leatherworking, and get 2 big bronze knives. And the best way to speed this process up is with world buffs, since they benefit melee classes immensely. After grabbing Onyxia, I wasted no time and flew straight to Thelsamar, logging out at the end. Then on my druid, I craft some potions to make us even more powerful, and we head straight to the Stone Splinter Trogs, grabbing their teeth and slaying the scouts. After a couple of minutes, we were now level 14. We just needed one more level. Then I remembered that I had my priest logged out in the middle of the road, and without a single quest turned in. So I went back on my priest, turning in the quest had me reach level 22. This marks the end of our priest chapter for now. They have great armor, they are level 22, and have 4 woolen bags and a greater magic wand. Overall, very well geared for their level. And straight back to the rogue we go. Now here is where I would have considered going for Darkshore, but since we would need to do the wetland skip again, I decide I will instead power through Westfall at level 14. And power through we did. We kept killing everything in sight, completing quests left and right, grabbing the pocket watch without any issues since it was already cleared, and finally reached level 15. But I still had 40 minutes on our world buffs, so I decide that I am not going to stop there. I wanted a full quest log, and so after getting all the Defias and their bandanas, we go back and turn in every single quest. Finally, going back to Stormwind. We hop on our paladin and send over some copper ore to our warrior, and while checking our mailbox, we receive a message from Saki's dad, reading,
Son, it might have taken a while, but I have returned after grabbing the milk. I have seen you blowing up on the YouTubes, and I am so proud. Anyway, I am gonna grab some cigarettes now. Stay safe, son.
To this day, I have no clue who sent me this message, but thank you, Dad. I really appreciate it. And you should subscribe and join my Discord. Anyways, we log back on our rogue and turn in all the leather scraps into light leather and a bunch of linen cloth into linen bandages. And after crafting a lot of embossed leather gloves to level up, we still need 9 more levels to unlock medium leather, which is necessary in order to craft the big bronze knives. So, back to grinding leather we go. Heading over to Loch Modan, we kill, skin for over 40 minutes, just so we can get enough leather to get to level 100 leatherworking, and spare 8 light leather in order to craft 2 medium leathers. Sending them over to our warrior, we go to the forge. And with the combined effort of 3 of our characters, we can finally craft them, the big bronze knives. And we then mail them back to our rogue.
Grinding and crafting our spirits ignite. For hardcore survival we bravely unite. Oh, Saki boys legion, strong and so true. With hammer and anvil our victories accrue. No death shall deter.
We start off on our rogue. Last we got the big bronze knives for him, and now it was time to expand. So we first visited our first 8th trainer, crafted a ton of heavy linen bandages thanks to all of the cloth that we earned, and then we went over to the leatherworking trainer, checking to see which recipes we have unlocked so far and unlocking new ones. We also purchased some salt and craft some cured light hide. Then on our priest, we send over the recipe for the black whelp tunic, one of the best early game crafts for leather wearers. We then head on over to Loch Modan and hit one of the nastiest grinding sessions we have hit in a while, and then fly back to Ironforge. Now that we were at Ironforge, it was time to craft some upgrades. So we craft the light leather pants and fine leather cloak. We were much stronger now, but we were not done yet, because for the next upgrade, we needed to go to Redridge. While we're flying to Redridge, make sure to like and subscribe. Okay, back to the video. The reason why we are going to Redridge is so that we can get the black whelp scales, which are needed in order for us to craft the black whelp tunic. So after a very nice, long, and brisk walk across Elven, we arrive in Redridge, accept all the quests, and get started with farming. And after a while, we finally got all 8 scales that we needed, which allowed us to craft the black whelp tunic. Don't pull up to Ironforge, yeah? Lest you get the shank, lil bro. We take a quick stop at Goldshire and then we get to Stormwind, accept some more quests, and fly over to Westfall, grabbing the compass and completing a part of the Defias Brotherhood. We also do the Stormwind Trick or Treat quest, since the Halloween event was live during this time. When I saw a mage advertising free portals, and I know I said no handouts, but at 1:40 AM, I did not feel like doing the wetlands skip again. So instead, we get a nice little portal straight to Darnassus. Now that we were at Darnassus, the first thing we did was do the trick for the innkeeper's candy. Also, this was a vibe. Okay, maybe the second part isn't as beautiful, but still. We wait for the boat to Darkshore and we arrive. Accepting all of the quests, it was now time to speedrun through Darkshore yet again. This is actually something that completely escaped my mind. Since we have 5 characters, we would need to do the same zones 5 times, which honestly is probably not that interesting to see over and over again. So in brief, Red Crystal, Sprites, Tame Bear, Turn-in Quests, Waterwell, Sea Creature Remains, Anaya, Wreathed Tombs. I actually found the rare that spawns here, which I didn't even know it could spawn. The Blackwood Camp Slaughter, Turn-in More Quests, the Loot Through Walls quest, more Sea Turtle Remains, Prospector, and boom! We are now level 18. Listen, if I had to go through all of that and show none of it, I would have actually cried. So this way, at least I show something that it's not a complete waste, right? We then head on over to Menethil Harbor, grab the flight point, and land in Ironforge. We do the last few emotes that we need, and finally head back to Stormwind, turning in the Halloween event quest. Then, we fly to Westfall, and then to Redridge, turning in and accepting new quests. The first thing on the agenda is, you guessed it, Hillary's necklace, followed by Oslo's toolbox. Then it was time for boars, whelps, and condors. Anyways, we fly to Sentinel Hill, then back to Stormwind, crafting even more linen bandages and depositing some of the resources we gathered into our bank to free up some more space. And then you guessed it, we went right back to Redridge. We spent some time killing the gnolls and then focused on the condors for their meat, as it was the last thing we needed to complete the quest. What's more is that we can now also level up our lockpicking. So we head down to the Altheer's Mill and we right click our hearts out, leveling our lockpicking to level 90. Finishing up the condor meats that we need, and then we flew to Stormwind, because I forgot to learn Ambush. Back to Redridge, we were now level 19. Just one more level until we can run the dead mines on our rogue. Now back at Stormwind, we craft and send over the same items we have on our rogue to our druid, for later when we need to level our druid. We do the Duskwood run, turn in a couple of quests, and fly back. Now as I mentioned, running the same quests over and over again and being really inefficient in leveling was starting to get to me. So I got a guide and continued leveling. As you can see, we have a lot of rested XP, which would help our leveling process. And the reason why we have so much rested XP is because I took a little time off to play on my Hardcore Hunter. You can check out that video right here. Anyways, we fly over to Westfall, kill the the Defias messenger, and turn in that quest. Now we had to go to the lighthouse, kill old Mordkai, and then meet up with Carbid, who should be noted as Rausch's rogue, whom I bear no hatred towards at this point in time. I will elaborate later though. Anyways, we meet up and decide to do the escort quest together, since we would also be running the deadmines together later on. And we wanted to have all our quests prepped so as to not hold anyone up, and we could go in the dungeon immediately. Also keep this in mind. Anyways, the escort went smoothly. We turn in the quest and fly to Lakeshire. Now here is where the single developer working for Blizzard's Anniversary Realm team messed up. So you know how after you kill a mob there is a timer on how long it takes for it to respawn? And how when there's more people, the mobs spawn quicker. Well, screw all of that. They wanted to add the WoW token to TBC. You have to understand, this was really important. And ended up absolutely ruining the spawn rates. This was most present in Redridge, in this specific area, and in Loch Madan. And we will talk about that soon. Anyways, it took me over 14 minutes just to kill 16 mobs. God, I love this game. And we were then told to grind even more XP, at which point I decided to take a little break and take a walk outside. Really just immerse myself in my surroundings. Because if I spent another second in Redridge, I was going to absolutely lose it. We go back to Stormwind, level our leatherworking a little bit, and send over the wool cloth that we have to our priest, so we can get some goddamn bags. Now on our priest, we receive a mail, and I'm sorry if I butcher your name, Sacre Bon Homme. Thank you so much, and thank you guys for your supporting messages and mails. I honestly can't explain how much it means to me. We then log in on our warrior, and we see that there's a mail from Pally Power. And I wanted to answer the question in the video as well. The guild is for everyone, not just for CraftedLocked players, and if we end up reaching level 60, we will of course raid with everybody in the guild that is level 60. So feel free to join the Discord and the guild. Anyways, we go back on our priest, send over some potions and bags to our rogue, and pick up the items that we sent over to our druid. We deposit some of our resources back in the bank and then hop on our warrior. I was looking at some recipes and there were these gloves that really piqued my interest. However, to craft them, I would need a potion of minor agility. So far, a lot of people have found this recipe, but for the life of me, I could not find it. I also read on Wowhead that you can fish this recipe up, so that's what I decided to do. So the first order of business was to go to Booty Bay, since we wanted to get the fishing book and maybe see if there are any floating debris there. We get invited to a group, so as the good Samaritan that we are, we help them out with summoning their friend and carry on. Finally finding the fishing trainer, we realized that the book is quite expensive, sitting at 1 whole gold coin. And since we were kinda broke on our warrior, we log into a rogue and send over the necessary funds and train expert fishing. So the best place to get the recipe for the potion of minor agility is actually in Darkshore. After an 8-minute flight path, we finally arrive in Manethil Harbor and do the coolest thing ever. Ladies, please, I'm a married man. Arriving in Darkshore, we head to the fishing spot. And after 20 minutes, we get a load of nothing. So instead, I decide to go to Ashenvale because apparently there is a good spot there too. In retrospect, I should have probably just spent my time leveling my rogue and hope that the agility recipe drops from mobs. But here we are with almost an hour of my life wasted. We harv back to Stormwind and call it a day. Now on our rogue, we fly to Thelsamar and check our mailbox. Thank you, Vervain, this is really cool. Now the whole point of being in Loch Madan was to grind the surveyors, because they also had a chance of dropping the recipe. After 20 minutes, I finally give up and harv back to Stormwind again. Next up was Westfall, because the Defiers miners actually had a chance to drop it if you pickpocketed them. I quickly realized the error of my ways and got the hell out of there. At this point, I was fiending for that recipe. I really wanted it, not just for the gloves, but as a potion as well. Having some extra agility would go a really long way. For now, I decide to put it on the back burner and just finish up leveling to level 20 in Redridge. Since we are not on our warrior, I decided to give the Murloc Finn quest a try. And because the hyperspawns in Redridge was still bugged, this was the perfect opportunity. Either way, we had to grind XP, so might as well also complete that quest. And then the vanilla servers showed themselves off. Literally so much went wrong in such a short period of time, but we saved ourselves and this warlock. After a very long time, We are a sliver of XP away from level 20. Turning in the quest has us reach level 20. We then head on over to the Murlocs again and get the rest of the Murloc fins. Turn in that quest and go to Stormwind. We pick up all of the dungeon quests, clear up our bags, and get ready to run the dead mines. I then head back over to Redridge to grind some more light leather, hoping to craft some more upgrades. But my cat Ash had the zoomies, so when I got up for 1 minute, this happened.
Health warning. Health warning.
Yeah, you already know I instantly arced back and then went outside for some fresh air. By the way, this is what Loch Madan looked like. Literally 0 mobs, nothing to skin, and nothing to really do even. And this is why we were not able to get any more upgrades for this character. There was still some time until the Dead Mines run, so I decided to hop on our Druid and try and gain some levels. Which is when we ran into another bug. Due to me having Gathermate 2 on, you know, the add-on that lets me know where all the resources are on the map, I end up losing connection to the server, with the only problem being that I can actually read the guild chat and send messages, meaning that I have no clue that I am actually disconnected and my character just staying in one place. I walk all the way to Darnassus, only to relog and realize that I am back at Dolinar.
Fun game. Fun game.
Anyways, now with Gathermate 2 turned off, we fly to Darkshore and start doing some quests. And with bear form, life was so much better. I felt like I was on top of the world at this point. My leveling was efficient. My gear was already crafted, so I just needed to level up to wear it. My damage was good, even with a bad weapon, and my survivability on Druid is absolutely insane. This is also the first time I have fought the Highborns when they are not grey. And the XP was pretty goddamn good. At this point we were averaging 1 level per hour. We ding level 14 and keep fighting these Highborns, turn in some quests, and vendor any trash that we had. Now with the first part of Darkshore done, it was time to head back to the mainland. And here is a very interesting skip. If you align yourself with this tree and then select character unstuck on the Blizzard support website, boom! You are now in Ironforge, baby! Was that about naked wetlands runs? The only problem is that we didn't train our level 14 abilities. So we take the tram to Stormwind and head back to the park, where we can find our Druid trainer. Training the abilities, we head back to Ironforge. We tried to solo Vagash, but everyone wanted a piece of him, so we just formed a group and quickly dispatched of him. Then it was time for the Rockjaws, Pilot, Mangy Claw. And this whole goddamn time I was calling him Mango Claw, but his name was actually Mangy Claw. I was on voice chat with a couple of you guys, and literally nobody knew it was Mange Claw. With all of that said and done, we reached Loch Madan. And since the respawns of beasts were still cooked, I decided to just do the Vermin quest, grabbing the crates, and we finally reached level 15. This means we can actually equip the Black Whelp Tunic on our Druid as well, as our final upgrade. Anyways, we get the rest of the ears, turn in the supplies and the ears, and now it was time for the Dead Mines on our Rogue. Our Druid makes some potions for the Rogue. We pick it up and fly to Sentinel Hill. Our Paladin crafts some sharpening stones, and on our Warrior we fly to Lakeshore and do some fishing, and we send over some wool bandages just in case. With everybody ready, this is the whole dungeon group. Now with the gang all together, it was time to absolutely demolish Dead Mines. But first, duel with Leve.
Health warning.
While all of this was happening, apparently a chest had spawned, containing the minor agility potion recipe. Vanilla World of Warcraft for the personal computer is great fun, and rewards your time and effort equally. At the very least, I committed some no-man-known violence and beat Leve to a pulp. I then got absolutely blasted by Fritz, who I didn't notice had world buffs. Thank God it was not a Makura. Anyways, after doing the escort, we are still waiting on Leve to finish up his goddamn turn-ins. And finally, and I mean finally, get inside the den mines. And this den mines run was absolute perfection. With 2 rogues, a warrior tank and a mage, we were able to do the whole instance in less than 1 hour. I spent most of my time pickpocketing the miners in case they dropped the agility potion. And no, I don't have a problem, trust me, I'm completely fine and sane. Thankfully, since Roush was not on his hunter, we didn't get any extra pulls. We clear all the bosses without any issues until Mr. Smite. Now the problem with Mr. Smite is that you actually can't gouge him. So we had to go through the phases, which meant that, even for Van Cleef, we would not be able to do the Hand of Justice deck, since we didn't even have a paladin. This is how the Van Cleef fight went. Thanks to some good heals and a well-timed sheep from Leve, we were able to clear the den mines with relative ease. Still having 9 minutes left on my potions, which I used when we first entered the den mines. Also, really happy to say that Leve was actually bottom DPS as mage. Sucks to suck, buddy. Now the dungeon was quick. But you know what wasn't quick? Miners Union cards. We went back in the cave and tried to get all of the cards, and in the meantime, our healer tells us that he forgot to loot Tinkmaster Overspark, who drops a quest item which you need in order to complete the quest. So we went back in the den mines, cleared out the mobs that respawned, and when we got to his chamber, we realized that his corpse was gone, meaning that he couldn't loot anything. So after that nice little 20-minute endeavor, we head back to the undead site and get the rest of the Miners Unions cards and even find 2 rare mobs, which I have never ever seen. Now that we were done with everything, we get out of the cave, vendor the trash, turn in the quests, and call it a day. We were all pretty tired after this run. This makes 3 characters over level 20, with 2 left to go, which meant it was now time to level up our druid, reach level 20, and eventually tank the dead mines. With Loch Modan still being bugged, this meant that we can only do certain areas of the zone in order to level up, so we head straight to the Stone Splinter Trogs. Once we were done there, we turned those quests in and flew to Ironforge, rounded up some rats, and then arrived in Stormwind, where I forget to accept the quest. It was time to grind the Westfall quest, so the usual: Boars, Flesh Rippers, Harvest Watchers, easily obtained the Pocket Watch, and Ding level 16. Following hour was more of the same, except we also went back to Stormwind to learn the new abilities since we reached level 16. But I do have to say that I am enjoying Bear Druid way more. But I also could not wait to get my cat form. I know that I will be tanking the den mines as Bear, but I was still really excited about cat form because you can traverse Azeroth way quicker thanks to talents. And most importantly, you can finally do some good damage. But anyways, we turn in all of the quests and reach level 17, using our portal to Moonglade, accepting some quests, and then flying back to Darnassus. In Darnassus, we turn in some quests and accept others, and port right back to Moonglade. Now at level 17, we find ourselves back at Darkshore again, and get to questing. Now I am going to be 100% honest with you guys. I do not want to show Darkshore leveling again. And in the future, I will be spacing out the leveling of the characters and only level them whenever I find it necessary to progress with my warrior. There is nothing wrong with leveling multiple characters at the same time, but from a content creation standpoint, it is repetitive and not nearly as interesting as, for example, tanking the den mines. This is actually the main reason why last Saturday I was not able to provide a quality episode, and instead decided to take a breath of fresh air and play on the hunter. But anyways, we leveled through Darkshore and we ended up at level 18, being very close to level 19. This time we go to the right side of Loch Modan and start doing the quests there, which was so nice. Even though the respawns on this side are not yet fixed, it was still way better than running around for 3 hours in Darkshore. Anyways, we arrive and dispatch of the Dark Iron Guards, which bomb themselves and the area around them, so it's best to run away the moment you see them start casting. There are also 3 elites that patrol around this area, so we need to constantly be wary and make sure that we do not run into them as they are a higher level and they are elites. We then head over to the middle of Loch Modan and grind crocolisks for their skin and meat. Once we were done with this, we headed over to the Iron Band's excavation site, trying to get all of the necessary idols. Flying back to Ironforge, we turn in the quest and go to Stormwind via the tram and walk over to the Red Ridge Mountains. Fly here, fly there, fly everywhere! We really quickly pick up all of the quests for the den mines because we had to run the dungeon at 8 PM, and I had some plans beforehand. So I had to really step on the gas here. Something I later realized I really didn't have to do. Anyways, now it was time to also get the pre-quest for the escort. And while waiting for the messengers to respawn, we got recognized. Shout out to Vanestra. We turn in this quest and then log back in. We grab old Murkai and then try the escort. Yeah, that was not happening before everybody showed up. Heading over to Red Ridge, we were now almost level 20. At this point, I thought we could just do the escort and I would level up. Go back to Stormwind, learn the new spells, and be ready for tanking. But you see that guy named Carbit? Yeah, the one right there, the warlock. Well, that's Rausch's warlock, which I despise from the bottom of my heart. Let me tell you why. So apparently, he wasn't even in Stormwind, and previously we thought that he just needed the escort quest. But nope. This guy literally didn't even kill the Defias messenger, but flexed on me that he reached level 20 quicker. So we decide, okay, let's head on over to Moonbrook and see if he spawns. Only, this guy doesn't accept the pre-quest for the Defias messenger, so he has to fly back to Stormwind. Ha ha, I'm having fun. This is absolutely great. I love this. We stay at Moonbrook and the Defias messenger actually spawns. Thankfully, the other people that needed him were really cool, and after we explained that we were waiting on a friend for it, they roamed with us while we were waiting for this guy to show up. Did I mention he is German? Anyways, he finally shows up and they kill the Defias messenger. I had to leave the group because I didn't need the message, but the other people did. And if you're in a raid party, quest items don't drop. We walk back and turn in the quests, and we notice that somebody else just started the escort. Ha ha! Fun, 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 fun! Now let me introduce you to the dungeon group. Now let me run you through the error of my ways. I am a druid tank, that's not that bad, and Vervain was a priest healer. So far so good, right? The 3 DPS that we have are a red paladin, a warlock with void walker, and a priest. Which I am not sure if they were spec'd into shadow or not. But due to me trying to rush out this den mines, we ended up running this dungeon with lower DPS than usual. Either way, we wanted to run it, and I'm glad we did. It was actually one of the more fun dungeons that we ran. At this point, we have spent 30 minutes just sitting around and waiting. What a beautiful sunset. He spawned! We do the escort and I fly back to Stormwind and train all of my abilities, which means we finally unlocked it, the cat form. Which I won't be able to use, but that's okay. I really want to use it. The only good thing about Rausch is that he was a warlock, so he could summon me. Accepting the summon leads us to the undead part of the mine, and after clearing the whole undead side, we still needed a lot of union cards. But I make the executive decision to do it after the dungeon. Even after Vervain literally told me it would be more populated after the dungeon. This was the last time I didn't listen to her advice, and I will explain why in a bit. We enter the dungeon, I pop all the potions that I have, and we all buff up. Clearing trash packs was giving me heart attacks, but I continued regardless. Vervain was actually the shot caller during this run, and I am so glad that she was. Because with her leadership and knowledge of the game, we were able to make every pull smooth, without issues, and everybody knew their roles and what to do. This leads us to our first boss, rank Zor. Since he was pathing towards the front, we pull him, and tanking this boss was actually really easy. It's just a tank and spank. I feel like healers generally have much more responsibilities when it comes to dungeons, or at least for now. We clear him, a little bit ahead, and then head back for the patrol. All really smooth so far, and even with our bad damage. I mean, come on, I am topping the charts most of the time. The mass room was cleared up pretty quickly, and Vervain told me to just put healing spells on myself for some extra threat generation. A thing I later forget to do. Listen, I never said I was good, okay? But the communication between everyone was really good. The jokes were slapping, and so were we. Well, kinda. With Sneed down, we continue. But we missed the chest, so we go back and I roll a spicy 87 and yoink the chest. Which I am so glad I did, because there was a recipe for the silvered bronze shoulders. Insane shoulders, which I am going to craft the next episode for sure. Did you subscribe? Okay, good, yeah. Like the video too. We cleared the Goblin Foundry and it was still really smooth. We LOS the engineers, we pull good, and finally reach Glynid. He was a very easy fight and we had zero issues, again. Now, at the Ironclad Cove, we cleared the pirates easily, and finally face Mr. Smite. kill his ads first, and then at 68%, Glass Baton hits his Hodge perfectly, allowing us to skip one of his phases. Cookie was cleared easily too. So far, tanking has been an absolute joy. Also, having a taunt early and being able to pull aggro off a cloth wearer made me feel like a Giga Chad bear. I also get another chest right before Captain Greenskin. I was getting really lucky this run. With Greenskin down, it was now finally time for the main event. The thing I personally was terrified of, Van Cleef. Now, one really important thing was for Glass Button to hit his Hodge perfectly here, and he told us to let him know before he has to. We start the fight and focus the Blackguards. With both of them down, we focus on Van Cleef, where we forgot to mention that he had to use his Hodge. So two more ads spawned, I guess. The pet grabs one of the ads and we focus the other one. Killing the ad lets us focus back on Van Cleef, and it was easy as 1, 2, 3. This rounds up the dungeon part of tanking, but we still had to do the undead mines. I also want to take a moment here to thank everybody for joining the dungeon runs. It has been absolutely amazing, and I want to thank Vervain specifically for her amazing healing and shot calling. And no, she does not have my family hostage. Trust. By the way, I was top DPS throughout the whole instance, which I found hilarious. Heading back to the mine, there was another group clearing it. And they were level 26? Anyways, I tried my hand at diplomacy, which was all fun and games until hyper spawns. When we were done with one pack, another pack spawned right on top of us. Vervain was running lower on mana but was still able to keep us topped up. Together with dealing off healing and Gloss Button, we were unkillable, but we also did no damage. Thankfully, we survived, cleared out the cave, and got all of the cards that we needed and headed out. Vendoring some trash and turning the quests in had us reach level 21. This week's episode was filled with progress, and although repetitive, we are at least able to use our professions to a higher skill level, meaning that we can focus on our warrior's progress and slowly level whichever character that we find the most necessary. Logging into our warrior, we are in Redridge, and at level 21. With just a sliver of XP left to level 22. We check our mail and pick up all of the items we had sent over from our other characters. Flying to Stormwind and heading over to the Dwarven District. We sell all of our junk and smelt down all of the copper ore into bars, and all of our tin ore into tin bars, and finally craft some more bronze bars. For the next upgrades, we need a lot of bronze, not just for items, but also to simply level up our blacksmithing to the appropriate level. Going into the bank, we deposit as many things as we can, and we also learn the recipe for the Murloc fin soup, courtesy of our rogue. Send over some materials via mail, and then get to leveling our blacksmithing by crafting rough bronze leggings. Reaching level 120 at blacksmithing has us craft the patterned bronze bracers, which give a massive +5 to strength, and they look absolutely sick. I also realized that I forgot to train the next rank of Heroic Strike earlier, so after training that, we deposit all of our materials back in the bank because it was now questing time. We fly to Menethil and fish while we wait for the boat. Lately, I have been enjoying fishing way more, and this is actually something that we benefit from greatly later on. But for now, it was time to go back to Darkshore. Now, the reason why I am back in Darkshore is because people told me this is a good place for farming tin, and I wanted to see for myself. Also because I was not about to go and try to farm tin in Redridge and level 21. We also slay a Moonstalker, which gets us to level 22. Finally. But anyways, we spend an hour grinding copper and tin all around Darkshore. And if you want my honest opinion, this was actually not bad at all for an early game tin farm. The nodes are not bountiful, but they are rarely gathered. And if you are a druid with cat form, I think this is the perfect grinding spot. However, since we were a warrior and we are slow, this was really slow. We even ventured down to Ashenvale and tried to get a couple of ores. After one whole hour of grinding, we were now at 26 tin. Now, the only good thing about bronze is that it uses a copper and a tin bar, and gives you 2 bronze bars. While you are out farming tin, you will get a ton of copper as well, so this is actually really good. This also means that we had 52 bronze bars. And after making even more leggings, we were now finally at level 125 blacksmithing. Keep in mind that at this point, every level of blacksmithing is 6 bars, so it's not too bad. But it was about to get a whole lot worse. One other bad thing about Darkshore is that there is no blacksmithing trainer in Darnassus, or at least not an expert blacksmither, so we can't learn any new recipes. So we harf back to Stormwind, pick up all of our materials from the bank, and head back to our trainer. It was now time to craft an insane upgrade, an item swap which we do not have yet equipped. We craft the silvered bronze shoulders. If you remember back in the Dead Mines, we got this shoulder recipe, and I said that I can't wait to craft them. Well, we are finally here. We deposit our stuff back in the bank and head over to Lakeshire, because we wanted to do some fishing, because we had no food, and if we wanted to keep grinding tin and crafting more upgrades, we needed way more food. After a bit of fishing, we go to Menethil Harbor again, do some more fishing, and head over to Darkshore. And we then hit a nasty 40-minute grinding session. Yeah, I am very blind, but honestly, really cool place to hide a chest. And that chest definitely did not have the minor agility potion recipe. Anyways, after another 40 or so minutes, we finally conclude the grinding session for a bit and smelt all of our ores down to bars again. This time, we get 64 bronze bars. Surely, this would be enough to put a big dent in leveling blacksmithing and getting more upgrades, right? We first craft the silvered bronze boots. Then we hop on a rogue and send over 2 medium leathers and some gold to our warrior, since we were really broke at this point. And we finally craft a new weapon, the bronze greatsword. This sword, whilst it didn't have any other stats, had really good damage, especially since we are still using the copper battle axe. Now we are back in Stormwind since we have level 125 blacksmithing, and we can pick up a new recipe, which is the silvered bronze gauntlets. Yeah, I know, a couple of minutes in and we are already 10 times more geared than we were. Crafting is genuinely really good. After crafting some sharpening stones and also training our abilities, we are now ready to grind some levels. But first, if you aren't subscribed, make sure you do. It helps me out a ton and I'm trying to hit 10,000 subscribers before the end of the year. I love you all so much, and now let's get back to the video. Before we continue grinding, I decided to first craft some potions on our druid so we can speed up the leveling process even more. With the new leggings, boots, shoulders, bracers, gloves, and sword, we were ready for any dangers that Azeroth throws at us. Picking up the potions, we head to our warrior trainer, where I decide to spend 1 gold so we can respec. This was actually a really good idea, because for some reason I spent a lot of points in improved rend, which is apparently useless. So instead, we put our points into Cruelty for more crit, Deflection for a higher parry chance, and Tactical Mastery for more effective stance switching later down the line. I barely stance switch, so anyways, now it was time to level. And back to Darkshore we go. This time though, we aren't a headless chicken on our warrior. We turn in a couple of quests and then go for the Moonkin so we can level up our 2-handed swords again. Since we have been using a 2-handed axe, our sword skill was lacking, meaning that if we fought higher level mobs, we would no doubt get slapped due to the constant misses and parries. After leveling the sword skill up, we go and get the Blackwood grain sample, followed by the Den Mother. And this is how it went. Yeah, this new gear is insanely good. And luckily we never got our butt knocked into the ground by the cubs, which is usually what gets you killed. We finally pop all of our potions and get the Blackwood nut sample, followed by the fruit sample. Now it was time to face this guy. I'm not even gonna try to pronounce his name. Some other party steals our tag, but that's fine because his demon bag is left on the ground completely unattended. That same party later went into the Cliff Spring Falls cave, and at this point it was a competition on who can loot the most quest items. I even steal a chest from right under this rogue's nose. You snooze, you lose. Anyhow, we get the last mushroom and get out of the cave, turning in the Blackwood Corrupted, Cave Mushrooms, Vendoring Trash, and Tharnarium's Hope. Checking our mailbox, we get introduced to Vervain's Manifesto. I think Darkshore is starting to make her lose her mind, but I digress. We then speak to a big tree, who sends us to go and squash the Twilight Disciples and Thugs, use the File of Scurrying, click the book, and escort Therilune. And now it's time for another escort quest. This time, however, it was Professor Remtravel. And god damn, this new gear is powerful. I mean, we get attacked by 2 or 3 mobs at the same time, and we are completely fine. And we also grab a chest. The escort was actually completely fine, except at one point when there were 3 golems on me, and I got a little too close for comfort. With all of the escort quests done for now, it was time to get the rest of the beach sea turtles. Thankfully, there was also a hunter doing the same quest, so it was way easier than usual. We grabbed all the remains and then Minx died to fire at level 3. Damn it, Minx. Anyways, we focused on killing Murkdeep now. To spawn him, you have to kill the murlocs around this camp. And the more you kill, more waves spawn, until finally, Murk Deep arrives. And by using Cleave, getting him down was really simple, and we didn't even drop below 80% HP. With all of the quests finished, we went back to the big tree, turned in the quest, and then decided to wait a little bit for the sleeping druid to spawn. After I eventually gave up, I walked down to Ashenvale, forgot to restart the recording, did a couple of quests there, and flew back to Darkshore. Turned in a few quests and then logged back on our priest. The reason why we are on our priest is so we can craft woolen bags for our warrior, since bag space was becoming an issue again. After sending over the bags, we get back on our warrior, equip them, and fly back to Ashenvale. We were on the hunt for Elune's tear, and after grabbing it, we returned to Peltura's White Moon. And ding! Level 23. After which it was time for the handfuls of stardust from the weeds around the ruins. We turned in Therilune's escape, and then discovered Tyrannus' corpse. So we had to grind murlocs in this area for a single glowing gem. When this happened...
Health warning.
The chances of me surviving that were so low, that last shock that Murloc casted could have actually been the end of me. This is actually how Leve died on his mage. He didn't want to use a potion and ended up getting critted, so it was a real eye-opening experience. We spent a good 20 minutes farming these warlocks, not getting the gem, and then instead decide to farm the Nagas for their heads and interact with this random statue on the floor. Finishing the heads, we head back and turn in the quests. And now it was time to farm even more Murlocs. After 30 more minutes, we finally get the damn gem, and we were off on our merry way. Back at Ashenvale, we turn in all of the quests, fly back to Darkshore, turn in more quests! Now they're Nas's. I first waste a bit of time, finally find the quest giver, and harf back to Ashenvale. At this point, I'm not sure if I like Ashenvale. Thankfully, we went to the Stone Talon Mountains instead, did some fishing, and got some firefin snappers. I'm still unsure what these are used for, but I will gather them. And we then accept all of the quests in the Stone Talon Mountains. Before we continue, I'd like to point your eyes at the join button. Pressing this button brings up a page where you can support me further, and get some extra perks for your support. It helps me out with making these videos, and I would really appreciate it. Thank you all, and now back to the Stone Talon Mountains. Okay, so here we have to do a couple of things. First of all, we need to kill 10 loggers and 10 deforesters. We ding level 24, which means we can learn new abilities, but I decided to first finish off all of the quests here. We also needed to get the Super Reaper 6000 blueprints, which didn't take too long actually. What did take longer was the deforesters. Because of all of the horde around doing the same quest, it took way longer than it actually should have. I literally played on the horde side and it was dead, and had to run Rage for a Chasm without a tank. But out in the open world, there's plenty of them somehow. But I didn't have time to dwell on it, because after getting all of the deforesters, I had to grind the Pride Wings for their venom sacks. After finally getting them, we go to the Stone Talon Peaks, turn in the quests, grab the flight path, and fly back to Ashenvale, where we turn in even more quests, baby! And we can finally get out of this godforsaken area. We grab the boat to Menethil, and while we wait, I also wanted to bring up the new add-on, Maker's Path. This is an add-on created by community member Yozora, and it helps you plan ahead with your next craft. It tells you the best items you can craft at your level. It is still in development and we are actively testing it, with people submitting any bugs they find in the Discord. So if you want to give it a try, you can download it from the CurseForge link in the description, and you can join our Discord to provide feedback for the add-on directly to the developer. Thank you Yozora for making this possible. It is by far the coolest thing I have ever seen. And now it's time for questing in the wetlands. We start off by accepting a lot of quests and heading out of the town, going straight up to the Murlocs because we had to grab Gobbler's head and their fins. Get familiar with this spot because we will later spend ungodly amounts of hours right here. After grabbing his head and the fins, it was time to farm the Crocolisk skins. And in the meantime, we also speak with Rethiel the Green Warden, who I personally think looks absolutely sick. Even though he is literally an upscaled version of another mob in the wetlands, but that's okay. The nose. This is where I got a heart attack, because this is where I actually soiled my underwear.
Health warning. Health warning.
Literally survived from one tick of a bandage. That's how close it was. If I died right here, I would have had to restart over 200 hours of progress. Anyways, we keep grinding crocolisks and gnolls. We grab some tin, and all that was left is to get the mongrels and the crocolisk skins. We finish up the mongrels and the crocolisks, talk to Moss Daddy, turn in quests, and go back to Menethil. Turn in more quests and reach level 25. We are 1 level off. What are we 1 level off of? Well, that is a good question, young grasshopper. We will be running 3 dungeons in one go. The dungeons will be Shadowfang Keep, the Stockades, and Black Fathom Deeps. However, in order to do this little world tour, we will need to get to level 26. Everyone else was ready at that level apart from me. So in typical slacky fashion, I was slacking behind. Kind of how I'm slacking with writing the script. It's 5 AM and I just started locking in on writing the script. It's not good. If anyone knows how to stop procrastinating, please let me know. There is literally a guild message of the day set up by Vervain for people to bully me off of WoW so I can do the video. I am so cooked, chat. But like, one quick League Arena game though, like just one quick. Let's go! Okay, well, we fly back to Ironforge and instantly go to train our class spells. We train Heroic Strike, Demo Shout, and my personal favorite, Execute. We take the tram to Stormwind, buy some spices, turn in some more quests, and then fly to Westfall. This was when I decided to start up the stream while I was questing. Yes, by the way, I am trying to get back into streaming. I am planning on streaming almost every day next week, so you can catch me live on Twitch at SakiBoy3312. The link is in the description. Drop a follow and enjoy the vibes. I also wanted to show off the shirt my friend made. This is a shirt he made for my birthday when I moved back to my country. By the way, I think I can finally say it, I am from Macedonia. We first decided to go to Darkshore and pick up the quest to kill the wolves for their flanks, as well as hunting the starving dire wolves and the rabid dire wolves. After farming for a bit and turning in a couple of quests, we decided we should do some fishing because we were yet again running out of food. We first fished in Redridge and then moved to Booty Bay because here is where we can both level our fishing and get better items in general, including food. Also just wanted to say W Lurker, absolute chad man, absolute chad. Instead of just getting a bit of fish, we ended up chatting and fishing for an hour and a half, which was actually extremely fun and refreshing. If anything, I am the most happy that I'm able to chill with you guys and talk with all of you. Whether it's on Discord or in chat, interacting with you guys and learning from you all has been the greatest gift of all. So thank you. You guys have no idea how much I love you all. After getting out of Booty Bay, we go to Stormwind and head to the bank, where my wife decided to give me a tattoo, which I actually still have. Anyways, we head over to the Dwarven District and smelt down all the tin and copper. And of course, craft some more rough bronze leggings. Back at the bank while sorting out our bags, Not Funny Locke was trying his best to be funny by showing me his agility potions. I bear no hatred towards Not Funny Locke, and in the terrible case of his death, I'd like it to be known that I had nothing to do with it. Directly. Dabbling in witchcraft on the other hand, well, that may have been my doing. More rough bronze leggings and we get to cooking. We cook up some Murloc fin soups, giving us +6 stamina and +6 spirits. A recipe I would get very acquainted with in the following days. With all of that done, we fly back to Darkshore because we still needed to get to level 26. We start off with the skeleton mages and skeleton warriors. We also mine a lot of tin in the meantime. Once we were done, we turned in Raven Hill and the Hermit. Now having to grind more wolf flanks. And yes, we literally got all of the wolf kills and not enough wolf flanks. Rewarding drop rates indeed. With all of this done, we give the deliveries to Swen and turn in the wolf quest. Back in Westfall, we hunt the Dust Devils, because one was not enough, and turn in the Legend of Stalvan and Harf right back to Darkshire. Here is why preparing quests is really important. We accept seasoned wolf kebabs and instantly turn it in. Then we turn in the Night Watch, the Legend of Stalvan again, supplies to Darkshire, and head over to Redridge. We absolutely annihilate Belly Grub, and easily get the Refban ore. Turning in all of the quests has us close to level 26, so we immediately get to smacking the Blackrock Grunts. Now it's important to note that these mobs can net, which is actually how Levi's warrior died. Here's the screenshot. And for the first time, I got to use retaliation, and it felt blissful. What wasn't blissful is the goddamn 30-minute cooldown, but that's fine. Surely I won't need it to survive. While waiting on respawns, we kill some Murlocs, and we even find a rare named Squidic. We got all of the spotted sunfish and scales, and finally get the last axe, which means we are now level 26. and we closed out the stream in Stormwind, logging off at the end. Anyways, the next day we log in and go straight to the Dwarven District and learn the Shining Silver Breastplate. This breastplate is best in slot for a very long time, but to craft it, we need 2 Massa Gates and 2 Lustrous Pearls, which have a very rewarding drop chance. But that's for a later time. We first fly to Ironforge and learn Expert Blacksmithing, which is our first ever expert profession. Or actually, mining was your first expert profession? Shut up, I said first! Anyways, we go to Menethil, then to Darkshore, and then finally fly to Stone Talon Peak. The reason we are here is because we can find both iron and tin without being so contested. In total, we got 13 tin and 2 iron. Pretty rough. Now the worst part is that at 8 PM server time, we had all 3 dungeon runs happening. So I had a very limited amount of time to get all of the gear necessary. The stream was actually supposed to be me pulling an all-nighter, but I was too tired. Woke up pretty goddamn late and now was in a time crunch. Huh. Life imitates art, I guess. We harf back to Darkshire and go to Menethil. I decide that farming the pearls would be easier than iron. Oh, how wrong I was. Let me walk you through my personal hell. I first give the giant clams a good try, since they have a chance of containing the pearls. After a lot of clams, we get 0 pearls. After another 30 minutes, we get another 0 pearls. We even fish up a couple of pools and get more fire fins, but still no pearls. Since we were already walking along the shore, I decided to cross the bridge to Arathi and follow the road in order to not grab any aggro from the level 32 mobs. Holy, we made it safely. Now you may wonder why we got here. Well, that's because we had to buy the recipe for the solid iron maul, a massive 2-handed mace that gives plus 12 stamina and increases our damage immensely. But for that, we need, you guessed it, iron. Nevertheless, we fly back to Menethil and notice a floating wreckage. So the moment I got off the flight point, I ran straight to the wreckage, fish it up, and we get 2 watertight trunks. From the first trunk, we get 3 medium leather. Ouch. But the second one gave us a bolt of silk cloth, 3 bolts of woolen cloth, and 2 healing potions. This was extremely juicy, but still nothing that we needed at the moment. I then spent another 30 or so minutes grinding the 2 pearls that we needed for the breastplate, and finally got none. Then I grind for 30 more minutes and still get no pearls. It's a 3 to 5% drop rate. Why is this so bad? Please, Wizard, why is this so... At this point, I was absolutely fuming. Losing my mind even. The world tour was in 2 hours and 40 minutes and I still had none of the 2 upgrades that I wanted to craft. So instead, I decided to go to Stone Talon Peak and grind iron and tin instead. Now, one more thing that we would need for the solid iron maul is heavy leather, which I would need to level my leather working to level 154. At this point, I was cooked beyond belief. I had no clue how I was going to get anything done, and I didn't want to postpone the dungeon runs as it would affect 4 other people. And after getting all of the tin and iron that we needed, I go back to Menethil, and I notice a wreckage. I fish it and get 5 strangle kelp and 1 watertight trunk. My one chance, my last hope, and I get the 2 heavy leather. Let's go! Back to Ironforge immediately. Smelt the ores, craft the bronze, 66 bronze, let's go! Power level our blacksmithing to level 155, just enough to learn the solid iron maul. And then we start crafting it, learn 2-handed maces, and finally, equip it. Now for the final preparations. More Murloc fin soup, because at this point we stocked up a lot of Murloc fins. So we end up crafting 28 Murloc fin soups, meaning that for the whole duration of all the dungeons, we would be set on food buffs. And then we head back to Menethil. With a bit over 1 hour left to spare, we grind some more, level our 2-handed mace skill, and try to get those goddamn pearls. And this time we actually get a pearl! Let's go! All that is left now is to run the dungeons, get the Massa Gate, and hopefully get 1 more pearl. That is, if we survive. Did we? Well, you have to find out next week on Hardcore CraftedLocked. So last week we spent an ungodly amount of time trying to get the 2 iridescent pearls that we needed for the shining silver breastplate. And right before the dungeons we actually got one, but that is not all that we needed. The shining silver breastplate requires 20 bronze bars, 2 Massa Gates, 2 lesser moonstones, 2 iridescent pearls, and 4 silver bars. As a craft, it is really expensive, and trying to gather all of the materials can be a pain. Or you could get really lucky and get everything as you are leveling. Me personally, I had 0 Massa Gates and 0 pearls. But thankfully, I already had the bronze and silver bars as well as the 2 lesser moonstones. Now the Massa Gates actually have a chance of dropping in the first dungeon we are running, the Shadowfang Keep. Whilst this is a predominantly horde dungeon, we can run this as well for recipes, materials, XP, and gold. For me personally, I didn't care about any of that. All I wanted were the Masa Gates, and thankfully, nobody else in my party needed them. So I decided to pass on all other items apart from the Masa Gates to keep it fair. But anyways, let's go ahead and meet up with the group. You have already met all of the people involved in this several hour ordeal. Vervain is our paladin healer. She was the healer during my first time tanking and someone we could all trust with our lives. Corbett, aka Roush, is our DPS hunter. He was the hunter that was pulling other packs of mobs with his pet, so I was a little scared already. Otherwise, he was extremely well geared and generally a good player. He has grown since the last time you've seen him. Leve is our tank and DPS warrior. What more can I say about Leve that I haven't yet said? An absolute gigachat pumper who swears by the ways of the warrior. Here's his dead one, Glass Button, our druid DPS and tank. He got what was coming to him. Anyhow, we meet up in front of the bridge between Wetlands and Arathi Highlands. Glass Button was already there, so it was down to the four of us to make the trek all the way there. So we walked from the bridge to the refugee point, followed by crossing over to the Hillsbrad foothills, grabbing the South Shore flight path, and finally getting to the Silver Pine Forest. And as such, we head into the Shadowfang Keep. And just as we got in, Qlil died on his warlock at level 36. Now keep in mind that this guy actually follows rule 4, meaning that he deleted all of his characters and restarted. Qlil, you're an absolute gigachat, man, holy. Anyhow, we finally start the dungeon, and just as I pass on the Spellbinder Orb, we get our first Masa Gate. Actually a juiced run. We continue down the stairs and slay Rethelgor, free sorcerer Ashram, and once he opens the door, we enter the courtyard. Now, we are a bit over-leveled for this part of the dungeon, but that didn't matter. We still decided to clear up quite a bit of the courtyard before continuing. We also had to go to the horses so Vervain can pick up an item for her quest. After she grabbed her item, we continued forward into what seems to be a really messed up kitchen, and finally fight Razorclaw the Butcher. And then we also had a bit of a big pull. Thankfully, since we were higher level and thanks to Vervain's and Leve's quick reactions, we were able to continue unscathed. Also, we get another Masa Gate, meaning that we only needed one more Iridescent Pearl, which we could get from Black Phantom Deeps. Next up was Baron Silverlane. After we took him down, we go upstairs. Now these mobs are really annoying because they can silence you, meaning that if our healer was close by, she wouldn't be able to heal us. Thankfully, we were aware of this and had Vervain stay back whilst we were taking care of them in the doorway. Anyways, we pulled Commander Springwhale, and this one was quick and easy actually. Apart from the fact that I went full Zugzug mode and started focusing the wrong mob at first. In my defense, when I see a skull emoji in my mind, that means focus on this mob. Did they mention that the skull was so Roush can pull that mob? Yes. Did I listen? Not very much, no. Anyways, we cleared the bat room and then venture further in, where this happens. Yeah, that one was not fun at all. Now this room is the actual run ender. See, there are some mobs that are bugged, and pet aggro gets weird in this room. So if we were not careful, we could pull the entire room. And keep in mind that we would have to run all the way back to the entrance, which is actually extremely far away. The Lupine Horrors also spawn mirror images, so from one mob we get 3 mobs. We had to be extremely careful here. We cleared the room well and continued on to Fenris the Devourer. Easy peasy, buddy. Oh wait, Warwalkers! Just kidding, they're really easy. Anyways, upstairs we go. Clear trash, clear a big trash bag, and fight Wolfmaster Nando's. Like, the restaurant chain? Like, opening the doors, it was time to clear our way towards Archmage Aragol, and finally fight him. And that concludes the Shadowfang Keep Run. Next up were the Stockades. Before we continue, make sure to like and subscribe, it helps out a ton. We are trying to hit 10,000 subscribers by the end of the year. I also want to apologize if it sounded a little bit different, it's because I am currently sick. Thank you all so much for your support, and we can get back to the video now. We harf back to Darkshore, since this is where our Hearthstone was set. Literally every time I harf back here, I get cold sweats from Stitches being in town. Thankfully no Stitches, so we render some of the items we got and fly back to Stormwind. Now for the Stockades are amazing, best in slot, absolutely banging 5-star WoW healer Vervain had already picked up all of the quests. And being the chat she was, she actually dropped the bandana quest so more of us can get it done. If you ever wonder how I made it this far in this challenge, even with the sheer stupidity I put on display, you have her, Leve, and Roush to thank. Anyways, instead of voicing the Stockades, I think it would be best if I showed you how it went. The close calls to 9 out of 10 bandanas. I think you can see why I didn't want to voice over it. Now with all said and done and most of the quests turned in, we are at level 27. With a couple of bars of XP away from level 28. And we get to meet back up with an old friend. Do y'all remember Summoning Aid? In case you didn't, this is Medic's Warlock. And if you don't remember Medic, then that is completely understandable, because even I haven't seen him online in pretty much a whole month. But regardless, he is still a Chad. Previously, he parked his Warlock in Ashenvale, and once we were done with the Stockades, he was online and ready to summon us so we can save some time. This is exactly what I mean when I say we have the best community. And don't worry, we will see more of him in the future. Hopefully. Bidding our farewells to Medic, it was time to finally head to the last dungeon of the tour. Black Fathom Deeps. Stepping into the entrance of the deeps, we start clearing methodically, both to clear the path towards the dungeon and as a side benefit, get those tasty quest items. Also, can we just talk about how bad the Stockades was designed? Like seriously, you expect 5 people to get 10 bandanas each, but then have the most terrible drop rates imaginable? Thankfully for this quest, we can also grind the mobs outside, so it's not too bad. Also, thank you Vervain again for grabbing all of the quests for us, literally single-handedly carrying this world tour. After an uncomfortably long loading screen, we find ourselves inside the Black Fathom Deeps, and the first order of business is a pee break. Hey man, we've been at it for 2 hours or so at this point, we needed it. Anyways, we start the run and clear the Murlocs out, and reach the ultimate skill check of vanilla World of Warcraft for the personal computer, jumping a gap.
We finally find something that Vervain is not the best at, so I felt a little bit better about myself. We keep clearing out the murlocs until we finally reach Gamura. An interesting thing to note about Vanilla WoW is that the turtles have an unreasonably high armor. So me being the Chad that I am, I defied all odds and was at the top of the DPS meter. I may or may not have been the most useless member throughout these 3 dungeons, but I digress. With Gamura down, it was time to venture further in, and for that we would need to swim underwater, minding our breath and also making sure that we don't get frozen in the water. Honestly, getting frozen isn't that bad, it only becomes terrible when you are low on breath, so we made sure to always have a good amount of breath before we pulled the next mobs. Now here we find the giant clams, which actually have a chance of dropping the iridescent pearls. So while my party was clearing up the mobs, I ever so slightly found myself closer to the clam, pulling an extra mob in the process. We swim under and reach an opening where Lady Cerevis resides, and after clearing more trash, we finally reach her. And I barely did more damage than the tank. I don't know if it was the 3-hour session or just me being terrible, but my DPS felt really bad during these dungeons. It could also be me missing the shining silver breastplate, but overall, let's just say that I am not happy with my personal performance. 10 break. Turn in the quest inside the dungeon and reach level 28. Also, he is a vendor, but you can't vendor anything to him? Nice one, Blizz. Clearing more trash, we get a best in slot recipe drop. The blue stylish shirt. We all kneeled on it, and Glass Button, the bastard, actually got it. I am sure this will not mark him for death. Okay, while we're cleaning the trash, I wanted to say that I have been streaming on Twitch lately, and it has been extremely fun. So if you want to check on the progress live, make sure to follow me on Twitch. Also, I just wanted to say, I know that most of the classic dungeons were designed by the team thinking people would only run them once. But can you please explain why is BFD a longer and more mechanical instance than, well, let's say Onyxia? It's such a long instance with so many trash mobs as well. What's worse is that the XP of the dungeon is kept in the bosses. So clearing trash is not even satisfying in the sense of possibly leveling up mid-trash bowl. I mean seriously, look at how many mobs we had to kill in order to get to the boss. Like, holy! Now it was time to down Gelihast. And yet again, I am at the bottom of the DPS chart. Maybe for the future I should just disable details. I also, out of sheer habit, hit the Tin Vein, forgetting that Roush also had mining on his hunter. I'm so sorry, Roush. It actually wasn't out of sheer habit, it was done on purpose. I am evil, I am a demon. So we keep clearing the path. God damn it. We are now entering what I call the water part of the dungeon. I know that the whole dungeon is literally in the water, but just let me cook. This is the run ending area of Black Phantom Deeps. From the trash packs to the boss, generally speaking, this area is absolutely horrendous. What's more is that in the water, there were more giant clams, which I desperately wanted because this whole time I only got more lustrous pearls. Please, Blizzard, just one iridescent, okay? Is that just too much to ask for? Just please, one more iridescent? Also, this happened. Zooey mama. And then I looted this giant clam. God damn it! We kept clearing, and kept clearing, and kept clearing. Yeah, I don't like this dungeon, how could you tell? Also, when it was time to gather the brains from the mobs in the first part of the dungeon, I got them really quickly, and I was pretty damn happy about it. But let's also keep track of how many Twilight Pendants I currently have. We finally reached the little house, and the strat here is to pull mobs to the doorway. Not to enter immediately because we could overpull and end up dead. So, we take it slow. And by slow, I mean extremely slow. Pull all the random patrols and mobs around the boss, and then we finally charge onto Twilight Lord Kelris. With him down, we simply got domesticated and we were put on the bench. Literally. Look, Mom, I'm pumping! Goddamn turtles. After lighting up all 4 candles and clearing all 4 waves, we go through the freshly opened doors and keep clearing until we finally come face to face with Akumai, the final boss of the dungeon. Thankfully, the fight was a very simple tank and spank, and in 35 seconds, we downed the final boss. Now, as a result of the full dungeon, we have 8 corrupted brain stems and 9 twilight pendants. To turn in the twilight pendant quest, I needed 10. So basically, 2 quests I literally couldn't complete because of RNG. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Vanilla. Oh, I also kinda lied. There is one more boss. Old Syracuse. Not much to say about him apart from the decent amount of XP he provided for our troubles. Anyways, we walk and swim all the way back to where we fought the big turtle. Kill more mobs for their brains, loot the giant clams, get nothing good from them, and loot the chest for the quest as well. All that was left now is to help the rest of the people get the last of their brains. My brain is smooth and soft, yours is old and wrinkly. Also, Gloss Button actually got an iridescent pearl as well. Surely this will not certify his death. And after over 3 hours of sitting on the chair and playing this bastard 20-year-old game, we are finally able to go outside. But first we head on over to Astanar and vendor our trash. Logging back in the following day, we fly over to Aberdeen, turn in a quest, then fly to Darnassus and turn in another quest. Harping back to Darkshire, and flying over to Ironforge, we turn in another quest where we also vendor a bunch of quest items that we received. Haha! CraftedLocked! Speaking of CraftedLocked, we have the 2 Mossy Gates now, but we are still missing 1 iridescent pearl, which means it was time to put our big boy pants on and get back to the wetlands, because it was now time for the Great Pearl Grind. Let's go! No, that was not an attempt at me slaying my own character. Trust me. No, trust. But it all paid off. We finally got the last pearl, and we also had all the other items prepared as well. So now it was time. Fly to Ironforge. Find which character has the goddamn pearl. Gathering all of our materials, we head to the forge and craft the shining silver breastplate. It does not look any different than the breastplate that we had before, but we got our first ever blue. So what happened to the gang after the dungeon runs? Well, Bervain lived happily ever after, spending her time taking care of her 20-plus-year-old kids, us, and becoming filthy rich. Glossbottom died, deservingly so. Leve finally stopped dying on his mages and has been slowly leveling up. And Roush, well, as you can see, he is straight up ballin'. Join us next week as we spend our time leveling our professions, grabbing some new gear, and crafting a piece of armor that we are yet to craft. This video was recorded live on Twitch. Make sure to check me out at SakiBoy3312. Now let's get to it. We started off on our warrior, and we first get yet another installment of Vervain's Road to Insanity. Now, since we still needed iron and bronze to level up our blacksmithing, we did a quick lap around the Stone Talon Peak, and then decided to purchase the Expert Cookbook in Astanar. Reading this book allows us to level our cooking up to level 225. Now, since blacksmithing does not offer any big upgrades for specific pieces of gear, we had to look elsewhere, and that elsewhere turned out to be leatherworking. Now, leatherworking has a lot of amazing pieces, but for now, we wanted to focus on leveling up our skinning on our druid. I know I said that our rogue would be the skinner and leatherworker, but the rogue DPS and gear requirements would really bottleneck us here. So instead, we drop alchemy on our druid and pick up skinning. I promise this is definitely not because I want to play druid, this is simply your imagination. Anyways, now that we dropped alchemy on our druid, we sent all of our cute little flowers over to our rogue so he can feel a little loved. And as a side benefit, we clear up our backspace. We also send over our alchemy recipes to our rogue. deposit everything in the bank, and we are ready for a nasty grinding session. What was also a pleasant surprise was the Dark Moon Fair event being live. So we pick up our damage buff and head straight to the boar-infested farms. Now, the ultimate goal is to have heavy leather commonly available, as it would be very necessary for future upgrades down the road. And as for why we are specifically here, well, that's because boars respawn very frequently, and sometimes lower level players don't have skinning trade, meaning that we could quickly skin as many things as we can and level up our skinning to the point where we can move on to the next area. Another important thing to note is that since we have herbalism and skinning, areas such as Elwyn, Loch Madan, Darkshore are amazing for us, because not only are they filled with beasts, they also have a lot of herbs for us to pick. And since we have to level up our alchemy from level 1 again, this would be extremely beneficial. With Elwyn behind us, it was now time to head on over to Loch Madan, since it was no longer bugged like it was a couple of weeks ago. I still consider it the best light leather per hour farm. One stupid thing that I did was not training to the next rank of skinning in Stormwind. Slacky strikes again. So we fly to Ironforge, train Journeyman Skinning, and then fly back to Loch Madan. And in roughly 20 minutes, we were able to level up our skinning to the point where we can skin medium leather from mobs. And of course, in the meantime, we pick lots and lots and lots of flowers. And with a full inventory of gear, leather, and herbs, we harf back to Aberdeen. Flying to Darnassus, we first go to the mailbox and send over all of our leather materials to our rogue. And since our skinning was already above level 125, it meant that we can finally train expert skinning, raising the cap to our skinning to level 225. We vendor all of our trash and then decide to do some skinning and herbalism around Darkshore, which lasted around 10 minutes before I decided to check how much we can level up on our rogue with the leather that we grinded. So we log in on our rogue, turn in all of the leather scraps into light leather, and then get to leveling. We start crafting fine leather belts until we reach level 125, after which we turn in all of our light leather into medium leather. And we got lucky by having one medium hide. After turning it into a cured hide, we are actually able to craft a very nice upgrade, the dark leather belt, giving us +4 agility and +4 stamina. Since we were grinding on our druid, we decided to give the first belt to him, as well as some potions we had left over from the last time we leveled our rogue. Buying a bunch of grey dye allows us to start crafting dark leather boots, which are extremely expensive, costing 4 medium leather per. After it was all said and done, we ended up at level 132 of leatherworking. Now the earliest we can craft heavy leather is 150. This meant we had to hop back on our druid and get back to grinding. Except I first wanted to pick up this brand new belt, so we run all the way down to Astanar, pick up the belt, and yeah, we will never see it again, pretty much. Since we always play in cat form, gear is often not visible. Going back to Darkshore, we keep grinding mobs. We grind higher level mobs for the better chance of getting medium leather. While we were grinding, we ended up reaching level 22. And after 20 or so minutes of grinding in Darkshore, we ended up with 5 medium leather and 45 light leather. I thought maybe we could try a different spot to farm medium leather. But first, we teleport to Moonglade, train our abilities after chat lost their mind trying to guide me to the trainer.
Wait, there? No! This one! This is the Moonwell, right? Right ahead, okay. It's fine, it's fine.
And fly back to Darnassus? I have no clue why I clicked that, but we fly to Darkshore and grab the boat to Menetil Harbor. Here, we tried to farm the raptors for medium leathers as well. After a couple of minutes, I decide that we are way too underleveled and squishy for this area for now. So instead, we give Lakeshire a try, waste our time a little bit, and finally find ourselves back at Loch Madan, where this happened.
No way, no way, no way.
That was, not fun. But anyways, we run back to Telsamar and send over the rest of the leather that we had on our druid over to our rogue. Picking up all the materials, we go back to our trainer and start turning the light leather to medium. And we also craft some cured light hide. We end up crafting 3 dark leather cloaks and 1 pair of dark leather pants. The dark leather cloaks give us +2 stamina and some armor, and the dark leather pants are amazing for our druid because they give +5 agility, making cat form even more powerful. We also were high enough level to train the toughened leather gloves, so after training that, we called it a day. The next day, we wanted to level up our warrior. Since we had to be level 30 and level 32 to equip 2 really big items, out of them, one is actually massive, but you will have to wait a bit to find out. This is actually when I got sick, and at the time of writing this script, I am still sick. Even the voice recording, hi, yes, this is Saki, I am still sick. What would make me feel better is if you liked and subscribed. We are so close to 10,000 subscribers. 1 like and sub equals 1 Saki gets well soon. Now back to the video. You know what's the worst part? I literally booked a couple of days of vacation leave so I can enjoy streaming a bit and live my life. And I ended up getting sick for the whole duration of my vacation leave. Anyways, first up was Sven's revenge. And while we were heading over to turn in the fine thread, we killed a couple of spiders along the way so we can get the vials of spider venom. We turned in the thread, and next up was Sven's camp. Once we turned that quest in, we returned to Goldshire, but only this time because we actually had a quest there. We learned more about the legend of Stalvan, go upstairs, unlock a chest and pick up a letter. Now it was time to go to Stormwind, more specifically to the Slaughtered Lamb, which is an inn in the Mage Quarter, and we accept the quest, A Noble Brew. Speak with Caretaker Flossom to turn in another quest, then check the box behind him and accept Tinkmaster Overspark, and then train a couple more class spells before eventually flying back to Darkshire. Turn in the Shadowy Figure, and then another one, and then 2 more quests. And we then took a nice little 5-minute break. Now there is a reason why I logged out even though I was in the inn. And that's because Stitches can literally walk inside the inn and make your day miserable. That is actually how our guilty area actually very recently died on their tune. Anyways, we log back in, leave the inn, and then go to the nearby recently raised from the dead cemetery and slay skeletal horrors and fiends, while also grabbing their rot blossoms and getting the old history book. Putting them all back in the graves has us turn in the Shadowy Figure quest again, and we return to Sven, harv him back to Darkshire, and finally back to Stormwind, accepting a couple of quests and turning in the old history book and using the tram to go to Ironforge to turn in Tinkmaster Overspark. We were now ready to squeeze out more wetlands quests. I actually utterly despise this zone, ever since that close call and those goddamn murlocs, but what can you do? First up on the list was actually a terrifyingly familiar place, the stupid Murloc camp. But this time, we will be searching them for the quest Reclaiming the Goods. We clear out the 3 camps and then head over to the ruined ships near the shore so we can slay the cursed sailors and marines. Grouping up with other people on the same quest, we go for First Mate Snellig. Looting him gives us his snuff box, and then it was time to keep grinding out the sailors and marines. Once we were done with that, we head on over and vendor all the trash we got to Frat's Swiftgear, and then continued with finding Sita's bag, which is actually kind of funny in Macedonian. If you know, you know. Anyways, we have to kill all of these black oozes until we get the bag. Next up were the Dragon Maw Orcs for their war banners. These guys can also net, so we had to be a bit more careful, which I was not good at while streaming. But either way, we kept clearing and we actually get rewarded with an iron vein at the end of the road. And this vein was blessed. It gave us 4 whole iron ores. Some veins give us 2, so I consider this very lucky. Jumping down to Welgar's excavation site, we turn in and accept more quests. This is where we had to get all of the Screechers and Raptors, where this happened. Oh shit. Oh wait. This is bad.
Health warning.
This is really bad. Back up.
Health warning.
How the fuck? No? I literally don't learn my lesson. I don't know if it was because of me being sick or just genuinely that stupid, but I just didn't even switch to the defensive stance, let alone use Intimidating Shout. And I pissed off Vervain who was watching the stream, to the point where I actually bound defensive stance. And I'm happy to say that I'm using it more often ever since I bounded it. Anyways, we finally clear up the rest of the raptors, and now we had to fight the Mosshides for their crude flints, and I apparently went up against the fastest runner in the lands. What the f***? Look at what the f***? Hey yo! Why am I fighting Usain Bolt, by the way? After that, we kept killing the gnolls and got all of the flints, so we went back to speak with Mosshide Daddy, turn in the Fire Taboo quest, and then we went to pick up the Musquash root. While stopping to farm some tin, of course. Harping back to Deepwater Tavern, we turn in the Absent and Prospector, the Cursed Crew. Digging through ooze has us reach level 30, which is really important. We turn in the war banners in search of the excavation team, and lastly, we turn in Return to Statuette. Now that we were level 30, it was time to go back to Stormwind. Why'd I go to Ironforge? Anyways, back at Stormwind, we respec again, only this time it cost me 5 gold, which I honestly happily paid because we now get access to sweeping strikes. And you might wonder, why am I in a group? Well, that's because I wanted to get that last goddamn bandana. And in the meantime, we wanted to help out Roush and Vervain complete some of their quests in the stockades. We also had Rankalok join us, but apparently he was locked out, so it was just the 3 of us. Which means it was time to 3-man the stockades. And just look at Vervain's gear. She was juiced off the wazoo, and then she put on her dress. And here comes Roush with his druid, and his gear was disgusting, terrible, no sense of fashion. Don't you dare look at my bald head, that is genetics, blame Asmongold. Bro even has the sandals, like goddamn! And so with the fashion show being over and done with, it was now time for the over-leveled 3-man stockades run. I got my bandana off rip, and the dungeon was pretty uneventful. I mean, 99% of the dungeon is clearing trash, apart from like 3 bosses you need to kill for the quest. But then this happens. It was actually so baits. What the Sadly for YouTube, I have to leave this clip muted, because in the back you can hear copyrighted music, and I dare not go against my YouTube overlords or they will come for my kneecaps. But I will leave a link to the clip in the description if you want to hear my live reaction. I think it's safe to say after this, I was a little shaken up. Thank you so much, iBale, you are absolutely amazing, man. Clearing the rest of the dungeon had my brain a little foggy, and I was honestly half paying attention to what was going on. So when Roush pulled Basil to the hallway, and I forgot we didn't clear the last 2 rooms, I straight up charged at him, and I got insta-feared. I didn't even demo shout, man, I was so lost. But thankfully, Vervain and Roush are some of the biggest trads in our guild, so even with my blunder, we still came out on top. After that, I had to calm down a bit, so we turn in the quests, vendor some trash, and fly straight to Booty Bay so we can get some nice and relaxing fishing going. But then I realized that this is wasted potential and that I should be fishing in Westfall for the higher chance of getting the 1 ring. But also, it was not wasted potential because we got a sturdy locked chest. And our rogue does actually have the necessary lockpicking skill to open it. Flying to Westfall, we had to do the fishing at the original medic fishing spot. So we head down there and we get joined by Minxie. This is the kind of stream sniping I like. Fishing companion type of stream sniping. We fish a bit in Westfall, don't end up getting the ring, and harf back to the Deepwater Tavern, where we lay down and rest, not getting much sleep, but at least resting our bones. The following day, we wake up from our little slumber and hit the ground running. And while waiting for the boat, we craft a couple of bandages. Arriving in Darkshire, we fly over to Stone Talon and accept the Charred Whale. We first do our usual loop around Stone Talon Peaks for some extra ores, and then head down to the actual quest area. And we even find a rare on our way there, the Pridewing Patriarch. Killing him gives us a +5 agi cloak, which of course we can't wear, but I found it really interesting. Could you imagine this on a hunter early on? It requires you to be level 20, so this is like actual twink gear territory. At the Charred Veil, we had to get the crystallite scales from the basilisks, and then go around slaying Blood Fury harpies, ambushers, slayers, and rogue feathers. After a painfully long grind, we start heading down to Desolus. Not to quest, no, we are way too low of a level for that, but instead to grab the flight path. Flying back to the peaks, we turn in reclaiming the Charred Veil, and we then harf back to Menethil, and fly back to Ironforge. Because in order to craft our next upgrades, we would need to level up our blacksmithing, and we can finally craft one of our first upgrades, the Green Iron Leggings. These bad boys come equipped with +8 strength and +8 stamina. But we don't put them on just yet. We instead hop over on our druid to farm some more leather and herbs. After roughly 40 minutes, we send everything back to our rogue. Using all of the materials, we craft a dark leather belt, dark leather pants, and dark leather cloak. For our warrior, we send the cloak and the belt. Picking it all up, we equip it. We look absolutely stunning! And at this point, I was fiending to find more iron. And for some reason, I flew to Arathi. Realizing just how bad of an idea that actually was, we fly back to Ironforge. And instead, we spend our time walking around Dunmoreau, grinding some copper because Roush pointed out something that was so obvious but completely escaped my mind. And that is that I have no way of range pulling, so I have to face pull every single pack of mobs. And whilst it is a bit more manageable with sweeping strikes and cleave right now, it's still very risky. So we farm a ton of copper and rough stones and send them over to our paladin, and start leveling our engineering. We got to level 50, which is the level you need in order to craft the rough boomstick. And with the purchase of a wooden stock, we finally craft our first ranged weapon coupled with some bullets. We now had access to the Gat. We also smelt some more bronze and leveled by crafting the silvered bronze boots, since we did not want to spend what little iron we had already. And so we fly to Menethil, grab the boat to Darkshore, fly to Stone Talon, and do a bit of mining, hoping to get some extra iron while we mainly farm tin and copper. Heading over to Desolus, we fly to Ashenvale, where we decide to do a bit of questing, seeing how we are already halfway done with level 30. First up was Dal Bloodclaw, who was actually pretty easy. Then it was time for Macthrul. So we applied Waitstone, get our food buff, and start fighting him, only to realize that I don't actually have this quest. Anyways, we go and accept the Howling Whale and Wild Satyrs. After a bit of a walk, we find ourselves on a little island off the coast of Ashenvale, where we needed to get the Ring of Zoram. The quest was actually kind of fun. I have no clue why, but I enjoyed it. We turn in that quest, go back to Astanar, and vendor some trash, before we turn in a couple more quests and accept others. We do Renee's cleansing, and now we had to kill the Ancients for a chance for them to drop their wooden key, which we needed in order to reach the Iron Shaft. I'm an adult, by the way, married, like, yeah. Anyways, we get the key and the shaft. So we then go and view the tome, which is surrounded by wargs. We finally take a peek at that tome, and then try to farm a little bit of iron on our way. I end up getting sidetracked and literally hard focused on getting iron, but that's fine. Anyways, it was now time to clear up the satyrs, and Medic was actually supposed to come and join me. But since he was so far away and there was someone else already here, I decided to just quickly do this quest with them. Slaying Sulfuras gives us a little branch. We turn in Cain at Stillwind, and then head on down to Ashara. Again, not to quest, just to grab a flight path. But also I love the name Ashara. It sounds so cool and it's really fun to say. Give it a try, you won't regret it. Grabbing the flight path, we fly back to Ashenvale. Now for this stream, there was a special reward for the people watching. They were able to participate in a giveaway so they could become the designers of the Guild Tabard. There could be a maximum of 2 winners, so one now and one the next day. And the winner of the first raffle was Midnight Kitties, who ended up giving their designer win to Leve. With the raffle done, we turn in the Howling Vale and the Branch of Cerneris. 1 bar of XP away from leveling up. Turning in Renee's cleansing has us literally a pixel of XP away from a level up. Going down to start clearing the water elementals, we ding level 31 from exploration XP. And then keep grinding the intact elemental bracers. Turning those in, it was now time for the foul weeds. But first we went to get some more iron and we got a citron. That was actually the last piece of the puzzle for the item we wanted to craft. Heading back, we get a nice little gold node and then harf back to Medathil. Take the flight path to Ironforge, smelt all of our ores into bars, and get the last 2 blacksmithing levels that we needed. We were now at level 170 blacksmithing, which means only one thing. A brand new helmet. Named the Green Iron Helm, which gives us a massive +5 stamina and +11 strength. We are no longer bald, this is why hats are amazing. Furthermore, we look so much more epic with this helmet, I honestly can't explain it. Now with the helmet crafted, we also had to level up our alchemy, especially since we no longer had access to any of the potions. That's why we hopped on our rogue and got to leveling. We got to level 25, at which point we realized even with the abundance of herbs, we needed more. So we hopped back on our druid and started gathering herbs around Loch Madan. And after a while, we realized that what we really need is a lot of silverleaf. And Dunmorrow is actually filled with silverleaf. So we flew back to Ironforge and got to gardening. By the end of it, we got 46 Peace Bloom and 62 Silverleaf along with some other herbs. We sent it over to our rogue and get back to work. This time, we got from level 25 all the way up to level 107. Crafting some more swim speed potions gets us to level 110. The next step to leveling up our alchemy is healing potions, which means that we needed to grind a lot of bruiseweed and briarthorn. One of the best places to get briarthorn is Darkshore. Again. So on our druid, we use our hearthstone and get straight back there. And after 30 minutes of running around in Darkshore, we ended up with 32 briarthorn and 12 bruiseweed. Again, as well as some other herbs. We pick everything up on our rogue and continue leveling, getting all the way up to level 140. At level 150, we can start crafting some very nice potions. And with some of the fire fins we had, we craft some fire oils, getting all the way up to level 148. Now, if we wanted to train the next rank of alchemy, it would have to be done in Darnassus. Thankfully, we already leveled in Darkshore on our rogue, so that meant that we already had the Medathil Harbor flight point. Arriving there, we wait for the boats, get to Darkshore, and fly to Darnassus. Finally training Expert Alchemist. While we were here, we also pick up Expert Leatherworking. And with 2 more mana potions, we were at level 150 alchemy. A couple more potions and we were at level 157. And this would be the last we would level alchemy for the time being. This means that most of our professions now are at the expert level, which is one of the reasons why I wanted to have all of my characters at level 20. Now on our warrior, we wanted to get a couple of quests done and see if we can get high enough level for a future dungeon run. First up were the Foulweed, followed by the Fallen Moonstone from the Shade Thicker Oracle. Next on the chopping block were the Slimes, because they drop a wooden crate upon death, which we can loot for the Iron Pummel, and then we loot the Bottle of Disease. Now it was time for something a bit scarier. We had to go to the Barrens, and the journey was pretty easy. It was actually a really nice stroll. We go and kill Sirius Foulborn, grab the Ratchet Flight Path and fly to Ashara. Talking again to our good friend Kenneth, we turn in Forsaken Desires and it was back to the Satyrs. 25 minutes later, we finally get the last horn. This took excruciatingly long. We turn in Renee's Cleansing and have the final giveaway for the Guild Tabard designer. This time, the winner was Eras. And with the 2 designers picked, all that was left is for them to deliver their designs and for us to vote on them as a community. In the meantime, we turned in Fallen Sky Lake, Aggressive Defense, and Renee's Cleansing. again. Turning in the Mage Summoner gives us Light of a Loon, which we of course cannot use, since it is not a crafted item. Having a final look at our gear, we closed the stream off since I was feeling pretty sick. The following day we log in at 2:56 AM since my sleep schedule is always cooked when I'm sick, and we continued questing. Turning into a Furbolg, we speak with Krog, and then we were tasked with slaying the Bloodtooth. God, I love sweeping strikes. Turn in quest, go back to Astanar and turn in quest again, and then get yet another mail from Vervain. With the allowance of 1 copper, I make off like a bandit. Turn in the Satyr's horns, fly back to Darnassus, we turn in more quests and even more quests. Harf back to Menethil, and fly to Stormwind. Why to Stormwind? Well, that's because it was time we finally got our first guild tabard. Because at this point, Levi's design won. Behold, the DIY or die tabard. We look so sick, it's actually insane. Next up on the list was flying to Ironforge and start crafting the green iron bracers so we can level up our blacksmithing. It was imperative that we get to level 185 blacksmithing because we needed it for a very special weapon that we can craft. We even tried leveling with the silvered bronze boots. We get no levels from that and get a little bit of a cry out. We go to Menethil and then fly to Ratchet. This is because we had to go to 1000 Needles, due to it being the absolute best place to farm iron at level 31. After nearly 2 whole hours, we finally got all of the iron ore that we needed, which was 81 iron ore. So we harved straight back to Menethil. As you can see, we even reached level 32 from all the mobs around 1000 Needles. We fly back to Ironforge and smelt down all 81 iron ores into bars. Crafting 1 pair of boots, we get to 175 blacksmithing. Crafting 10 green iron bracers gets us to level 185, which means that it is now time to fly to Duskwood and go on a bit of a journey to purchase a recipe. Landing in Duskwood, we walk down to Stranglethorn Vale. We go to the Superior Axe Crafter, which of course did not have the recipe available. So after a quick layer swap, courtesy of Leve, we grab the recipe and walk back to Duskwood, fly to Stormwind and meet up with him, because we had big things planned. We log off in front of the anvil and log into our rogue, send over the 2 heavy leather we got from the locked chest, which we pick up and then head back to the anvil. And with 12 iron bars, 2 strong flux, 2 heavy grindstones, 4 gold bars, and 2 heavy leather, we finally craft the massive iron axe. Little rodent, man, I swear to God. Since we were level 32, we can also train the next rank of Battle Shout, Hamstring, and Execute. Not training Heroic Strike because we are very broke after buying the Guild Tabard. After waiting for Leve to respec, we fly to Booty Bay and do some fishing while we wait for the boat. Well, at least I did some fishing. Arriving in Ratchet, we first spent some time slaying the pirates because I needed to level my 2-handed axe skill. Best I could do was 127, at which point we decided it's barely enough and started the quest for the Berserker's Dance. I had no clue that I had to sunder him, so that's why I did a total of 10 DPS. Either way, with that quest done, we now had Berserker's Dance, which means that we got 3 insanely massive upgrades, and are getting very prepared for a future run into the city botched by a failed experiment. Numeric. Thank you all for watching, I love you all, and I will see you next Saturday.
So as I mentioned, we are trying our best to get an American run in this week. And in order to do that, we have a bit of a checklist. Reach level 34, craft some more upgrades, and actually run the dungeon. So without further ado, let's get straight into it. We start off in Ironforge. Last we got level 32 on our warrior, which is the perfect level for us to wield the massive iron axe. What's more is that during this week there was the unrelenting cry of the Dragon Slayer, which was a permanent Onyxia buff for the week. It was not expected, but very welcomed and sorely missed. As for the first order of business, well, it was wetlands. We accept the Fall of Dawn motor and Necrosh's Gambit, and it was time to venture out. First things first, some good old fishing, because we saw a floating debris right next to us. We get one watertight trunk and one strangle kelp. Opening the chest, we get 2 bolts of silk cloth, 3 bolts of woolen cloth, 1 heavy leather, and 1 healing potion. Guys, I swear if you don't have a leather worker, this is the play right here. I got so much heavy leather just from fishing. Anyways, we head to the back of the ship and slay Captain Hallandor to get his strongbox key. And this buff felt amazing. I mean, our damage was through the roof. And what's more is that we didn't have to worry about it running out for the day. It's not a 2-hour Oni buff, it's a week-long buff, which I'm sure got a lot of people overconfident during that time. Anyways, we loot his strongbox and then went around slaying crocolisks. But right after, we saw another debris, so we instantly went to fish it up. This time we get 2 Rumsey Rum Darks and 1 more watertight trunk, which I decided to open later in order to save inventory space. And we find another debris! Listen, if you want all the debris to yourself, log on at 7 AM, there's barely anyone. This time getting 2 more trunks. We finish off the crocolisks and then focus on the fen creepers. After slaying all 12 of them, we head on over to the Welgar excavation site to turn in Omer's revenge and accept uncovering the past. Next up were the model Scythe Claws and Razor Maws, while also trying to get all of the fragments. And with this buff, we completed both quests in roughly 7 minutes. To me, this just proved how strong world buffs really are. And while I had them, how much I should focus on leveling up, because right now was the best time to hard focus leveling and get over some hurdles. Just imagine how nice this bust must have been for those doing the mid-level 40 grind, when the quests are few and far between and grinding segments become the norm. Anyways, we take the Sarltooth's Talon and turn in more quests. And next up was Necrosh's Gambit, but thanks to sweeping strikes and our brand new axe, we were more than well equipped to handle the situation. Talk to Moss Daddy and turn in the Fall of Dawn motor. The quest after it had us go down where there are elite Dark Iron Dwarves. Here's how that happened. Okay, we cut the cameras. This is how that went. So easy. We turn in the Tandol span and we do this epic jump.
Look, Mom, I'm floating. Wow! So epic!
We go up the hill and fight a couple of bombardiers. Turn in quest, turn in another quest. Go to Arathi, turn in a quest there, and fly to South Shore. We turn in a quest here, vendor some trash, and harf back to Menethil. Turn in another quest and fly to Ironforge. When my game freezes for a good 5 minutes, but that's fine. I'm sure it's not because of the Twitch emotes add-on. No, that couldn't possibly be the problem. Follow me on Twitch, by the way. I stream often and you can check out the journey live as it unfolds. I love you. Arriving in Ironforge, we opened up the trunks. Not too shabby. It was all in all pretty goddamn good. I mean, only getting 3 bolts of woolen crop from a chest is a bit of a kick in the groin, but apart from that, the rest was pretty swell. Turn in another quest and we are level 33. Only 1 more level until we can comfortably run Numerican. We clear up our inventory by sending the crafting mats to each character and keep turning in more and more quests. I also finally pick up the next rank of Heroic Strike, because I was no longer as broke thanks to all the greens I got along my journey. We then hop on over to our priest and level up our tailoring a little. Also, seriously, look at all the linen cloth we have. It's getting out of hand. Now, in order to craft silk bags, we need to level our tailoring to 150, which is currently at level 135. Anyways, we level as much as we can, and after that we turn in all of the linen cloth into bolts so we can vendor them for a bit more. Yes, I am that stingy right now, okay, I'm broke. We also craft 2 woolen bags because I realized I had 1 more linen bag on my warrior and I can upgrade my rogue's bank space so we can keep more herbs and leather. We also craft some potions and send them over to our warrior so we can level even quicker. And on our druid, we send over some raptor eggs. Finally back on our warrior, we buy some hot spices and pick up the potions and raptor eggs, and then craft some curiously tasty omelets. Taking the tram to Stormwind, we turn in and accept a couple of quests. After turning in the missing diplomat, we go and pick up a couple of apples and some silk cloth and head back. We turn in items of some consequence and then accept the attack. And here's a cool little strat you could use. You can just keep waving to the guards and they are obliged to wave back. So instead of them moving away when the evil person comes, they just stand there waving at you. So, We turn in the attack and accept the head of the beast. This questline is actually really important because at the end you get rewarded with an amazing ring, which we will touch on later. After a lot of back and forth around Stormwind, we finally have an audience with the king, which rewards us with the Seal of Rin. This is an amazing ring that gives us a little bit of every stat, so it's quite literally considered BIS. And at this point the polls were live, and I want to thank everybody that participated in the polls. This is a community first challenge, and it's shaped by your votes and opinions. Many of you had your heart in the right place, and I really appreciate you guys for it. Please make sure to vote to any polls that I post, as your opinion really does matter to me. Listen guys, I know changes are generally unwelcomed in the classic WoW scene, but seeing as how a lot of us were dying a lot more, I thought allowing these 3 slots, which either way we can't craft them ourselves, would make more sense. And whilst it may not be noticeable yet, I honestly believe that this saved more lives than we can imagine. Now with that out of the way, and the sweat running down my forehead right from the future comments, let's get back to it. We fly to Duskwood, still no brown stew, accept Borgin in the woods, the Night Watch, and then set our Hearthstone back to Darkshire, turning the missing diplomat, and then we had to slay Nightbane Shadow Weavers. We turn in Worgen in the woods and accept, you really want to believe when I say this, Worgen in the woods.
What?
Next up were the Nightbane Darkrunners. Look at me doing those big boy pulls. Don't look at all the buffs, okay, just wow, I am so strong, I have big muscles. And we then turn in the Legend of Stalvan. And I honestly can't make this up, accept the Legend of Stalvan. Grab the Fated Journal page and then get cursed for 10 minutes. So we beat her. And we then turn in and accept Stalvan again. We also deliver some juice to a feeble old man, and it was time to kill 20 Blake Shredders, get 7 ghoul ribs, and 10 ghoul fangs. Basically mess up a bunch of ghouls. Nearly 30 minutes later, we turn in Ghoulish Effigy and accept Ogre Thieves. Next up were Skeletal Healers, Warders, and Raiders. The next time we log in, the pole answers are in, and it was an overwhelming yes, so we equipped the Seal of Rin and the Chrome Ring of the Whale. Yeah, we are juicing! Jingle jingle, you don't want to complain, you're okay with this change, you're okay with— You want to see more people at 60, we can't craft rings, you are understand? Get back to Darkshire. We finally finish up this godforsaken— well, yeah, they are forsaken, so that does grind, and we turn in Proving Your Worth. We grab the Defias Docket and grab Abercrombie's Crate. And now, we turn in Ogre Thieves and accept the Note to the Mayor. We also accept the Weathered Grave, and then harp back to Darkshire and turn in— you really won't believe me on this— on the Legend of Stalvan and accept the Legend of Stalvan. We then turn in the Night Watch and turn in the Legend— I'll stop, I'll promise, I'm sorry, that was— no, okay, I'll stop. We turn in the Weathered Grave and accept Morgan Lattimore, who you may know as Morla Dim. Turn in the Note to the Mayor, translate it, wait a bit, back to the Mayor— Sorry. And we turn in and accept the Missing Diplomat. I am having too much fun with this script. We loot the Tear of Tuloa, and then finally kill Stalvan! Vendor some trash, turning in the final Legend of Stalvan, we get rewarded with some items, which we vendor. Now it was time for the Vile Fangs and the Tainted Ones. This is a truly horrifying area, but it dare not question my rested XP overlords. With all of Duskwood pretty much done, we head down and start working on the first few quests in my most hated and most loved zone, Stranglethorn Vale. Every time I reach this zone, I feel like I have finally entered the mid-game of WoW, and this is usually when I end up dying. But not today, because I have to craft the Hand of Ragnaros. And also, make sure to like and subscribe, it really helps me out. We just broke 10,000, so could we aim for 600 likes? That would be amazing. Also, like 72% of you aren't subscribed, so like, come on, please, please. Okay, I'll stop begging, back to the video. We accept Jungle Secrets, and then accept Tiger Mastery and Panther Mastery. We also find another debris. And this, boys and girls, is why you level your fishing. Just look, 4 heavy leather and a bolt of silk cloth. I mean, I'm swimming in it. Hey. Anyways, we take care of the tigers, and now it's time for the panthers. Turning these quests in has us reach level 34, which means our first goal is complete. We then turn in Jungle Secrets and get back to Duskwood. Turn in quests, vendor trash, and fly to Stormwind, turning in the Missing Diplomat. And training our class— okay, I'm too used to playing Rogue on Hardcore. The horrors! Training our class spell, we get a new rank of Demo Shout and Sunder Armor. We turn in the Missing Diplomat and get jumped? Beating them all down to a pulp has us complete the quest, and we are almost done with the Missing Diplomat quest chain. And sadly, the last Jacks ended up succumbing to a rabid thistlebear. But we turn in the Noble Brew and then Seeking Wisdom. It is better to poo in the sink than to sink in the poo. Wise words there, Bishop Farthing. Very wise. Your eternal wisdom shall guide me in my journey. We also level up our first aid, and then turn in the Noble Brew and accept South Shore,
fly to the wetlands and kill some murlocs for the Lightforge ingots. Send over some silk to our priest and turn in the land ingots, while also flying to South Shore and vendoring some trash, resting up on a nice cozy bed. And in the meantime we hop on our druid. Due to me being a very deserving 10,000 subscriber content creator, I completely forgot to turn on the recording, which is why you see me at level 23 in the middle of Darkshore. Trust me, you did not miss out on anything. It's Darkshore, there's nothing to miss out on. But what you should know is that we quested and spent a lot of our time skinning all the beasts we killed. Turned in the absent-minded prospector, and then I just don't feel like doing that escort again. And instead we went to grab the beach sea turtle remains and then went for Murk Deep. God, I miss this buff so incredibly much. We killed Murk Deep, turned in Buzzbox, vendored some trash, and returned to Onu. Some guy stole the quest from right under my nose, so no sleeping druid quest. Logging back in a couple of minutes later, quest giver was still not respawned, so we ditched it and went over to Ashenvale. As a thank you for reaching 10,000 subscribers, we will be hosting a community Makura on Thursday, the 4th of December. This event will be streamed live, and every challenger will have 3 hours to level their character and get gear. It's a completely solo self-found challenge, so everybody will be on even grounds. That also means no world buffs and no enchants. You can find all of the event details either in my YouTube post page or on our Discord. Thank you so much for your support, I love you guys to bits! And back to the video. We spent some time killing stuff around us, skinning them and picking up some flowers. Realized that we forgot the letter in our bank, we just went for Bathran's hair and pick up the glowing soul gem. Turn in some quests and spread down to Ashenvale. Set our heartstone there, turn in more quests and fly to Aberdeen. Since we were getting a high level and the guy doesn't know that, it was best to turn in all the quests here before we continue. And we then took the boat to Menethil, logging out at the end. Now logging onto our rogue, we continue leveling our leatherworking, and we end up getting level 145. But we need level 150 if we want to craft a massive upgrade for our warrior, which would be the final upgrade before we run Nomerigan. Now that we were level 23 and had the Onyxia buff, it was time to farm some raptors on our druid. Now the absolute best place to farm everything we need is the excavation site, because we have a chance at getting heavy hide and heavy leather, both of which are extremely important for both leveling our leatherworking and for crafting the item we want to craft. So we spent some time there, skinning the mobs others killed, and when we realized we were left alone, we got out of there really quickly. That's because this area is actually extremely dangerous for our level, and cat form is very squishy. You will see what I mean soon. We do some skinning outside of the site, go to Menethil and send over all the leather and hide we farmed. And we get level 149, literally one level off of what we need to be. God, I hate this game sometimes. We went back to the excavation site and noticed a ton of dead mobs, so we got right to skinning, getting a ton of light, medium, and heavy leather in the process. And then this happened.
Health warning. Health warning. Health warning.
And that's why you shouldn't get overconfident with world buffs. And you should learn your lessons. Not me though. After farming outside a bit, I went straight back in, challenging another raptor. And with my tail tucked between my legs, my heart rate breaking over 160, and bloodshot eyes, I decided I should stop being bad at the game and instead take it a little bit slower. Literally can't listen to my own tips and tricks. But we go back to Menethil, send over some more stuff back, and then go back to the excavation site to skin other people's mobs. Dancing bear. And Vervain magically showed up here, so I just went behind her and I skinned all her mobs. This was due to her leveling up her character and no other reason. After like 3 minutes, I harped back to Aberdeen and called it a day, since I had some IRL obligations. But then I came back and I got level 150 leatherworking, and then I unlocked the recipe for the barbaric bracers. These bad boys give us +4 agi, +6 stamina, and +4 spirit. Absolutely massive for every class. And it would be our second blue item that we crafted ourselves. The only caveat to this is that we need 4 large fangs, which aren't that bad to farm, but we also need 2 cured heavy hide. Now let me walk you through my predicament. So heavy hide is usually a higher level mob drop,
but the raptors in the excavation site in the wetlands actually have a small drop chance for them. And when I say small, I mean terrifyingly small. I am talking worse than the iridescent pearl drop rate. And that took me 4 hours. And so, with that in mind, and with flashbacks of the Murloc farm that took me 4 hours for 1 pearl, I accepted my fate and started going there, only to find Vervain was also there, so we grouped up and farmed together. No, I am not skinning every mob, that is untrue and slander of the highest caliber. No, but really, we had a dungeon to run, and with yesterday's close call, she just wanted to help out a bit. Which I was happy to accept because I did not feel like wasting 4 people's time. 1 person is fine, but 4 is pushing it ever so slightly. So we spent over an hour, and yes, you heard that right, over an hour of trying to get this goddamn hide to drop. To make it a bit more fair, I gave her all the recipes and greens we got from this farm run. In return, I got the leather and the hide. Literally, what's the point of having a guild if you can't ask for a bit of help? Make sure to ask for help as well. Our guildmates are very lovely and always try to help each other out. So, join the Discord and the guild! At the end of it all, this is what my bags looked like. It's beautiful. Oh yeah, we reached level 24 at some point. I honestly don't know if it was yesterday or today. Also, to just answer a question before you ask in the comments, the only reason that I allow myself some guildy help is so we can get this challenge on the road. TPC is dropping soon and I want to do something really cool with our community. But for that, I want to provide you guys with good closure. And good closure in my eyes is actually crafting Sulfuras. The idea I have in mind is doing TPC guild locked. So every person gets to create a character that would be their main, and they can have 2 professions. So for any upgrades that we would need to help each other out, trade and barter. For this we would need a lot more people who actively play, and I am interested to see if this would be even possible given how much smaller our community is compared to bigger creators. But it's worth a shot. If this sounds like something you are interested in, please let me know in the comments. I would love to hear your opinions and whether this sounds interesting to participate in or watch. Now that we're on our rogue, we get all of our materials together. 8 heavy leather, 2 cured heavy hide, 4 small pearls, 1 raptor hide, and 4 large fangs. So we can finally craft the barbaric bracers. And we send them over to our warrior. Look at us! The biggest Chad self-crafted warrior you have ever laid your eyes on! With that, we fly over to Ironforge and craft some heavy sharpening stones to boost our damage even further. Look at him, I mean just look at him! We then hop on our druid again and pick a couple of flowers. We specifically needed life root for some potions. So that's what we do. We craft some greater healing potions. Not that I don't think our healer can keep us alive. I know she is perfectly capable. Please let my family out of the basement now. I have read every single script you have given me. I think I have done it. We also craft some swiftness potions, elixirs of minor defense, lion strength, and troll's blood. Pick up a couple of prequests and log off in Stormwind. Later, we log in on our druid, send over some flowers to a rogue, and we craft some better elixirs of defense. With all of the preparations complete, it was now almost 8 PM. Which meant only one thing. It's time to decimate Nomerigan. You guys have already met every single person in this group multiple times, so I won't go too much into detail. Only thing that is important to mention is that we had our druid beat a tank and we had a paladin healer. And with everyone in high spirits, I am lying so hard, we were all so tired and most of us were sick, so I guess you could say we were sick and tired? But morale was still there, and it was the first time we would all meet up with the brand new guild tabard. Even Minxie was there to bless our run. Look at us, self-crafted Chads of the Alliance. Warriors, about to face the most difficult mid-game dungeon that has put a lot of characters into the grave. Opponent 1, Elevator. If you miss a step here, or you jump, you better have safe fall, otherwise you are dead meat. Now from these cute little gnomes, we had to get the white punch card, and we had to milk the ooze in order to fill the vial for another quest. Once that was done, we went straight for TechBot so we can grab his brain, or in this case, his memory core. Interacting with the punchograph has us get the yellow punch card. We kept clearing and kept clearing until we eventually reached the entrance of the dungeon. Now we are in one of the longest instances in the game. We decide that it's best to clear up everything. Take our time and really make sure to take it safe. Sure, the mobs are great sometimes, but that doesn't matter. Elites are elites and we have to respect them. First on the list was Blastmaster Emmy Shortfuse, because we had to close up a couple of holes. Don't stand next to the dynamite or you get one shot. And from the second hole, Grubbus comes out swinging, so we swiftly take care of him. With that quest done, we now had to keep clearing trash until we finally reached the clean zone. Here is where you can give your grime-encrusted objects for gifts. The gifts are terrible, but it's the thought that counts. We also interact with the next punchograph in order to get the blue punch card. We keep clearing trash and we go inside the classrooms in order to find our quest NPC. This is actually an escort quest that takes us back to the beginning of the dungeon, so that is actually why we had to clear everything in our sight. Once we were done with that, we head back to the Hall of Gears, and after clearing a path, we finally fight the viscous Fallout. And he actually drops the most amazing early mid-game mage boots. God, the memories I had with these boots. Wait, that sounds a little weird. Anyways, we keep clearing and we finally enter the part of the dungeon that has the essential artifacts. So of course, being the little rat I am, I went out of my way to try and loot as many as I can. Not that it would have changed anything, because either way we kept clearing to make sure that everybody had them. Because we are nice like that, you should join us, you should join us, you should join us. Anyways, we keep clearing these large trash bags. Thankfully, not all the mobs are elite, and we have a big old bear with 2 warriors, so tanking was never the issue. I finish up the essential artifacts quest, and we finally fight Electrocutioner 6000. Beating him allows us to get the red punch card. We ripped his leg. His leg! Look at how well these mobs are stacked. I love it! And I get a chest. Another elevator. Be careful. Get the last electromechanical guts and the final punch card, the prismatic punch card. Clearing further in, we reach the HC moments part of the dungeon. See, there are these little guys who place mines on the ground that deal insane amounts of damage. Our job is to not step on those goddamn mines and make it out alive. And it went really smoothly. Being together on Discord for voice comms was 100% the savior here. Even with all of us pretty tired, we still had our head in the game and managed to clear all the way down to the final boss, Necgenir Thermoplug, who actually has a chance of dropping a ring with the random enchantments, so I was excited about it.
Usurpers! Omegami is mine!
Yeah, that was incredibly clean. And we didn't even have many problems at all. The ring he dropped is a ring with +5 nature and arcane resistance, as well as +3 health per 5 seconds. Levi wins it just to be a bit of a cunt, but that's fine. He actually gives it to us and we realize that it's worse than our rings. We stayed a bit longer, grabbing the rest of the essential artifacts for our Hunter Glass button, turned all of our objects into random objects that were pretty bad, and then got out of this godforsaken dungeon. Harping back to South Shore, we fly to Ironforge and begin turning in all of the quests. Returning the ring has us reach level 35, and improving it has us gain another amazing ring. This ring gives us +9 stamina and +4 spirit, which is absolutely amazing at this level. We then fly to Stormwind, turn in a couple more quests, and then fly over to Booty Bay. Turning in more quests has us reach the end. This is our gear so far. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you next Saturday. We start off on the Warrior. Last time we left off at Stormwind, so we wanted to first fly to Ironforge and grab some of the materials from our bank. This is because it was about damn time we craft some upgrades for the Rogue and the Druid. So we craft 2 pearl-handled daggers, which give us 2 agi and 2 stamina, sending one over to a Druid and the other one to our Rogue. Logging in on our Druid, we retrieve the dagger from the mailbox and equip it for a small stat boost. And we then teleport to Moonglade so we can train our class spells, since we last reached level 24. We train literally everything and then fly back to Darnassus so we can pick up all of the quest items from our bank. We then log in on our priest and craft a couple of woolen bags for our Druid, since we were still using linen bags, a thing which I actually just noticed. Sending over the woolen bags, we are now back on our Druid, and look at that bag space! It was now time to get a little questing done, so we fly over to Ashenvale. And the first thing I wanted to do was turn in the Tower of Althalax. This was the quest item I couldn't turn in because I forgot it in my bank last episode. And then grab the glowing soul gem. We also get some King's Blood. We turn in that quest and we head on over to the Triss Lake, so we can grab Elun's Tear. Turning in that quest and then flying over to Aberdeen to log out, because we needed to power level our warrior for now. Harping back to South Shore, we start killing the Murlocs around. And man, just look at how populated South Shore is. It's not even peak hours. It's 10 AM and we already have so many people questing around here, which I both like and dislike. Because this is actually how I remember peak hardcore looking like. Fighting for tags and being riskier with your pulls so that you can get done quicker than others. I like the servers being popular. I love seeing more people in the zones, but man do I hate fighting over tags. On a funny note, we actually get an iridescent pearl to drop, and a wave of PTSD washed over me. But thankfully, within 20 minutes, we are done with the Murlocs. God, I love this world buff.
Turning in the quest has us go to slay the Nagas. Taking all of them down, we turn in the quest and then fly to Arathi. With this world buff, we currently don't need to worry too much about weapon upgrades, which is kinda perfect because there are none. So that's why you will see me leveling the warrior more this week. It's because we want to make the most out of the buff before we eventually have to go back to suboptimal leveling with terrible DPS. Arriving in Arathi, we turn in a quest and then head to the Goshek farm. Turn in a quest and then head over to Stormguard Keep. Why there? Well, that's because we have to grab some first aid upgrades. See, after a while, trainers don't train you more first aid crafts or skills. And in order to continue leveling your first aid, you have to go to Stormguard Keep, talk with Denim Walker, and purchase a couple of books. Kinda like these WoW books that I got, except these ones teach you, questionable topics, whereas the books Deneb sells teach you how to make bandages and how to become a better medic. Come back, medic. We miss you. Anyways, we learn expert first aid, and then we go over to the Syndicate Highwaymen and the Mercenaries. Slaying them all down, we head back and turn in Northfold Manor, and fly over to the Wetlands to continue the Missing Diplomat quest chain. This time we had to fight the Poke and his silly little friends. Taking him down, we turn in the quest and then take the boat to Theramore, one of my favorite looking zones. Not the Swamp of Sorrows, but just like Theramore. It looks so incredibly cool, and you can see the storm with architecture inspiration in all of the buildings. We turn in and accept some quests, set our Hearthstone there, and then turn in and accept more quests. We then log out and turn on the stream and log back in. Make sure to follow me on Twitch. I stream very frequently lately and it's a certified good time. Now it was time to dish out some of the quests here. First quest being the Missing Diplomat. So we fly to Ratchet. This is because it's actually faster to fly to Ratchet and walk down to the quest than to walk to the quest in the Swamp of Sorrows. So we pick up all of the clues in the Shady Rest Inn and then accept Hungry. Next up was the Elevator of Doom, so we had to be careful. Reaching the High Perch, we actually had to slay these wyverns for their venom sacs. But as a little side benefit, we were also able to grab more iron and mithril. Once we were done with that, we actually had to head down to the Shimmering Flats, and on our way, we aggroed a Freewind Brave, which meant that we were now PvP flagged. And if there were any rogues around us, we would be screwed. My first thought was to log out, but I then realized I can just Hearthstone since it's set at Theramore. This now means that we are flagged for PvP for 5 minutes, so I took a flight path to Desolus, since it was 5 minutes long. And in the meantime, I was getting spammed to not fly, so I was seriously overwhelmed. Turns out the person just thought I was flying to Ratchet, or somewhere else that is contested. But I really appreciated their concerns and it was honestly really wholesome. So we fly to Desolus, and after arriving there, we had to fly back to Feralis of all places. Why there? Well, that's because I already had the flight path there from when I was grinding iron. This time, we take the walk more carefully and pay attention to which path we are actually taking. Reaching the Shimmering Flats, we are tasked with a lot of work. I mean, just look at that guide. So we get to work. Roush was also here leveling his skinning and getting the leather for his leather working. So he was just skinning behind me as I was clearing everything. Cue the montage. We are now finally level 36, and after joining all of the quests in, we head down to Daenerys. My most hated zone in the game, actually. Grabbing the flight path, we fly back to Theramore and turn in even more quests. Flying to Ratchet, we turn in even more quests and finally take the boat to Booty Bay. So we accept a couple of quests, fly to Westfall, and head over to Darkshore. Get slightly stuck and finally reach the Rebel camp. Speak with Nessingwary, and then go to the Curzon camp, so we can slay the fighters and the medicine men. Usually this quest is absolute hell, but this time not so much. Together with Sweeping Strikes and Cleave, it was actually a fun quest, would you believe it? Getting the last jungle remedy, we finally start slaying the tigers. And with that complete, we turn in all of the quests at the Rebel camp, then at the Nessingwary camp. And we even find a floating wreckage, which gives us an iron-bound trunk. This trunk gives us 4 heavy leather, and I'm telling you, fishing is where it's at. Well, actually, you guys told me that, but besides the point. We get 2 large river crocolisk skins, and then focus on the elder stranglethorn tigers. Grab an iron ore, and then focus the panthers, which are in stealth by the way, which is very annoying. With the panthers done, we harp back to Booty Bay, and here's our gear for now. We log out at the end and turn the stream off, resting up for the following grinding sessions. The next day, we feel refreshed and ready, so we fly to Duskwood, clear up our bags, and fly to Stormwind, deposit some items in the bank and then train some class spells. We then fly to Darkshire, and walk down to the rebel camp, and walk further down where this happened. I halt F4 the moment I noticed it, and tried reconnecting immediately. We were left on a sliver of HP, so I pop a health pot. If we didn't have the ZG buff, we may have actually been dead by now. We used Intimidating Shout to get the tigers off of us and finally got away. Gaining back our composure, we go back to grinding raptors, basilisks, and grab some ores along the way. Since in the future, we would still need to level up our blacksmithing so we can wear the nice new pieces of gear. And it took me a while to realize I can just get out of melee range from these basilisks and I wouldn't be stunned. After grabbing all of the stinging shards, we quickly explored the small island with the water elementals and finally head back to Nessingwary. We turn in all of the quests and we are so close to level 37. So we harp back and turn in another quest and we are even closer now. Thankfully, we had some more quests to turn in, so we actually reached level 37. With most of early STV quests done, we fly back to Duskwood. Since we are a higher level, we can finally take down the scary quests here. First up was grinding the Scythe of Elune. Turn that in and fly to Stormwind, and we end up making a bunch of raptor eggs into curiously tasty omelets. Until this stinky paladin decided to try and bring order. Like I didn't even start the fire, it was there when I arrived. I swiftly declined the duel to the death both in-game and IRL, and we then get a message that had us look as if we have seen a ghost. Surely nothing would happen, right? Anyways, we turn in some quests, pick some stuff up, and then craft a bunch of silk bandages. Now with our first aid at level 180, we can finally train heavy silk bandages, which recover way more HP. We head over to the Stormwind Keep, turn in reassignment and then a couple more small quests, and take the tram to Ironforge, where we actually pick up our first quest that we wouldn't have been able to do without leveling up our leatherworking and tailoring. I find it so cool that some quests require items from other professions. It's really interesting. So we hop on over to our rogue and craft a Hillman's Cloak. Sending that over, we hop on our priest and craft a bolt of rolling cloth. Now back on our warrior, we pick up both items from the 2 different professions and then fly to South Shore. While we are flying, make sure to like and subscribe. A huge percentage of you guys aren't subscribed and it would mean so much to me. Okay, now back to the video. It was now finally time to clear up the South Shore quests. And honestly, I don't know how to feel about this zone. Like, I actually really like the zone and it looks very beautiful, but I feel like it's a pretty deadly zone. I mean, the first quests I did here were Murloc quests, so maybe that left a bad impression on me, because, well, I mean, I hate Murlocs. But either way, we had to grab some Yeti fur and Alterate Granite in the Darrow Hill Cave. No close calls, but we got everything that we needed. So next up were the Alliance and Syndicate. We had a bit of a problem with this Fire Mage. He kept hurling fireballs from 300 meters away, which I did not take too kindly. But I had no choice but to run away. I am lying. I had Intercept. I just forgot it existed as an ability. Back at the camp, we first take care of him and pick up the Syndicate plans. While we were questing here, someone invited us to do the Elite quest. And being a sucker for efficiency during this week, I immediately accepted. They shared the quest and we were on our merry way to clear up the ogres here. The goal was to recover the tomes. I get a free chest, and we then loot the worn leather book that was located in the house. Slaying Grelborg the Miser has us recover the Perinold Tiara. And once we were done with that, I tried to get the rest of the Dirty Knucklebones, but quickly gave up and instead decided to finish off the Syndicates. Okay, one more and we are done! Yeah! And with the Syndicate down, we now have to worry about the Lions. See, there are 2 types of lions, the hulking and the normal mountain lions. The normal ones were easy enough and we got all of them within 2 to 3 minutes. The hulking lions took another 8 minutes, but I can promise you it felt like 30. We then focused on the Dirty Knucklebones, and we actually get an insanely rare drop, a large knapsack, which is a 12-slot bag. So, easy 50 silver, I guess? And one of the main reasons why I have not scanned the auction house on the server is so I can never know how much gold I have wasted throughout the course of this challenge, just by selling items to vendors instead of the auction house. So if you do decide to do the challenge, make sure to uninstall TSM or Auctionator. Trust me, it will make your life a hell of a lot easier. Also, join the Discord. We have guild stuff, YouTube stuff, Twitch stuff right here. Join us. Join us. Join us. Anyways, back to the Knuckles. With the Knuckles in our bags, we head back to South Shore and turn in a couple of quests. Buying the Fine Thread allows us to finish the quest Yeti Cloak, which is actually a pretty good cloak, but sadly we can't wear it. We turn in a couple more quests and then fly to Arathi. Ah, how far we've come. We need to slay the trolls around this area for their medicine pouch, tusks, and we need to grab a Shadow Hunter knife, as well as some iron and other ores that we find around the area. This area is, all jokes aside, filled with nodes, and it's a lovely place to farm. I just wish I had a mount. Now, the medicine pouches and tusks didn't take long. I mean, it did take 20 or so minutes, but for such a quest, it is not a lot. But the goddamn knife. It took slaying so many Shadow Hunters for it to finally drop. Now with that quest done, we turn everything in back at the refugee point and fly to Ironforge. Turn in a couple of quests there, and from the king of Ironforge himself, King Magni Bronzebeard, we get a ring. That is actually worse. God, I love this game. We then fly to Stormwind and clear up our bags by sending the appropriate items to the appropriate crafters. Turning in the quest in Stormwind has us reach level 38, which finally allowed us to learn Pummel. Like, what the fuck was that, bro? Which finally allowed us to learn Pummel, our first ever interrupt. I know rogues get kick at level 12, but goddamn, it took us so long to get an interrupt I basically forgot warriors had one in their toolkit. And we then fly to Menethil. We arrive, head over to the dock, and while we are waiting for the boat, we craft some heavy silk bandages, and by the time I finished that sentence, the boat arrives. We grab the boat to Darkshore and head over to Darnassus so we can turn in some quests, and we also fly to Desolace. We turn on the stream, hop back on, and get to work. As I mentioned earlier, the servers were absolutely poppin'. I mean, I have never seen so many players at higher level zones, and it felt amazing. But also, they kept stealing my mobs, taking my tags, yoinking the quest items. I was not too happy about this new discovery. Well, regardless, within 20 minutes the quest was complete, we turned in some quests and venture back out. This time we go to the water because we had to grab the silver key. We finally get it and do our best to avoid this giant, who I will show more of in just a little bit. Next up was taming the Kodos. One of the reasons why I hate Desolace is not just because it's desolate. I also hate how far away everything is, and that I think is the reason why questing here feels so bad. I also forget to speak with the Kodo after taming it, so I just went back and was clueless as to why I couldn't use the item again. Anyways, we tame all the Kodos and now it's time to become unfriendly with the Magram Centaurs. This is due to a quest, and we also had to grab 15 of their ears. Getting the ears is fine, but becoming unfriendly with them took a very long time. To be more precise, it took us over 40 minutes for this. Now at the Gelkis Centaur village, we turn in the quest and harf back to Nigel's Point. Vendor all of the trash items we got and turn in the rest of the quest we completed while we were out. We then head to the Kolkar camp and grab their charms. It took a little while, but we got them all. In the meantime, we were also trying to get the Scorpashi Venom and the Aged Kodo Hide, but that was something we were doing along the main quests. We now had to climb the Thundered Axe Fortress and clear out a couple of quests, and the server population thing is starting to show its pros and cons. More player means more people questing, which means a lot of quest areas are way more contested. But it also means more people are inclined to group up for certain quests. Quests that usually take too long to respawn or to restart. So we grouped up with some people to check off the rest of the quests here. We killed Tyrannus and escorted Dalinda. We were also able to cross off the Scorpashi Venoms and turn in some more quests. This next quest had us cross the water so we can reach an island because we had to grab Carnital's satchel and also kill Lord Kragaru for the Book of the Ancients. Slaying Lord Kragaru was easy, but getting the satchel was insane, and we also witnessed something absolutely hilarious. But the giant can still chase. We'll see how this goes. Giant is still chasing. What the We finally get the satchel, which means we can leave this island. There's a joke there about a certain island, but I'll just keep my mouth shut. Now it was time to turn in the completed quests and then start working on the newly received quests. This time getting some cured meats and Kodo bones. where we disconnected yet again. I have no clue how or why this happens. The stream was running fine, the game was running fine, just disconnected me out of nowhere. We finish up this stupid bone quest, turn it in, and we get our first pendant, the Kodobone necklace, giving us a spicy +7 to stamina and +4 to spirit. Heading back over to the Gelkis village, we turn in the quests and harf back to Nigel's point. Vendoring all of our trash, turning in the rest of the quest has us extremely close to level 39, and we fly over to Gadgetzan. Pick up an item from our bank and then head down to the Shimmering Flats. Turn in and accept some more quests here, and then finally fly to Ratchet. Do a bit of fishing, and take the boat to Booty Bay. Turn in another quest, and oh my god, we are so close! Wait, that sounds weird. Anyways, we fly to Westfall, turn in Armed and Ready, and then Corbett was actually on the same quest as us. So like good little boyfriends, we group up and take down Morbin Fell. Turning in his skull has us reach level 39. I was beyond ecstatic about this, honestly. We are one level off of level 40. The level that literally changes the entire game. You get access to a mount, your level 40 talent, which for us would be Mortal Strike, and you get a mount! You know how good mounts are? They're literally the best thing in this bastard game. If you walk around with a mount in Stormwind on hardcore, you are a celebrity. You're royalty. But mounts are expensive, and levels are needed, so we turn off the stream and go to bed, dreaming of our beautiful stallion and all the glory that comes with it. The next day, we log in and we actually still had to kill Morladim. So we go to Darkshire to actually accept the quest, and some guildies which were lower level actually needed to do the quest as well. So we decide to group up, and you know it's bad when the second highest DPS was 22 DPS. Granted, Snef was actually only level 30, which is actually why we were grouped up in the first place, because they would have to wait a very long time until they could complete the quest. But with that done, we head back to Stranglethorn Vale, a zone which I was terrified of after the last tiger incident, and we accept a whole new slew of quests. And the first quest we actually did was going upstairs in the house and grabbing some records. No, not the music kind, it's like the boring accountant type. I don't know why I'm saying that, I literally work as a goddamn trading analyst, there's nothing more boring than that. Next up were the Curzon Commandos and the Head Shrinkers, and I gotta be honest with you, generally I am terrified of this game. The invisible men watching my every move and the casters makes for a terrible experience. And it's in a cave! There's nothing more deadly than a cave like this, but we squeezed our teeth and cleared them all up. Next up were the Geologists and Kazel for his key, until this bitch-ass Horde Priest steals my mob. Anyways, we keep clearing around while waiting on him to respawn, and we finally kill him for his key, and right after that, we grab the blueprints. Now it was just a matter of getting the rest of the tumbled crystals, which felt like years. But now with that done, we had to grab the invisible panthers that are actually a part of our imagination as a collective, because I couldn't find them anywhere. We finally get the last panther, and so we focus on the raptors. We take all those bastards down and then focus on the crocolisks for their skins. Does anybody else find fighting crocolisks really satisfying? I don't know why, I literally can't explain it, but I feel like I always hit them and I crit them more often. Next up was Sindal, because we had to grab his paw, and since STV was absolutely packed at 1:48 PM, we just grouped up and got it done. I was not about to wait another 15 minutes like with Kazel. Stupid Horde Priest. Now it was time to grab all the Bloodscalp ears from the ruins of Zulkunda. This area is terrible, just don't go there. Hyperspawns, scouts, range mobs, mobs with pets, and chain pulling. These are just some of the wrongs with this one location. Did that deter me? No. Well, actually, eventually it did. I ended up getting the rest of the ears outside at the Takashi ruins, but still, just don't go there. With all of the ears in our pockets, we then headed over to the Water Elemental Island from earlier. You remember, the one we just explored, and had to get the Water Elemental Bracers. So many people, stop stealing my tags! I wanna kill that mob! I hope you drown! Woo, easy there, buddy. Anyways, we were finally done with all of the quests, so we go back to Nestingwary, turn all the quests in, and vendor all the trash. Yes, including the pages. I have never been able to gather all of them, so I just sold them for some silver. We need as much gold as we can get to afford that goddamn mount. We then went up to the rebel camp and turned in another quest, and of course harf back to Booty Bay. We turn in all of the Bloodscalp ears and many more quests, and there is currently half a level between us and level 40. Fly to Stormwind, send over a lockbox we fished up to our rogue, and now on our rogue we turn all the light leather into medium leather, and from the lockbox we get a hat worth 15 silver. And back on our warrior, we clear up our bags. We are currently at 50 gold, and over 50% past level 39, so we are technically in a really good spot to actually afford a mount at level 40. We accept some quests in Stormwind and fly over to Duskwood. Finally turn in more Ladim, and then fly to Westfall so we can walk over to the grave and turn in a daughter's love. And next up was the Swamp of Sorrows, but in order to get there, we had to walk through the Deadwind Pass. Must have been a crazy night last night, goddamn! We first start off with killing the whelplings and decide to immediately nope out of there. Because every time I start doing this quest, it becomes the worst thing in existence, so I just kinda didn't do it, and instead focused on crocolisks, spiders, and jaguars. Now, one really important thing to note about the Swamp of Sorrows is that there are horde NPC patrols that can actually PvP flag you. So you need to be very perceptive and make sure not to get absolutely diffed by a rogue waiting for you in stealth. We get all the wildlife down in this area, and now it's time to find Noburu. Yes, I popped Retaliation because our damage was just so astronomically terrible that I felt like I was swinging with a wet noodle. Yes, that is with the world buff. There are just no other weapons we can craft at this level, and the earliest we can get a new weapon is at level 45. We also get some Mithril. We turn in the quest, and next up we're the whelplings again. And after one quick circle around that area, we decide we just won't ever do it, and instead turn in the encroaching wildlife. Now it's time to grab the crystals from the Fallow Sanctuary, and of course the shard from Ongeku. We find Ongeku pretty early, so I was happy about that. We also find a rare, named Lost One Cook, and he gives us an actually amazing hood for mages. But of course we can't use it, so instead he gave us 23 silver and 85 copper. We finish up with the rest of the crystals and find the Temple of Atal Hakar. You know which dungeon this is? It's the funny goose who falls down the whole dungeon. We turn in that quest and another quest and then half to Booty Bay. Look at that XP bar, just look at it. Accept the quest and fly to Stormwind. Turning in the Search of the Temple has us reach level 40. Finally! We finally got it! We now also have access to Mortal Strike. We immediately go to our warrior trainer and train all the new abilities we got, but we don't train plate mail yet. This is because it would be a waste to train it since we don't have any plate gear already crafted. And instead, we will be focusing on doing some more quests, getting more gold, and maybe even getting our first mount. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you next Saturday. Last week we left off at Stormwind after finally reaching level 40 and gaining a new ability called Mortal Strike. So of course, we first went to the class trainer and trained all of our new abilities, and then took the tram to Ironforge. Turn in some quests and then hop on our paladin so we can send over the water breathing potion that we crafted on our rogue earlier. This potion allows us to breathe underwater for 30 whole minutes. An absolute must-have in your arsenal, especially if you're questing in watery zones. We pick the elixir up and then fly to the wetlands, and take the boat to Theramore, buy some spices and turn in a couple of quests, while also clearing up our inventory by mailing some stuff to our other characters. Man, there's no time limit on sending items between characters is actually so useful during leveling. I basically have access to 4 bank cults. We accept the missing diplomat and turn in a couple more quests. We go back to Theramore and turn in a couple more quests, and then fly to Gadget-san? Okay, let me explain. While I was streaming, I asked chat if they know any good gold farm spots because I honestly just wanted to get my goddamn mount. And Ranka said that the Shimmering Flats is actually a pretty good spot to farm gold, since there are so many beasts that can drop all types of trash loot that sells for a pretty good amount. Also follow me on Twitch at RealSakiBoy, I started streaming way more often. We will also be doing a charity stream for Able Gamers, a non-profit NGO that develops technologies to help people with various disabilities play and enjoy video games. You can read all about them in the pinned comment or the link in the description. The stream will be on Wednesday the 17th of December at 2 PM GMT+1 or 8 AM Eastern, and we will be live for 8 hours. All proceeds from that stream will go straight to Able Gamers. There is more information on this in the description as well, and even if you aren't able to donate, simply being there would be you directly contributing to such an amazing cause. I love you all, and I hope to see you then. Now back to the video. We arrive in Gadget-san, go to the Shimmering Flats, and get to grinding. We give it a good 20 or so minutes and we go from 48 gold and 93 silver to 50 gold and 33 silver. With the auction house not available, this was actually not that bad, but I had a different idea in mind. Instead of trying to grind raw gold, I was going to try and get gold through questing. That way, I would still be progressing the character while getting raw gold from mob kills and vendoring quest items. Also, the Unrelenting Cry of the Dragon Slayer buff was about to run out, so we just slay a couple more basilisks and then it was gone. We are now going to DPS very slowly. And by slow, I mean
in slow. We keep grinding just a bit more and eventually fully decide to move to grinding quests instead of mobs. We fly over to Theramore. And first up were the turtles. Yeah, the ones with insane amounts of armor on warrior with a level 32 axe. Oh boy. We keep grinding the turtles and get recognized by a fisherman. Big shout out to Granite Vit. We take a little trip down to the island and start to work on the Murloc heads. And while we were there, we were also able to get the last turtle tongue. Blech. We finish up all the Murlocs on the island, so we go back to the mainland and clear out a whole camp. And we still needed more heads. And to make matters worse, there is also a mage AoE grinding this area. Stupid vending machines. After what felt like ages, we finally get all the Murloc heads and put up a pretty good dent in our XP bar. We then go and do the missing diplomat. The quest that back in the day had a lot of people lose their tunes because it would PvP flag you. And there was always someone around that area to grief you. However, Blizzard patched that quest so it no longer PvP flags you and you can do it normally. Yes, I popped retaliation, I was terrified, leave me alone. We turned the quest in and head over to the Dark Mist Cavern, a place filled with spiders, an arachnophobic nightmare. And with the server population rising, it was not fun trying to get 40 eyes. However, roughly 15 minutes later, we were done with all of the spider eyes and then went to start the escort quest. We're helping Stinky, aka me apparently, judging by the guild notes someone who I shall not name left. Find some specific leaves, and after aggroing and clearing half of Dustwallow Marsh, we were done and we went to turn in the quests. We went to the Lost Point to intimidate Balos, and finally back to Theramore to turn in the rest of the quests we did, vendoring all of our trash, and we end up with 54 gold. And we also got a lockbox which we sent over to our rogue. The mount costs 90 gold, so this means we are 36 gold away from actually getting it. It was time to lock in. We fly to Desolus and log out at the inn, and then log in on our rogue to quickly open up the lockbox. And we get Mage Shoulders, aka 22 silver. We send that and some pearls over to our warrior to vendor and log out. The following day, but first make sure to like and subscribe, it means the absolute world to me. And a big percentage of you guys aren't subscribed. It's just one button, come on. I love you. The following day, we log back in and accept some quests. Turn in on Geku at the Gelkis village and went out to get the Nether Wings, Fellhound Brains, and Doom Warder Blood. Our DPS was still absolutely atrocious, and with no new weapon crafts, we just had to push through with it. We could get lucky and get a recipe, but that's not something we really expected, so we just kept clearing. With all of the demons slain and their corpses harvested for random organs or bodily fluids, we then turned to the skeletons and centaur ghosts. And while clearing the undead ravagers, we find a priest doing the exact same quests. They send us an invite and we immediately accept. Listen man, my DPS was poo-poo, and I was not about to fight a priest for tags. So we just grouped up together and got the rest of the ghost plasms and ravagers. We also really quickly grabbed Jen's head together and went off our separate ways. Turning in all of the quests, we are actually really close to level 41, and we now had to go to Feralis. We head over to the Feathermoon stronghold and grab the flight path, and eventually fly to Daenerys. Grab a couple of things from the bank, turn in some quests in the Shimmering Flats, and harf back to Desolus, where we, and you wouldn't believe this, turn in even more quests. We are now less than a bar of XP away from level 41, and we are sitting at 58 gold. We fly to Theramore, and then grab the boat back to the wetlands and fly to the refugee point in Arathi. First up were the kobolds, and a couple of kills in, we ding. We were now at a pretty good level for SM, but we need to grind more quests for more gold. I want that mount, goddammit! We start clearing the cave, slay the kobolds, get some mithril and bloodstone ore, and then have to clear it again! Because to turn in that quest, we had to interact with this magic rock. Fun! Next up was the cresting key, and then we had to find the Forsaken Patrol so we can get the sealed folder. However, someone already split pulled this pack and killed the NPC that actually has the folder, so we just kinda didn't do it. We then had to go to the Boulder Fist cave, and after killing a couple of them, we actually get an insane recipe drop. The Frost Tiger Blade, a two-handed sword that gives us 1% crit chance and a chance on hit effect to slow the enemies. This was actually an insane find, but to craft it, we need to grind a lot, and with time running out on SM, we had to focus. We group up with a priest, take down Korgish because absolutely waiting on the respawns, and get out of there. We turn in the quest at the refugee point and fly to South Shore. Vendoring all of the trash has us at 60 gold. only 30 gold away from a mount and now with a brand new recipe. Crafting a couple of bandages, we turn in a couple of quests and clear up our inventory. Now it's time to fly to Duskwood, so we can walk to the Swamp of Sorrows. See, I got it right that time. I saw you guys' comments last time. I got it. Yeah, don't worry. Now, why the hell am I back here? Well, that's because we had to get Winter's Bite, which is an herb that can be used to make the lesser frost oils. We need this potion in order to craft the Frost Tiger Blade, and a way to get the herb to drop is from the Swamp Walkers in Swamp of Sorrows. Sure, I could grind on my druid, get him to over level 30 and pick the herb myself, but that was theoretically inefficient. And I thought the drop rate for the herb couldn't possibly be that bad. We will touch back on this in a bit. But for now, we went to the Blasted Lands and really quickly grabbed the flight path. Back to the swamp we go. Now, you know how I said the drop rate couldn't possibly be that bad? Well, I absolutely lied really hard as well. See, after a whole hour of grinding mobs there, dodging the orc scouts and pulling my hair at not being able to find any swamp walkers, we ended up with like 7 herbs, and none of them were the herb we needed. Also, just to add to this, we need 2 Winter's Bite. So I decide to harp back to South Shore and close the stream for now. We will try to figure out a way to get the herb in the meantime. The following day, we are right back where we left off. Send over some herbs to our rogue, and then go to the wetlands. I did some research after the stream and found out that Dustwallow Marsh was actually a better place to farm the herb, because the mobs there had a higher drop chance. Well, technically at least. And let me tell you, after roughly 40 minutes, I realized that this was a major mistake, and instead decided to try and get the potion recipe at the very least. So we harped to South Shore and start walking up to Alterac. The vendor for this recipe is actually located in the Elite Ogre camp, where we did the Pernilo Tiara. So I was honestly kind of expecting to lose my character here. That's why you see the logo and the name in the corners, because I was 99% sure I was about to end up in the death clips. We go on the flank and enter the castle from the side, after which Roush legit spawned in and helped me out. We had to just kill one elite ogre and we were able to grab the recipe relatively easily. I then forget to turn off the logo, but here's a summary of what happened during that stream. We grab the Western Plaguelands flight path and hop onto a druid so we can grab some life roots to level our alchemy and craft some nicer potions. I then decide to use my brain and actually level my druid up, and we got to level 26. Unlock our water form and then craft a couple of potions on our rogue, getting our alchemy up to level 180. The next day was finally time to run Scarlet Monastery, and we were going to run every wing apart from the graveyard, since we were a bit overleveled and it low-key sucks and it's boring. But what you should know is that I was pretty much assigned as tank by the group. The original plan was to have the druid be the tank, but that got switched up real quick, so I was in charge of making sure to grab aggro and not let anyone die. The group for this dungeon was Vervain as the paladin healer, Corbid aka Roush as the feral DPS, Lakerol as the hunter DPS, and Womensmith as the warrior DPS. The group is actually very solid, and with 3 people that could tank and a pet, I felt way less pressure to tank. Also, Vervain was the only one with a mount. I mean, it's the least she could get for playing paladin on vanilla. But we all look sick and ready to face the Scarlet Crusade. But not before doing a bit of dueling. Okay, so I may have gotten my ass whooped, but he had world buffs. And as for Vayne absolutely diffing me while she's holy spec'd, well, that's just me sucking at PvP. Which is pretty evident in the Makura video, which you should check out. I may have been a terrible cameraman, but I know for the future. At least I beat Corbett a couple of times though. So the dungeon is actually located in Terrasfall Glades. And to get there, we decide to take the safer route and do a bit of swimming. We make it there in one piece without any issues, and then had to stay there and wait for a hunter who was pretty goddamn late and forgot to pick up the quest. And Womensmith, well, they showed off peak Zugzug. Anyways, first up was the library, and the run was actually pretty clean. We took our time, clearing absolutely everything and continuously repeating that we are in no rush, so we slowly cleared to the first boss, Houndmaster Loxy. Absolutely diff him, and then continue further into the dungeon. We keep clearing trash as I keep getting more familiar with tanking. Keep in mind this is only my 2nd time ever tanking on World of Warcraft, and my first ever time tanking on Warrior. Thankfully it wasn't as hard as I anticipated, and honestly having a druid and a warrior who can off-tank really eased my mind and made me do way less mistakes. Next up was Arcanist Doan, and the fight is a tank and spank until he starts casting Detonation, at which point you need to get out of the room immediately, otherwise you could get one shot. Thankfully we were aware of this mechanic and we take him down pretty easily. Grab the Scarlet Key, loot the Mythology of the Titans, and head out of the library. And next up was the Armory. Now here is where it starts to get a bit dicier. So in every wing there are higher level mobs, And here the mobs go from level 36 all the way to level 40. And just like the library, we took our time, range pulling and LOSing casters, and overall being cautious as to not overpull. Corbett takes pretty much every single goddamn weapon there is. They sell for a lot of gold and I'm starved for a mount. Clearing the last trash pack has us open the gates to Herod, the boss of the armory, who can also drop some sweet loot, which whilst we can't wear, we can sell. The fight was pretty simple. Step away from him when he turns into a Beyblade, and then go back in. And then he dropped his helmet. I didn't even look at the stats for some self-preservation. Literally the same thing as the auction house, I just stopped looking at stuff. We cleared the trash that storms the place, they didn't even drop the tabard, and we get out of the armory. Now it was time for the hardest part, the cathedral. The mobs here hit hard. There are lots of casters and line of sight is our best friend. So we start off with small pulls. Take care of the casters and take care of all the trash, in case we need to make a run for it. We clear the bottom and head up the stairs to the top. Actually clear it very easily and it was all good. Now it was time to open the gates, and here is where a lot of inexperienced groups tend to die. See, Womansmith was actually a lower level, and these mobs chain pull, so if you don't pull well, you could pull the whole room. Which is why I repeatedly told them to stay back while I do the pull since I was a higher level. They for some reason would walk in regardless, but that's fine. We cleared out the rest of the chapel very carefully, and before pulling the main bosses of the Scarlet Monastery, we first took care of Fairbanks. There was some sort of tech where you could pull more grain outside, and by the time she resurrects him and he walks back, we could kill Whitemane. So I just asked the group to wait by the fountain while I pulled the boss. I pulled the boss and we realized that I actually missed a couple of mobs somewhere, even though I pulled both rooms fully. Interesting. I take the aggro of the boss while the others focus on the ads. With the ads down, we go full throttle on more grain. With him down, Whitemane spawns, and we charge at her too. Taking her down to 50% HP has her stun us and resurrect more grain. Now it was a duo boss fight. So we first focused on Whitemane, and with her down, we focused on more grain. We absolutely slaughtered the Scarlet leaders, and Vervain gets a nice little neck upgrade. With the instance fully complete, apart from the graveyard, we harf back to South Shore, and turn in a quest that rewards us with the Bone Eater. And by that of course, I mean 2 gold and 34 silver. Cha-ching! We were now at 65 gold. 25 more, and we would get our amazing stallion. We fly to Ironforge and turn in another quest, which has us get to level 42. The following day, we log back on our druid, and we decide to do a little bit of questing, and by a little bit, I mean actually just a little bit. And we also send over some elixirs of minor defense. Hopping on our warrior, we fly to Stormwind and pick up the quest to Bring the Light, which rewards us with a new necklace and the Vanquisher sword. One of the best swords in the mid-game. Why did we pick this quest up? Well, that's because we are also running Razorfang Crawl, or RFK for short. What, you thought we would only run SM? Nope. Anyways, we fly to Booty Bay and grab the boat to Ratchet, where, the same hunter from SM decided to be a menace and be over 30 minutes late again to the dungeon. With him finally coming to Ratchet, we make the trek down to RFK. And while we were walking, I just wanted to give you guys an update on the future of CraftedLocked. The mid-level 40s are quite empty content-wise. I mean, sure, there are dungeons here and there, but leveling is slow and it takes me quite a long time to get a single level, let alone any upgrades for weekly uploads. So what will happen? CraftedLocked will continue, but I will be posting it a bit less frequently. And in the meantime, we will be doing a journey over on the anniversary TBC realms. I know a lot of you are here for CraftedLocked, but I would really appreciate it if you guys gave the other videos a chance as well. We also already have a guild on the Spine Shattered EU server, so make sure to join our Discord and get in our guild. We will be doing a ton of PvE and PvP content, and it will be my first ever time experiencing TBC as an expansion. Okay, now with that done, let's get back to RFK. The first thing we had to do was clear up the elite mobs outside for a quest. Turning the quest in, we finally head inside the instance. At this point I was actually pretty comfortable with tanking, so trash packs were no longer a threat in my mind. One important thing to note about RFK is that the bugs can actually pull other packs, so our hunter was supposed to be on bug duty. Why am I saying supposed? You will find out soon. First up was ringing the gong. Each time you ring it, a new wave of mobs spawns, until the last ring, when Tutenkash spawns. Taking him down was pretty easy, and for the gong we had everyone stay back just in case. Next up was escorting Belnestrals, and he leads us to the big furnace. I don't know what this is called, so just don't judge me. Anyways, as he was doing his magical thing over there, we were fighting off the waves of mobs that spawned. I think Blizzard finally worked out how to do waves, and we're really excited to test it out on this dungeon. After a couple of waves, Plague Mother Rotting spawns with some ads, and it was yet again a piece of cake. Our healer's mana bar barely
barely dipped down below full, so we were absolutely chilling. The following boss was more Dresh, and for this boss we actually had a bit of a strategy. Instead of me tanking all the small mobs and the boss, we had Roush grab the small mobs, and I tanked the boss since they are a lot and could hit like trucks. We put a freeze trap down and take them all down very swiftly. Next up was the boss, and it was actually pretty damn clean. Look at us using all of our toolkits to their full potential to make clearing dungeons easier. It's almost as if we're playing hardcore. Now we entered the area where killing the bugs is extremely important, since they can chain pull more and more packs, and running back is pretty hard with all the slows. So our hunter had to kill him, except he didn't, because he didn't want to waste ammo. And so on top of tanking, I also had to clear the bugs. The boss located here is Glutton, who looks exactly like Stitches, but he isn't Stitches. Trust me, like, don't worry about it. We keep clearing the trash as we slowly climb up this little hill, where the final boss is located. So far, the dungeon has been a breeze, until our hunter shows off why there are preconceived notions about hunters in vanilla World of Warcraft for the personal computer. You can't see it on the screen, but he actually jumped off the ramp, landing at the bottom and pretty much completely out of the fight. So we get the biggest pull of the dungeon and we have to format it. Thankfully, everyone locked in immediately. Roush immediately went into bear form and Womensmith took aggro on a couple of mobs. Whilst it did get extremely close at some points, thanks to everyone's efforts, we make it out alive. And now it's time for the final boss, Amnenar the Coldbringer. This boss is tough because he keeps spawning ads, and the best way to clear him is to not mind the ads at all, and just to focus our DPS on the boss instead, because once he dies, all his ads die as well. Thankfully, we all made it through and stayed alive, having another dungeon under our belts. So we harf back to South Shore and fly to Stormwind. Turning in Bring the Light gives us the 2 items we were looking out for, and the necklace was actually an upgrade, so we insta-equip it. I can't explain how bad it felt vendoring the Vanquisher's sword, but we vendor all of our trash and we are now at 74 gold. 16 more. This is our gear for now, and on to the final day. We log in at Stormwind and fly to South Shore. I also downloaded Peggle for those long flight paths. I suck at it, but it's fun. And we went ahead and got straight to questing. We grabbed the Syndicates, Shadow Mages, and finally find Baron Vardis. So we grab his head as well. On our way back, Dawkins gets slain by a malformed Defias drone at level 20. F for Dawkins. But we go ahead and turn in the quest in South Shore and then fly to Arathi, because we had to grab the Thundering and Burning keys. Heading over to the Airy Peak, we turn in some quests. Get a little lost while trying to find the other quest and fly back to Arathi while playing some goddamn Peggle. We interact with the stone in between the Earth Elementals and complete another quest. After which, we go to Falder's Cove, an area which I never knew existed. I love finding out things like this, man. I love this game. We defend the Professor, and then meet up with Corbett and Vervain in order to clear the elite quest in Stormguard. I also keep playing Peggle. It's like a side mission now to get a really big high score. We finally meet up and head into the keep. We had to grab the Stormguard badges, grab Maraz's head, and finally enter the main building, so we can clear it out and go to the top floor and slay Otto. He hits very hard, so we had to be really careful. We first focus on the mages. Then I tank Lord Falconcrest and Otto, while mainly focusing DPS on Otto. We take their heads and get the hell out of there. Turning the quests in has us reach level 43. We are almost halfway done with the leveling journey, and we are also at 84 gold total between all of our characters. 6 more! I go back to the downed reef and kill a couple of raiders and sorcerers, while also looting some lost treasures. We turn in all of the quests and harf back to South Shore and fly to Ironforge. We then spend some time flying all around Azeroth to turn in already completed quests we had, so we can get some gold from both the quest rewards and from the items they give. We sell a lot of our personal belongings, and then hop on our other characters and send over all the money we had. And with all of that done, we were now at 90 gold, which means it was finally time. At level 43, we took our last long walk, reminiscing about the past. Our first walk out of the Stormwind gates, when we picked up mining at level 5. Our first few nodes around that area as well, trying our hardest to craft that little copper mace. The Defias we killed for linen cloths. Our first crafts happening in Goldshire, when I found out that I can buy flux from the vendor here instead of having to go to Stormwind. Grinding copper all around this road. Over 400 ores were farmed here just on our warrior. Fighting Princess and her entourage at the farm. Accepting quests from Guard Thomas back when we were just a lowly level 10. And finally, we reached the East Vale logging camp. And at level 43 and with 90 gold in our bags, we first train horse riding. And finally buy the Chestnut Mare Birdle. After over 200 hours of playtime, we were finally able to purchase our first mount. This time, we ride back to Stormwind, and we get our first compliments. We take the tram to Ironforge and start forging some new gear. Since we had a bunch of mithril, we were able to craft the heavy mithril shoulders and gauntlets. However, we still can't wear plate mail since we don't have it trained. So join us next time as we grind more mithril, craft new gear, and maybe even switch up our talents yet again. I love you all, and I'll see you next Saturday. We start off on our druid. As I mentioned, we wanted to level this character up so we can gather some more herbs, level our alchemy on our rogue, and of course, pick Winter's Bite, an herb that is necessary for the frost oil, which is necessary for us to craft the Frost Tiger's Blade. So we get to work slaying the murlocs just below the lake. This area is a hyperspawn area, so it's the perfect place to quickly get all of your murloc items. Once we were done with that, next up were the Blackrock Orcs. This is actually the area where Levi died on his warrior 2 months ago. Here's a screenshot. We had to get 10 battle-worn axes from them, so that is exactly what we did. And once we were done, we headed back to Lakeshire to turn in all of the quests. Finally getting my add-ons sorted back up, we hop back on the druid and we quickly check our mailbox since we used to send items back and forth between our druid and rogue in order to save on inventory space. We check our mailboxes on all of our other characters and made sure that we are not about to lose a bunch of items. We then hop on our warrior. As you can see, we are wearing some new items, which are the mithril shoulders and gauntlets. This was actually part of the footage that we lost. We fly to Ironforge and check our bank. We draw a couple of resources and headed to the Great Forge. We then hop on our rogue and send over 2 heavy leather to our warrior. God, it feels good to have a mount. We retrieve the materials and we craft a glinting steel dagger. An amazing dagger that gives plus 12 to attack power. I was thinking about sending this over to our druid, but I then realized that we needed to be level 31. So instead, we go back to the bank, pick up some more resources, and then get back to the forge. Because we were about to craft one of the OGs, the Solid Iron Maul. This bad boy comes equipped with plus 12 stamina, and it served our warrior extremely well. And since druids can use two-handed maces, this was kinda the perfect weapon. You see, cat form is actually quite squishy, so the plus 12 stamina will actually go a really long way. Logging in on our druid, we pick up the weapon, but we still can't equip it. So we fly to Stormwind, deposit some of our items in the bank, struggle to find the goddamn weapon trainer, and find out that we are in the wrong city for this. Yup. 5 characters. 5 goddamn characters have been to this weapon trainer, and not only did I forget where he was, I also forgot that he doesn't train two-handed maces. So we fly to Ironforge, finally find the correct weapon trainer, and train the two-handed maces. We were now way more powerful, and we wanted to test this newfound power out. So I queue myself for Red Ridge questing, and a group invites me to help tank the elite mobs in the area. I immediately accept, we land in Lakeshire, and we start picking up all the elite quests. Meeting up with our group, they are locked in. Our mages sheep the right mobs, we take care of the boss, and then take down the rest of the ads. So far, so good. I also love how no matter what character I'm playing, I end up defaulting into the tank role, whenever I'm doing something with other people. You may have also noticed the Sauerkraut Community Guild. That would be the German invasion rolling through Azeroth in full swing, which has bumped the hardcore realm from 5 layers to 10 layers almost immediately, literally doubling the server's population. But we will touch on that later. We keep clearing and it all seems to be going well. I mean, my tanking is suboptimal at best, but we get to the boss on the top of the manor. We first take care of Singe and then focus back on Gathel Zog. The mages sheep the casters, so we are in a pretty good spot to clear everything and get out with their heads. Turning the quests in, we reach level 27. The goal was to reach level 30, after which we could go to Alterac and start picking Winter's Bite. So, with that goal in mind, we proceed. Flying back to Darkshire, we start knocking out the early quests here. And since we had a lot of rested experience, we also made sure to take down a couple of mobs as we were going to the turn-in spots. And the first spider that we killed gave us a spider silk. This is a very valuable resource in the CraftedLocked challenge, as you need it in order to craft a lot of blue items, one of which is something that immediately popped in my head the moment I saw the silk. And that was the toughened leather gloves. These gloves give us plus 6 agility, 3 stamina, and 6 spirit, and you can wear them as early as level 22, so I was beyond happy. But in order to craft them, we need 2 cured medium hides, 2 elixirs of defense, 2 spider silk, and 4 medium leather. You know it's bad when the leather is the easy part.
We send over the spider silk and the medium hide to our rogue, and we check to see if we have the necessary herbs to craft an elixir of defense. Spoiler alert, we didn't, so we decide to keep questing, and on the most unsafe road in the game, we meet up with a guildie. Big shout out to Dan's student. We turn in Sven's revenge, and then arrived at Raven Hill. Speaking with this little goblin, we find a shadow oil recipe for sale. I am not sure how useful this is, but I'm yoinking it. Now it was time for a little questing session. Turn in the thread to Abercrombie and some quests to Sven. Go up to Goldshire to turn in some more quests and then to Stormwind. Clear up our bags a little bit and then turn in some of the Stormwind quests. After which, we fly back down to Duskwood. Clear up our bags even further and then go back to the Raven Hill Cemetery in order to take down the skeletal horrors, fiends, and grab all the rod blossoms we needed for the quest. Getting everything else was easy, but the skeletal fiends, man. With the layers being way more populated now, the game feels a bit too lively. But honestly, I wouldn't have it any other way. I love this. Back when Hardcore was originally extremely hyped up, I remember the starting zones being so incredibly full that it was damn near impossible to complete some of the early game quests unless you were playing at insane times. And this time, it's no different. Even the higher-ish level zones such as Duskwood, Red Ridge, and Stone Talon were absolutely poppin'. After turning in all the quests in Raven Hill, we hearth back to Darkshire to turn in the quest we completed here. And bada beam bada boom, we're back in Lakeshire. Vendor all the trash and then go hunting for Fangor, and of course the Shadowhide pendants. We find Fangor and we got invited to a group by a rogue. Seeing as how we are both on the same quest, we just went for it. I honestly have no clue how to play Druid, so don't judge me. I didn't know if it's safe for me to heal him and myself, if the pushback on the spells would cook me, so running was a good option. Regardless though, we grabbed his head and then got the rest of the pendants. Now with our pockets full and the quests in Redridge complete, we head back to Lakeshire one final time to turn in the quest and end up reaching level 28. After which, we flew to Stormwind and went to train our spells. We can finally do more DPS, but we still don't have a good finisher. So we're just gonna stick with clawing at the enemy. I was considering doing a run of stockades, but instead I decided to say screw that and get to wetlands, because I had some goals in mind. So we take the tram, arrive in Ironforge, quickly hop on my rogue to open the lockbox I received and to check what materials I needed for the items I want to craft. After writing it down, I got back on the druid and got straight to work. First things first was Strangle Kelp. This is one of the 2 herbs needed to craft the elixirs of defense. I think 12 should be enough. Then it was time for the most annoying grind. The heavy hides. As mentioned in one of my previous episodes, these raptors have a very small chance of dropping 1 after you skin them. And I got my first hide on my 3rd skinning attempt. Let's go! We are so blessed. This is gonna be so easy. It took another hour of conscious grinding to get the 2nd one. So honestly, it took about the exact same time as last time. Around an hour and 10 minutes. Also, a big portion of you aren't subscribed. If you have been enjoying the video so far, please make sure to drop a like and a sub. It really means the world to me. Now let's get back to the video. The Germans were also really nice. They kept buffing me with stamina, and whenever there was a paladin, they would give me might. Yes! Blessed be the German player base. No more wisdom for me. While we were grinding raptors, we also found some wild steel blooms, which is the other herb needed for the elixir of defense. We send everything over to our rogue and then realize we don't have any small pearls in our bank. Okay, let's just check the warrior then. Nope. Okay, what about the priest? Let's just fly to Stormwind and check the bank. Nope. Paladin. Nope. Oh my god, I actually have to grind more pearls. This time, instead of iridescent pearls, we are looking for the small lustrous pearls. I end up getting 2 iridescent pearls within 15 minutes and 3 lustrous pearls. All things considered, good luck, but god damn it, why could it be like this for the Shining Civil breastplate? Okay, anyways, I got the final pearl. I screamed from happiness. Neighbors aren't very happy with me, but that's okay. I sent everything over to our rogue. We turned the heavy hides into cured heavy hides, allowing us to craft the barbaric bracers. We level up our leather working a bit and then learn the barbaric leggings, which are amazing by the way. +7 agi and +7 stamina. We would be so tanky. But we first craft the toughened leather gloves and send both items over to our druid. Go on our warrior and quickly send a moss agate to our rogue so we can craft the leggings, sending them and an elixir of defense over to our druid. And just like that, after a couple of hours of grinding, our gear actually matched our level, and we were ready to hit the next grinding session. The next grinding session will take place on stream. You can find me on Twitch, by the way, the link is in the description and in the pinned comment. I'm trying to stream way more regularly now. We start the stream up and it was the perfect time since Nixia was just about to drop. And look at just how packed Stormwind really is. This wasn't even the most populated layer, by the way, and it was having issues regardless. God, I love Blizzard. We pick up everything that we crafted for our druid and equip it. We were looking absolutely amazing for the 3 seconds that we aren't in cat form. Now, in order to wear the new pants, we needed to be level 29. So, with all of the new gear, it was time to knock out some quests and hit level 30. We first flew to the wetlands and finally started turning in and accepting the quests. From cursed sailors and marines to Sitta's bag, we started knocking them out one by one. Next up were the Dragon Mob banners, and generally be careful with this quest because they hit pretty damn hard. They can also net you, so just be mindful of that. We jumped down to the Welgar excavation site and accept the quest to kill the raptors. This time not for hide, but for XP and more quests completed. First were the motted raptors and the screechers, and ding, level 29. Which means that we can now wear these hideous pants. We grabbed the rest of the creatures, doing our best to avoid their chain pull after our last incident here on our warrior. Once we were done with that, we had to grab the crude flints from the knolls and speak with Moss Daddy. Quickly grab the Basquash root and then teleport to Moonglade. Realize we can't train anything and end up hearthing to Menethil regardless. At this point our rested experience ran out, so no more speedrunning the levels. It was down to good old fashioned 100% normal XP gain. We turn in all of the quests and then teleport back to Moonglade. Fly to the Rutharian village, and then fly to Stone Talon Peak. The reason why we ended up here was due to the quest down at the Charred Vale. We had to take down the Harpies and get the crystallized scales from the basilisks. And I accepted this quest at 7:39 server time, and I got the last scale at 8:34 server time. Just another day in Azeroth, am I right, lads? Well, anyways, after a whole hour spent trying to do 2 quests, we go to Desolace and fly back up to the Stone Talon Peaks. Turn in the quest and vendor the trash we got from farming Harpies for an hour. By the way, not a good raw gold farm, in case you were wondering. We also clear up our inventory further by sending over the materials to our rogue. And with Stone Talon behind us, it was now time to go to Ashen Vale. We actually find Dal Bloodclaw really quickly. Take him down, aggro some mobs from the horde doing the escort quest, and get out of there. Next on the list was Ikrut? Liquid? I don't know. Last time on my warrior, I actually went crazy on him. Pot retaliation and everything, only to find out that I don't have the Tower of Antilax quest. But this time I quadruple checked, and I made sure that I had it before finally taking him down. Turned in some more quests and we were getting pretty gosh darn close to level 30. We had to get the Ring of Zoram, which is an item that drops from Ruzel. However, we got so incredibly unlucky because the mage that I had been doing the same quests against the whole day was also just there and had just taken her down. So we had to wait for the respawn. God, I love 10-minute respawn timers. We take her down and then row for our lives, so we don't drown in our sorrows and fears. We turn that quest in and go back to Astanar so we can turn in the rest of the quests we completed. Now, one thing I absolutely despise about Ashenvale is how poorly spaced everything is. It's like Darnassus 2.0. Literally everything is so far away. From the quest givers, to the quest hubs, to the spawn rates, to the drop rates, this area is a genuine hell place. But that is fine, since we now had to walk to turn in the quest, Renee's cleansing, and then walk all the way around to get the Withered Ancients. I love this! At the very least, they quickly dropped their key, and we quickly got the shaft. We take a quick look at a book surrounded by level 30 mobs, and then go to Xavian so we can take down Giltharis. Speak with Kaneth, take the Ajara flight path, and go back down to Astanar. Walk a little bit further down to the Shrine of Asina, and finally, and I mean finally, reach level 30. We harp back to Menethil and close out the stream there. Okay, so far we have crafted 4 upgrades for our druid, reached level 30, leveled our alchemy and herbalism, and all that was left was to level them a bit more and then finally grab the Winter's Bite we needed for the Frost Tiger Blade. The following day we log in and start leveling our herbalism because we needed level 195 herbalism in order to pick the Winter's Bite from Alterac. Once we were done with that, we went to Stormwind and stopped by our trainer so we can train some of the powerful level 30 abilities we get. Most important ones are Feral Fairy Fire, that's a mouthful, and Travel Form, allowing us to move at 40% speed outside. So I was stoked to use this for our adventure to Alterac. We then hop over to our rogue and level our alchemy to level 200, allowing us to finally train the Frost Oil recipe. For which, we needed 4 Khadgar Whiskers and 2 Winter's Bite. Easy peasy, I thought. We log in on our druid, and we fly to Menethil, pop travel form, and head up to Arathi, where we get our first close call. I was fighting the spider and I was about to kill him until some random mouse patrol into me. We get netted, but thankfully shifting from one form to the other breaks CC effects. So, we heal and go back into travel form, getting away from that death trap. We pick up the refugee point flight path, and thinking the worst is behind us, we keep going. We even get the 3 Khadgar Whiskers we needed, because our rogue already had one in his bank, so we just needed 2 Winter's Bite, and the sword was ours. We cross over to Hillsbrad, and we first went to grab the flight path at South Shore, after which we started heading north into the Ogre territory. We enter Alterac and notice that the Ogres are actually level 35. No problem, I thought. I have travel form, and they are big fat Ogres. I can for sure outrun them and get to the safer spots in the back. And with my level 30 aggro range, a road that is usually completely safe to walk through, I pull all 3 Ogres. I freak out and I make my druid try to fence kite the only fence in the entire game that has a gap in the middle, getting the Ogres even closer to me. One hit and I get dazed, with every subsequent hit replenishing the timer of the daze. I try a last minute regrowth, but it was far too late. I died. Thankfully I didn't have the Deathlock add-on to spoil it for others, but that was it. If you're unfamiliar with the rules, you can check them in the description, but let's focus on Rule 4 for now. It states, you can make as many characters as you want, but if any of them die, you have to start with a brand new set of characters. Over 300 hours of effort put across 5 characters, gone. Just like that. Just because I was completely careless and overconfident on my druid. So after this video goes live, I will be deleting my other characters. So what is next? Honestly, I don't know. Maybe the end of CraftedLocked. Maybe the start of something new. But now that the challenge is over, I honestly don't even think it was possible. I mean, crafting Sulfuras without using the auction house or even getting into a raid with only crafted gear on hardcore may have been the end as well. But we gave it our best shot. And honestly, I'm pretty happy with my progress. I have also made some amazing friends along this journey. People I talk with pretty much every day. And the thing about Classic is, it's about the journey, not the destination.